Why does everyone always have flash, man?
Yeah. So flat.
We have learned as much as we have suffered.
It's Muffin time.
Hi, boring queen. No sad Muffin will love a good voice. Muffin, not a weapon. Wait, that come out wrong. That did come out wrong, Veggie. And thank you for making me laugh again. I appreciate you. Hi,
What are
boy.
these? What the heck?
As
I'm
our
playing with your friend.
so
Playing with Falafel. Oh no, 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 no. I'm going in too far. No. Okay, I was doing okay and now I'm not. I'm gonna refocus. Nice. I'm gonna focus on the shooting thing, I think. Yep. Good morning, Eggborn. Good morning, Veggie. Wait, okay, so my bot is dead. He will be alive again at some point, I think. So we're gonna play
Okay.
Deepens from the one and only Queen. Happy to see you, man. I have been playing a little bit too much.
So if you shield enough, when that ball above your head gets bigger and then it goes off, it'll do a big shield on an ally and heal them.
Yeah, I think it's automatic.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
giant ball that's above your head. When it
That
gets
is
big
like a
enough, it'll...
shockwave, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
That just gave you a nice heal.
Yeah. I can heal him or like boost. Oh, that's nice.
Oh my god, I do so much damage.
Ooh, oh no, I'm dead. Did I tether him? I did something. Fuck you. Love.
Fuck. Damn.
I just wish our Blitz would
Wait,
tank
that came
for
out
us.
wrong. Like I met it with Board and I was playing
Yeah,
League by
I'm getting
myself.
rocked.
I did
Like,
some
I'm so
draft
strong,
games.
I just need a tank in
And I
front of
saw
me,
he
but
was
he
playing
won't.
ARAM, so now we've been playing ARAMs for the
Be anything.
for 5 hours. If
I
you
can
want to
go
join,
Pulls
anything.
Scion in and then
Right.
dies, like...
I have a plan to stay awake. Like I'm
And Jin
I'm doing
has
the same as you did. Like I didn't even realize,
Scopier,
but I'm
so
doing the
I
same
can't
as you
get
did with
close
the
to him.
sleeping thing. But I woke up at 11 p.m. and I'm trying to stay awake
And now he's
so I
just
can
fed,
fix
so it
my
doesn't
rhythm.
matter that I'm stupid strong, like...
If I can make it, I'm gonna stay awake the whole time until at least like after 8 until
you're
I get
just dead.
spooky. Fuck. The spooky wanted to play League at 8. And that is like a decent time, but
I'm
that's
like
why like I
super
was the
team
only
reliant,
reason,
despite being this strong.
the only
It
way
just
that I
really
can
sucks.
stay
I hate
alive.
being team reliant.
Stay alive, stay awake. I cannot focus right now.
Yeah, I can't carry it.
Okay, 1 second.
Again, like I said, I'm
1
super
second.
strong though, right? Like, look at that.
Again, I am gonna pause the game if I need to catch up. That's all. Oh, yes, get him. Get him. Oh. Oh, yes, I still got him. Oh, I didn't get him.
God. Blitz is going for kills. I got Jeweled Gauntlet and drop kick. I just need
Ren!
a team to not be dying, like... Just fight around me.
You don't do my words like that. I was playing with myself and then your friend
Fuck,
came
I
in.
can't do
And
anything.
no, I joined him
I
actually.
just try to get the fuck out of there most of the time.
So, yes, without context,
Like,
you
I'm
are
so
completely
strong
right,
and just
Hedgie.
nobody's fighting around me. I don't get it.
I will stick by your side.
It's too late. The game's over. Well, there's not a single person on our team fighting around me. Like,
I'm just that. Oh my god, I'm kind of yeah. No.
It's just
Oh,
over.
fuck
What a
me.
waste. I've played so many games of Ezreal waiting to get this combination of augments because it's so
Oh,
strong, and then I
You know
finally
what?
get
Like,
it,
I was
and like
getting
everybody
like
just
hot
fights
on RA2.
on their
I
own.
just couldn't get in
I
because
was.
they're so fucking tanky.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna do another one. Fuck that game.
Yep.
I
That was
hate
so
RA.
frustrating.
That was shit. Wait, so it's you where you're playing with yourself and your friend came in playing with himself. You asked to join it. No, so I was playing with myself and they were already playing together. And I was like, hey, can I join in an ARAM or something? But then I joined up with a gang. Oh, no, wrong word choice. Wrong choice words. I know. You're getting away with that. I joined in with the group. Okay, you're just having a blast. Yeah, damn it. Okay. Lovely Ackborn is in chat now. I was like, hey, I'm playing with your friend. Veggie is now twisting my words completely. So now it's yeah. No, just yeah. What's it gonna be? Muffin was playing with herself. Then a friend came in. Then I joined. Then I joined into a gangbang. Ackborn does. Oh, Ackborn wants to join in the gangbang too. Yes.
I picked up the wrong words there.
No, you did not. Like that's the thing.
Just a quick bang bang, no big
Just a
deal.
quickie, yeah, just nice in between.
Oh
No,
my.
because he said like I was playing with myself, and then I saw you playing, so I asked to play with you guys. And I said like I joined in with the gang, and then he made it. So you wanted to join in a gang bang? Okay, fuck.
You were
Could
killing
have
it right
seen
now.
that going.
Yeah, I don't know if it's your words or your accent. Where are you from?
The Netherlands.
Yeah? Alright. I'm Canadian.
Nice.
So is my friend. Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone loves Canadians. Can't deny it.
Except for other Canadians. Screw them Canadians.
Everyone loves the Canadians. We're fucking awesome.
We're awesome.
We are fucking awesome. Who
We're
we
kind of a
kidding?
big deal, eh, bud?
Yeah.
So is Agborn joining or what's going on?
Maybe. I don't know if she wants to join in the gangbang. That's the game, or just wants to join in the gangbang. I don't know.
I don't see her online, or I'd send her an invite.
I just woke up. I need my coffee first. Okay, then we can do one more first. Did you? No, not gonna say that at first. No, no, I was like, I still saw you in the voice, but I was already checking.
Okay, so we do one without Egg, and then she'll join.
I think so. Yeah. I'm gonna play League all day, people. Like we're getting closer and closer. Oh no, Veggie, I'm not gonna be careful. It's making your coffee noise. Maybe I will need a coffee as well. Maybe. Bookie! Oh my god. Nice. Bookie, I'm still live. Still going strong. I decided I won't nap because then I will sleep through gaming with you. Yes, Apron, you are late, but here.
We interrupt our
What?
program to bring you this important
Hello.
message. I love you. Now back to our show.
I'll just iceberg doing it.
You're such a good girl.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. No sounds from stream whatsoever. What? Test test? What? Now, okay, mic back?
No, I hear you on stream.
Never mind, was my end. Okay. I was like, did I just mute my entire thing? No, okay, we're good. OBS has been acting up a little bit, so yeah. I am the bird with the stupid ice wall. Yeah. Oh. Karmic barking to the neighbor dog.
Take time to reflect.
Like she almost never barks, so never anyone on stream heard her bark either. But yeah, I got a dog. Who moved him below? And whenever they bark, the Karma needs to bark as well.
Minions have spawned.
Haha. Okay. I want to test my elbow. I'm gonna drive home. There's a lot of traffic. Oh, good. Drive safe. Don't text and drive. Yeah, no, the thing is, like, that's it. I took a nap at around the same time yesterday at this hour, so I know if I'm gonna take a nap, then the chances are really big that I will just... Oh. Yeah, like sleep until, like, I don't know, midnight again or something, and then be fucked, basically. Because then I will stay in this rhythm, so we're gonna push. Like, as I said, like, I'm not even doing this for the streaming or stuff. I'm not setting a goal for the time and whatever, and if we're done, we're done. But I'm getting energy from the streaming, which helps me to stay awake and fix my sleep schedule, hopefully. And then I'm reset for the weekend. Is the heart reach? Oh, Veggie. Okay, okay. Karma is barking on the couch, but if I'm that long enough, I will call her, and otherwise I will give her like a cookie after this game. Is that alright? Oh no. No, no you don't. I'm alive! No, I'm not. I was like, I can resurrect maybe. No. No. I was stuck in a little corner. After match. Okay, good.
Something ancient.
Oh, no. I made it out. Thank you.
Oh, they sell down.
Nice.
Winter wind, guide me.
If I'm misplacing the ice ball in very annoying ways, you guys gotta wear me.
Yeah, the ice ball takes some practice, that's for sure.
I'm dead. Yep, 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 yep.
Oh, gross. Gross. They're heavy.
Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
What change will this wind bring?
Yep, I fucked that up. Oh my Jesus. Okay, good.
An ally has been slain.
Is movement speed or item is no, not really. Yeah. Friends.
1,000 lives will I give.
Fuck to. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, I should not portal away to try to get away because they see me coming from miles and they just wait up. And they're like, ah, nice, another bird to kill.
Slain. Enemy killing spree.
Riot's one is good? Move speed is good as you slow? Okay, okay, okay. I'm going for the magnificent. That makes sense, yeah.
An
Oh
ally
fuck! Wow. Under the turret and everything.
rampage.
The fuck, eh?
Okay, now I kinda trapped him in a nice way. Accidental wall usage. They push hard, man.
I will be reborn.
I gotta trap them behind. Great.
Ally has been slain.
Movement speed is definitely good against this team.
Okay. Etchy.
They're gonna
Thank
try and
you.
run us down constantly.
Or are you not feeling good again or not yet? I mean or
An ally has been slain.
oh, not my bad. Like I tried to help, but I.
I dream of eras past.
Triple kill. Killing spree.
I have felt this corruption before.
The wall is getting bigger. What is the best tactic with the wall? Because I feel like I'm just making it more difficult.
So when you have your R down and they're trying to like move out of it, stop them from moving out of it with the wall.
Good one.
Dang, they're so fucking heavy.
Yep.
Shut down. Rampage.
Winter wind guide
An enemy has been slain.
I mean,
Hey, how
it's
we doing? I don't think I
healing.
can bring his way too high on the AU. I'm not playing EU server strategy. I'm playing US servers. Is that better for you or no?
I don't have enough movement speed yet.
Fuck! No! Okay. I'm alive. Thank you. Okay, but what do you mean, Miss Relaxing, you don't know if you can keep doing this? In what way? Talk to me, hon. We're here to listen while we game and rage. Okay, I'm dead. I'm dead. Yep. Did that help or did that just not help?
Enemy double kill. Unstoppable.
Oh, okay, wait. I have
Oh, get
a
him!
weird bunch.
Come on.
Is overloaded good with this one? Then every other ability
What?
resets a cooldown doing a frostbite? Where I have king meat or on back. I'm Oh, jeez. I should just not take the turret. Yeah.
Shut down.
Hey, now I do have time to read up, so that's always the good thing. Whenever I die, I don't feel too bad because it gives me time to read up a chat and just check in with you guys. Because during
You
I'm like
do.
I'm locked in as fuck. Like
Escape?
I have to watch back like my vlog to see like what more interesting bitch faces.
Well, I bought some time at most. No.
Oh.
Enemy double kill.
Okay, let me read up. Pokey. That bigger again. Pokey. With the
Oh, I
person who's
messed
yelling
up.
at you, you have three people working here who have no idea what they're doing and are
I
overwhelmed, and I
didn't
feel
know.
their feelings.
I could have done that without dying, but whatever.
I get that. Because if then they're stressed, you get stressed, and you're like, okay, but they're still dealing as well with you as like a human being, right?
take time to reflect.
Hey, Star Wars! Claim your muffin! What? What? You're still alive. Wait, you have already claimed your muffin? No, but it says welcome, so you haven't. Hi! Have you been here with the... No. This makes no sense. But no, I've been playing for a long time now. I started with, June? And then we switched to League some ages ago. Don't ask me when.
Damn, I tried to get the fuck out of there. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Oh, I misclicked.
Still holding on.
Okay, finally got my invisibility, but
Thank you for your busy. What you doing, sir? Okay, let me read up. I second. I'm sorry, I'm relaxing. Otherwise, like we're almost losing this game. Otherwise, I'm gonna get back into it. Like, if I can answer properly. Like after.
Or Ezreal has Jeweled
Now I
Gauntlet,
keep reading
then
half
build
of their messages and
LDR
I don't
against
want
all
that.
these tanks, or an Infinity Edge with his Jeweled Gauntlet. Like, what? He built a collector? What? What?
Oh?
Come on. In the bushes. Damn. They fucking snatched.
And they're just gonna stay out of it. That was a waste.
You can turn it off.
Oh, that's
Got a little
awesome.
cooldown. Nami, I need healing. Nami, I need healing. Hello, Nami, I need healing. Nami.
Wait,
Nami,
I
I
could
need
just use
healing.
this the whole time.
Nami, I need healing. Nami, I need healing. Does Nami know she has a W?
No. I don't think so. I
Like,
don't know.
Jesus Christ. Oh, we're
Okay, I
supposed to
finally
keep
got
popping
the
off.
hang
Let's
of it
not
a
heal
little
him.
more.
Come on.
Oh, no, 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 don't beat up my corpse. Aw.
Damn. I'm getting snatched.
I'm
I
popping
don't even
off
get a
and I got
chance
no
to
help.
do fucking
Like,
anything.
My gosh.
Get the
it's just
fuck
like
out.
last game. I'm popping off and I have no help. It's so frustrating.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I'm trying.
Like, Nami's trying to be like an assassin, going up and like fighting instead of just pressing heal on the person that's popping off. Like, I don't get it.
Selfish, maybe?
Very selfish. And like, she's building damage items, but she doesn't do damage. She's a
Okay, that makes
healer.
no sense. I basically can ult the whole time. I didn't know, and now I know. Oh my Jesus.
An enemy has been slain.
What the fuck do I do? That's so stupid. I couldn't even hide.
Oh my god, they're doing the chicken dance? Really? He's a giant chicken doing the chicken dance. Wow. Just ends already. Don't end. Oh, okay. And now yeah, they end. Okay, that's me. They wait just long enough for us to return and then be like after.
Like, I
Yeah, they
legitimately
wait.
did the most damage in the game, but Nami won't press her heal on me a single time. Or do anything to help me. She wants to build all this damage and then deal 0 damage.
Is your fish? Who is your fish? Who's your fish? Like? Big fish. Okay, let me
I
read back.
might be too
How the hell am I
frustrated to
supposed to
keep
do the
playing,
other
to be
9 days?
honest.
Okay. The person is yelling at
Okay.
me. I have 3 people working here who have no idea what they're doing and are overwhelmed. And I feel their feelings. I'm going insane and I could cry. I just know there are more people coming this week who normally don't work here, and that's why I say I don't know if I could keep doing this. Okay. That did sound like a little different, so I was like, yep.
I'm gonna go
But
make a drink. Maybe I'll shake the tilt out.
Okay.
okay. I'm also gonna grab a cup of coffee, I think. But first, I want to catch up a little bit with the chat because yes. Do you have any way to like step out of the situation that you're in currently? Like take a little breaky from the people around? Like I know whenever I get like really overwhelmed, it does help to just reset, but I also know that it's not that easy for you to just like take some space or go for a walk or whatever by yourself. But you gotta find a way like to like how do you say that? Like desensitize? No, because yeah. That is the thing. That is very, very much like a thing of if you have someone needing to take if you have some people that need to take care of you the whole time, they're also in your space the whole time. They're also continuously like taking up your energy. And if you then do not vibe well, that just drains you so much. Like it is really important that you get good people. You cannot be on your own and you're not allowed to be on your own here. So that's what I meant. Like I think like it is important to step back or like that's it. Yeah. I'm trying to think which you're not allowed to be on your own at all. Are you allowed like can you pick someone that you do vibe with or who is like calmer or whatever and just ask for sort of like a timeout? Or maybe ask for other people to take care of you? Because I have heard now like a couple of times that they were messing up with you showering. They were messing up with other stuff. Like it is still like your body, your care. Like you should have like some say in yeah, all three people are now people that I don't know, so I'm not good with saying what I need. No, but that's the thing. So like you're also there, you're new, and then you have like three people that don't know you, which is just yeah, like I got to a point where I was falling in the shower and everything, and my mom was like, "We need to get someone to help you shower." And I don't I still had
Hey,
a
yo.
choice. You do not so
You know,
What's up, man? I'm logging in.
I can speak
come
Korean,
on.
but yeah, I was as well at that point. Like I do not want that. Like not because I do not want to shower. I don't want to shower. I want to take care of myself, and it is very hard. I do need help, but then I have to trust like another person
Someone's just grabbing drinks.
to do the stuff like I want to do, and in the way that I want it, and that's not. That gives me so much more stress that I rather struggle with showering and shower out and just rely on like a caretaker to come for every day because that will just break me. So I do get you. I do get you. You have to get like a good vibe with the person that takes care of you. Um, are there any other people except those three people? That's what I mean. Like, can you switch one of the people out? Is there anyone that you do know, or are there just three people always? Wait,
To
did
use the
Acorn
bathroom.
already want to join now or no? Maybe still grabbing coffee. Yeah. Yep, so that's the thing that I meant that you like, yeah, I also like I had extra stool and I'm getting like a sort of like invalid, how do you call it? Handicap chair for in the shower because otherwise I fall over if I'm showering too long because then my joints are like, or I just get dizzy. And like the first year I just crashed in the bathroom like a couple of times. That was not good, but not good. But yeah, that's the thing. Like it is also a step extra if you need someone to take care of you. But yeah, Miss Relaxing cannot do that because she's in a wheelchair. So she is dependent on the people that take care of her, but that takes a lot of your mental capacity and energy. So try to find solutions with you. So yeah, maybe you can check like, is there any other person that can take care of you, or that you do know that you can talk to switch some out. And Egbert, you want to join in? Egbert just got done getting her coffee. I also still wanted to get coffee, but then I got up to chat for a little. Normally there is, but they just have enough stuff. Yeah, that is the issue here in the Netherlands a lot. The person that I do know is coming in maybe 2 hours, and then I don't tell every single person that works here what I struggle with in detail. No, but that's the thing. Like, if you have more people taking care of you, like 3 or 4 people, then you have to tell every single
I
person
gotta
your
make a
whole
phone
fucking
call really
story.
quick.
Okie dokie. But yeah, so then you have to like, yeah, tell everyone every time like how to do this, how to do that. And that's why I'm like, okay, if you have like one person that you know that takes care of you, yeah, same. Then it already helps, I
Yes, may I
think.
please speak with Sierra? Okay, she'll be back on Monday. Okay, because this is Michael calling about the facilities position.
I'm gonna mute him. 1 second. But yeah. So okay, so you still have 2 hours. I am pushing myself crazy, but I will be live probably at least 4 or 5 more. Don't kill me. Like, I literally talked to my mom and I told her my plan, and she was like, "Oh, that's such a good plan. Yes." But I then stand up for like 24 hours. But you're welcome to just stay here, hang out here, vent your frustrations. Do you have earphones or something? Headphones, like noise canceling headphones? I'm grabbing the shuffle. Yeah. Star, come over here, fly here, and just bury them all now. The thing is, they are probably also trying their hardest, but healthcare here has really declined like in the past couple of years, and they're just way too little staff. So then they put people up that have not had enough training, that they don't know what they're doing. They don't know exactly everything that they. No, I don't, but I don't think you guys. Well, that's okay because without because I'm talking English. Oh, good. Oh, good. No, but I was asking, like, do you have headphones or something? Like, if you have like noise canceling headphones, that can help a lot with like overstimulation because if you like close your eyes or whatever, then you can literally just zone out for a little without having to hear all the noise around you from every other person that's in there as well. Because you're also like dealing with being in a group the whole time. Okay. Go charge them. Because then you have like a chance to zone out like a little bit. And then in 2 hours, the person that you do know is coming. And then you can talk to them. Like, hey, can I at least have like one person minimum that I do know? And if that's not possible, then they can also help you think with like a solution that is possible or doable for you because you still got to stay there for it. It's as you said, like 9 more days. They are supposed to give you the care that you want and need as well. Even if they are limited, even if stuff is limited, even if they have untrained people, you can just tell them like, okay, go charge up everything. Good. And you are valid like in your concerns. Like you are getting overwhelmed. You're not happy there. You gotta stay still 9 days. You also having some good days as well, but like the negative stuff is overshadowing the rest for you at the moment, I feel like. So yeah, I think the best plan would be to talk to the person that you do know. See, like maybe at least they can switch around less often. They can keep like one person that you already talked to, and they can tell the other person to people, so you don't have to call. You don't have to tell the same thing over and over and over again. That might help already a little. So then they can also like train each other instead of that it's your responsibility to tell them how to take care of you because that just sucks. They're already tired. They're already having to take care of. That's already a fucking big step in your energy and everything. And then having to explain every single step, you know, that's hard. Okay, I am now gonna make a cup of coffee. So you go charge up everything. I'm gonna take turbo break just to get some coffee as well and get a pee break. And we're just gonna play. We're gonna play League all day. That's just insane. It started with cozy Stardew streams turned into 12 hours of League. Fuck yeah. Good stream. Love the vibes. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you, chat, for being so nice. Thank you, Fauci, for being here. I appreciate you so much. And yes, that's what I mean. Like, remember your feelings and what you want matters. You are your own person. So they should be doing what suits you, not everyone as a group, and your needs should be met. Oh no, we're full now. Okay, level is be right back still as well. I pressed ready, but I'm not ready. But yeah, I said be right back. Okay, I'm gonna grab coffee. Be right back, sweethearts. Goes in and it goes out, and that's how it works.
Oh my god. Yeah, just guys, remember pull that out before, just in case. It's all about the
No.
blood.
It to be updated. Yeah, yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah, no.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
Money here already. I think we're just getting all the stuff and then we're getting out of here. Are we still searching for more stuff? Fucking no! That made me worse a lot.
Why does your mic scream at me?
I don't know. Wait. Let me clean this with my ear. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, do you want to make the muffins? Can you make them?
Muffins! That's true. That's true. I prepared everything so I could make the banana muffins. I forgot about the banana muffins. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, everyone. Banana muffins. Let me check. Did we make... Yes!
Can we make more coffee?
Okay, we're gonna live off banana muffins now, okay?
Okay. You make some.
I make 20.
Ooh, okay, I take... Oh, precision. Hold on a minute. Okay.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers.
He solo run was fun while it lasted. I know I was doing.
Really solo round was fun while it lasted. I hopped a little, but now we can play together, yeah?
How's the games? It's been good, dude. I played a little bit of Tarkov with Chad Haven at the start, and then went and played Fortnite with Chad Haven, and then I played Marbles, and now I am playing Repo with Muffin. And then I'm going to bed soon because I have work in the morning.
And you were waiting forever because I reached level 117 words, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, 117 on words.
I was just having a quick word break, okay? Just a tiny quick word break.
Quick word break? You invited me to collab 40 fucking 8 minutes ago when everyone actually decided to do this shit.
We reached level 117, okay? It's not my fault.
And my body feels 117 waiting that long.
Okay.
Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording.
But we're still surviving. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways. Did you use the upgrades?
I used one of them.
Ah, my god. Why? Why? I did. I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip from him. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I am in ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and no makeup, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay. Did it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay, all your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Yui. Thank you. And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. No makeup and glasses. We're good. Okay, that's great. It works!
What happened?
Oh my god, okay. So Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? And I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says, so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything, and it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do, and it will do. Oh my god, yes, he said like I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. What? Hey, he's talking back! The bot is talking back! It's gaining its own intelligence!
Oh my god. I'm getting worried now.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I added a stream marker, and then I switched back. And he said, I created a clip from your voice call. Yes! Okay, someone clip that. Okay, someone do the exclamation mark clip. I'm so proud. Morgan! Hi! Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself. I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon. Oh my no, fucking Jesus! Why give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then? God damn it.
You quit.
The scary doll?
Yeah, left it up.
I don't want to pick it up.
Why? It's worth a couple of
Ah.
coins.
Fucking no! I thought it was only gonna make noise. God damn it! It just murdered me. Yeah. Oh, now you gotta do it. God damn it! Since when is that in there? Like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Don't come here, don't come here. Okay, wait, sorry, I do gotta get this for later because that was so... And I thought you went out, so I went out again and you went in, so that was...
That's fine, that's fine.
I'm trying to find everyone and the card without continuously running into the clown. Hello? Hello? Anyone here? I'm back. Hello?
Welcome back.
Already?
Yeah, I think we're ready.
Is Barney gonna join or not yet?
Haven't heard from her.
Okay, damn! All good. Goes in and it goes out, and that's how it
coffee.
works. Okay. Nice ass coffee. And Karma, you still got. Okay, what did you need to do, Paul? Karma, don't die, Karma. Little baby? Baby. You're better visible during day. Oh gosh. Oh no, I have never played Mel or Heimerdinger. I get.
Heimerdinger's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put down little mini turrets. You can have up to 3 of them out at a time.
That's okay. Yeah, we have. This is
And
the
then
double.
his W shoots rockets forward, and his E throws a grenade. And if you land the grenade perfectly on someone, it'll stun them. And
Ooh,
then
okay.
your ultimate just like does an upgraded version of the next ability that you cast. So if you ultimate and then you Q, it'll place down a big turret. If you
The
ultimate then
same,
W, you'll
like
shoot
with
out a bunch
Karma,
of
that
rockets.
enhances.
Similar to Karma, yeah. And then if you ultimate and press your E, you'll throw out a bigger grenade that bounces and can stun multiple people.
That sounds. I'm gonna. It should have test another like Heimer. Okay.
Yeah.
Wanna check? Okay, Karma's gonna give. Let me. Karma is a cutie.
How's everyone
You
doing?
little punk.
All right.
On here. Little boy check. Now you see my gorgeous socks in sandal mode, but I'm home. Okay, don't judge.
I have Steal Your Heart quest, but I don't think there's a very good Steal Your Heart game. But I might go for it anyways, just because the quest is really good, and if I get like drop kick or something, it'd be OP.
Oh yeah. Oh, you can give good poaches. I know, right? You can do
Yeah,
it
let's
with
just do
paw
it.
or
Why not?
poach or just like a hand. But yeah, Karma is a cutie patootie. Thank you, Veggie. She gave good paws and she has a nice little treaty here. Okay. We're going. Oh, this is just still just going, Karma. Okay. What? Oh no. Okay, we're good. I'm good. Karma got a cookie. Karma my dog, and not Karma the champion.
I pray its new owner remembers what I taught her.
First blood.
No, instructions are not included.
Here's his turrets. Dirt everywhere. Wait. Okay. Oh no, I went too close. Ah, yeah, I went too close. Congratulations on getting that one. Hey, I have to wait because now Nick drives slow. Okay, all good. I was fully counting on like you being ready at like 8 o'clock, so you're all good, hun. Depends what kind of games you want to play, but my friend Akborn is also gonna join us probably. So we can play with even more people if you would like that. Oh no, we're gonna die if we don't continue. Yep. I have to get stronger. Practice a little bit more. Oh, yep. Okay, we're good. But I'm happy you are home, Pookie. As we are a little late. Ready? Oh my god. We have to eat, do things with the animals, and have to make a little setup for Nick. Okay, I gotcha. Eating is also a good idea at some point. I also will take like one more karma break walk before we go big games again. There we go. I have like a core build sheet. Okay, the poop.
Grab this health relic back here, Muffin.
What?
Nah, you're dead. Oh, you're not dead.
Flash, baby. Oh no. I'm dead.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage. Shut down.
After all these years,
I think Muffin sleeping is really a myth, yeah. Yeah, maybe I never sleep. Maybe I'm just a vampire. I don't know. Like I do. I am zoning out a little bit more. So if I'm missing your chat, if I'm missing anyone, I apologize. Please remind me. I do not want to miss your chat. That is more important than the game always. But ooh. Yeah, I'm not doing that much damage yet. I gotta figure out how to play him better.
What an uncommon denominator. It's gone mad.
Oh shit, the heal off. I can heal. Right there. No. Okay. Muffin, you have missed some chat. Thank you. Okay, let me scroll up. I think I forgot the last messages from Miss Relaxing as well. Miss Relaxing, yeah, okay, there we go. And then I was appreciating you guys. I'm gonna hop between streams because 3 of your people are on. Awesome. Miss Relaxing, if you're still listening, say hello. Say hello. Say hello to the other people for me. Have fun. And thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to charge up your stuff. Okay, but there is a risk, Boogie, that I'm really, really, really shitty by the time that we play, because then I have been playing for like 12 hours or whatever. But yeah. But okay, Miss Relaxing, I am happy. Yeah, enjoying hanging out with your stream peeps, yes. I'm happy you got people like as well. That is the thing that helps a lot with just being chronically ill or with depression or whatever. That you have a place where you can still like just
I can't do anything against this Diana.
feel
What
at
is this
home. Feel
Sedge
safe.
doing? Just 1v5ing constantly and dying. Like,
Not sure.
10 deaths. God damn.
Oh, I got my first kill. I get him now. I'm so hyped that every time like I do figure out I'm dead. That I do figure out an enemy then. Hey, what would be good? I don't know with this one. I have Purist Caster, upgrade Sonia's of Mountains Full.
An enemy has been slain.
Upgrade Sonya's isn't bad.
An ally has been slain.
Okay. I have to buy the Hourglass.
I'm not helping this Sedge. This Sedge sucks.
Okay. Okay, Veggie.
Every
Veggie.
time
Oh, it
I've
was my
helped out
second
this
kill.
Sedge, it just costs me my life.
Yeah,
and
but
I get
okay,
fed.
this was like
Yeah.
I got you. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
I'm
I've
reaching back.
done
Reading
that
back.
too. I have 9 deaths, but a few of them are following Sejuani.
Like, I just need to scale on Mundo.
Okay, I will read up and chat. And like in between
Like,
games, I'm
Sedge
pausing
needs
to
to
make sure
scale
that I
too. She's
haven't
not an
missed
early
any.
game champion. Like, what?
Oh, I thought I was gonna make it out. Okay. Yeah, I'm not good at that. I just try to feel in a box to make myself feel small. No worries, no worries. You shouldn't do that. And yeah, that can be difficult. Yeah, Veggie said, I know it can be difficult, but remember, it is your life.
Can't even
Feel
ult
free
because
to
I'm
live it the best
too
that you can.
fucking
Life isn't
silenced
always
and
easy. It
shit.
can seem shit at
It's
times,
already
but we only
over.
got one life. So we have to make the most of it. And I know you said you enjoy helping others. You can't do that with others controlling you and making you want to be small. That's the thing. If anyone wants to make Miss Relaxing feel small, we have beef with them. Why am I teleporting? Okay, I helped and died.
Falling behind on lock is pretty terrible.
But be a beacon for them and be proud of what you do. Even the small things you do for others can make your whole world, and that is no small thing.
Oh, no way.
I'm gonna screenshot your reaction for myself because this is, yeah. And I have an idea. I'm just gonna send this to section. There we go.
Like, I'm at the point now where I should be strong, but they're just fed as fuck.
Yeah.
Dude, I can't do anything as lock, man. Sorry. Kind of feeding this match. I don't mean to.
Nice ult.
Oh, but every time I kill someone I die then, but okay. Yeah. Okay, you have to drive Disney slow. Good poachers. Mid selection server the wall text. Veggie, never be sorry about that, okay? I really appreciate that, and it is such a good reply. It is such a good comment, and it is important for everyone to hear. You don't have to say sorry. If it is too big for Twitch, then it is too big for Twitch, and then you can send it. As long as it's not too big for Twitch, you're fine. And otherwise, you can always send a DM. We're checking the Discord together. But I am still missing chats, I think. But we're also losing. I see it fresh! Happy for you! Happy for you, fresh! Okay, wait. I don't wanna die. Where am I? I am here. I'm gonna die. Okay, sorry if it was a stupid. Again, I die and I murder and I die. Okay, am I caught up? No, yes, we're a little
I'm
late.
strong
Yes,
now,
I saw
but the
that
game's
one.
already over.
Let me know what kind of setup
So
you mean. Like,
stupid.
does he
All
have a
because
whole
this sedge
setup?
doesn't know how to count
Betty,
or
it's
when to
okay.
engage
Don't
or
think Muffin plans
anything.
on ever going to sleep
Well,
again.
I'm doing pretty bad too. Slack.
Betty, I need sleep
Yeah, but
at
I
some
mean,
point. But
Sedge has
yes,
been going in 1v
Fresh.
fucking 5, and you guys are trying to follow up on her
I've been
bad
going for
engages, which,
forever, and
like,
we're
that
just
is your
continuing for
mistake,
forever
but
because I'm trying
she shouldn't be
to
going in
reset.
1v5 in the first place, baiting the team into bad situations.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to stay up forever to fix my sleeping schedule. It's an impulse decision.
And now
It
they've
feels
got a
good.
Fed
We're doing
Smolder
it.
and a Fed
We're staying
Diana.
awake
Like,
for
there's
at least,
legit nothing we
I don't
can
know, I'm
do.
staying up for at least the next 4 or 5 hours. It's getting longer every time. We're staying up for as long as I can.
Like, what is she doing? Why is she up there?
Still. Why is she pushing so hard by herself? No! Have to bluff again. What? Where did you come from? Oh god. They're behind us. Nice. Okay, that was good. Oh, it wasn't. It is not good, but you make it good. 13 hours, girl. You must be getting tired. A little. So okay, look fresh. Look at this fucking delicious influencer coffee. Look at it. Look at it, gorgeous. No. I never drink coffee. Like, I do drink coffee sometime, but there's a good reason that I don't. I get so hyper from coffee. I've already been hyper, so yeah, GG. I am gonna stay up forever. I'm like a little kid at this point, but oh god, no. No, thank you, don't wanna die. I don't feel like dying today. I don't even know if my mic picks up those sounds. Okay. He also wants to join with the stream, so I'm gonna build something with my whole PC real quick. Girl, you gotta build him a whole PC? Okay, Muffin is forever awake. Yes, I'm a vampire.
Learn how
We've
to build
established
your
that now.
champ. I'm building my champ correctly. What the hell is she talking about?
I think Muffin sleeping is a myth. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes I sleep for like 20 hours. Sometimes I don't sleep for like 48. Nick is here, so I'm gonna lurk. Gotta do what we gotta do. Good bookie. Okay. Veggie, did I now cut up or now I'm behind again? Ah, we got a Dungy, we got a Fresh. I did say hi to Fresh. Am I caught up again? Am I still missing stuff? Ooh, okay. After this game, I want to ask you something. Okay. We still got it. Maybe. Okay. But yeah, happy Friday. Staying up to fix it. Right, little star. Shut up. Sure, shush.
Shut down.
Reggie started the dungeon. You're caught up, lock-in. Thank you. Thank you. Okay,
I'm literally
nice.
the only one on the team doing well. Why are they shit talking me?
Let them. Fuck them. You're doing good. You are right with the fact that she just continues to push in every time. And then gets us all
Like she's just
killed.
resetting her gold value when she ends too. Like every other death, she'll get 1 kill, reset her gold value.
Diana's so fed, she cuts through me like butter.
Yeah.
Okay. I did not see her coming. Oh my god. Fuck. I'm doing her is fun though. You're right. How are you doing today, Fresh? You doing good? I forgot the stuff that I needed to build. It does help as well. Like I'm only wearing like a bit liner and not wearing mascara, so I'm just wiping my eyes and dropping like lens fluid in my eyes and just spraying like salt water on my face in between. We're doing all what we can to stay fresh. And I just saved up like all my energy, I think, for the whole week because I've been like sleeping a lot and not social a lot.
See, I can't do anything
They're just
against
so
Diana.
fucking fed.
Yeah, but as soon as they get close, it's just, yeah. Oh. Like I was doing okay-ish, but now I'm also at 14 deaths, so.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
They're just
Like, why
working
isn't she
together
defending? She just
better.
goes 1v5 and fucking ints.
Yeah. Okay. What? Oh, I can't send GG.
Fuck. I think I said for me. Fuck. I'm done with this game.
Yeah. Gotta be. I finally did some damage. Okay, not enough with carrot, but getting a little better. Yeah. Yeah. Got to get back to work. The fresh Muffin of Bel Air. I would literally have like a giant. Yeah, here. I have one more of this, but look, water spray, water spray, and then it contains like glycerine and pure seawater, and then you just do, and then you're alive again. And it literally works. Just hydrate the everything. Just spray yourself with water. You can go on forever. You're first. Okay. Got to get back to work. Hope you got your sleep fixed, and we'll see you soon. Thank you, Fresh. Thank you for checking in,
I'm going to
Mommy.
smoke half a cigarette. I'll be back.
All good. I still have the Saudis as well. My brother.
Oh shit, another one? Oh my god! You guys really want to keep looking the fucking hole there?
Gee. Okay, yes, that is technically what I said. Just get yourself wet and you can go on forever. But water, like you know, like I can do this as well in chat. Here, I can spray you. Oh, you got me nice. Oh, the wet muffin. Veggie. Oh my gosh. I do love the fact that like that is also helping with motivation. I gotta be honest, like the raids and stuff. Like if I didn't get the raids from DK or from Boom Hours or from Mute Mary or and my son Breathe also came in with a raid. Those are all like little boosts every time to keep going, and I fucking appreciate you so much. Like I love my community at the moment. I've been to shit, but I came out stronger. I think we're only gonna get stronger. I fuck everyone who is negative. We're just here to have a good time. Hello, first time chatter. Welcome, Seljon. How did you find the
All right, I'm
muffins?
back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what? Sheldon? I said I went to shit and I came out strong and I love my fucking community? Or were you just stuck at the point that I was getting you wet? You'll fuck anyone? No, just
Good
fuck
falafel.
anyone who is negative, not you'll fuck
I'm
anyone.
just standing out on my balcony real quick, getting some
O'Shea is
fresh air.
hosting you?
Oh, gotcha.
Wait, who's O'Shea? Wait, what? What's happening? What does that mean? Tell them. Oh my god, that's awesome. Who that? O'Shea? Apparently someone is hosting me. What is that? Is that they're... I thought that was thing of the past in Twitch, no?
No, hosting still exists.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was like before the rating out that you could just their channel, but you can still host their channel that you play the channel on your stuff.
Yeah, so like if you're not streaming and someone were just to go to your channel, it would just show the other person's channel instead.
And maybe I'm being hosted. I'm curious. I think it
So
can
like
be. Yeah.
let's say I was hosting you, if someone went to my channel, it would just redirect to your channel instead.
Oh, it's on the suggested channels. I'm on the suggested channels. Well, obviously, yeah, okay, you're always on the suggested channel somewhere, but that's awesome. Welcome in, dude. Thank you. We're doing a long ass
Okay,
fucking
I'm
stream
back.
today. Because I'm trying to
Reborn
fix my
not
sleeping
joining us,
schedule.
or what's going on?
Wait. Agborn. I'm summoning Agborn. Agborn. Is she awake? She is offline. She didn't reply to
Not
my
online.
thing. Wait,
She said
I
she
can
made
try to
coffee.
summon. Wait. I'm gonna try to see because she is in her own server. I'm gonna check if she wants to play a game. Yeah? I'm gonna hop back and forth.
Okay.
Hi, girl. Are you here? Or Dark, do you know if Eggburn is here? Okay, okay. I was wondering, she wanted to join in the ARAMs. Did she want to make her coffee? Then the coffee was done. But I never heard back from her. Then we will just continue, and yeah, she can DM me if she is ready. Because we're in the Stachios server because the other guy is there as well. If he's not joining, we can also switch to here. But I will hop back to them. Let me know. And hello, good morning. Thank you. I am back. I have no idea where Akborn is. That's the latest news. Like she is in her voice with Dark, but he also doesn't know where she is. So maybe she's just taking another like a longer break or getting ready, or I don't know. But we could just do one more, and if she's ready, she will. I said like she can DM me. Oh, you're here! Wait, wait. Decline. Are you ready here? Like, do you want to play? Oh no, did I make it? Okay, no. Why is there a book in my? I have black screen. Go away. You don't know. I don't know where it went, but yeah. Okay, Born, do you want to play? Oh, we only have an I'm here and I declined. Oh, yes, you want to play. I see you starting up. Nice. Okay, okay. We're going to be joined by the lovely Akburn. Are you streaming as well, Born? Log in now. Does Akburn know this Discord or no?
I'm not sure. I don't think so, actually, but I'm not sure.
Just shoot the link.
Anyone invite here?
It's a good question.
So someone's logging in right now?
Yeah.
Okay. I have one other.
Akburn there. Okay, I sent you voice invite.
Hello, hello.
Oh.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Can't complain.
Get out of there, Boo.
There we go.
Yay.
Get NVC, nerd. I don't know how many I'll play, to be honest. I need to be going to bed relatively soon.
Yeah.
But this is
You
my
work?
turn.
Do you work nighttime?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I got off at 6 this morning, came home, fell asleep in my driveway for like an hour and a half, then woke up, came in the house.
Everyone, applause for Veggie. And welcome, Veggie, as the newest Muffin mod. I fucking appreciate you. Thank you. It's a Carney. Hi, Carney. Lurky? Are you on Aria's lap? Okay, wait. We're gonna do. Do you want to do another clippy from Carney? I will do the shout. You to do clippy. Yes, nice. Give Aria some cuddles for me.
Ready and gotta be there at 8. I normally get there at like 7:50.
Gotcha.
And then I work until 6 a.m.
Oh, Burnish, wait. Burnish
I
in
don't know.
her
I have a fun
own.
job. I love my job.
Lick 'em hard.
Burnish in her own place. Doesn't her. This is the thing of having multiple. Okay.
There's no good option here.
Okay. She won't get in the VC, but she is in.
Is this guy gonna join voice chat?
No, Iceburn is not gonna join in the voice.
Not looking like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fluffle, you ready to just send it?
I guess I thought Born was joining voice, but I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I said like she just said like I probably won't join VC. She's in the VC of her
Discord
own
link in the
Discord. I did send her the DM, so she does have the invite if she wants. Oh, I was talking to. Okay, I was muted. Yeah, no, I sent her like the invite link, but she said like I probably won't join VC because she is in the. Yeah, she's in her own voice with 2 people.
Okay.
Fair enough. We'll just send it.
Hello. Okay. Before I catch behind, fall behind chat again. Welcome, Viking. Long time no see. How you doing? Did you do some more fishing lately? And I am playing Single Simulator. No. I am making friends, and I'm fucking addicted to League nowadays. Faking. I'm sorry. The League got me. I think I've been playing League now already for like 8 hours. I have to check when I said
Really
goodbye to
feeling
Silky Poo.
Jace.
Okay, wait, I don't want to be swaying. I have no idea about swaying. I have no idea about any of them. Oh my god.
Uh.
Okay. Who is not too not too hard?
All right. What do we not have? We don't have an ADC, so I'm gonna grab Kindred.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, just go tanky. Think like the typical build for Swain is what, like Roa, Leandries, Rylai's, and then just full tank.
Yep.
Like Spirit Visage and
Spirit
something
Visage
else.
and like depending on the team, Unending Despair is good.
Yeah.
Dead Man's is alright. I always forget the name of that item that gives you AP based on your max health.
They're pretty AP heavy
So,
actually.
hi. Wait, let me give so a little volley.
Twitch's poison does AP damage,
And I
Echo's
know
AP, Wade's AP.
you will
That's majority of their
appreciate this. So
damage.
this is for Viking.
Doesn't Twitch's poison do true damage that scales off of AP?
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm messed up on that.
Yeah, no, we've been playing for like 8 or 9 hours. Yeah, Sel, you were here when I was playing the drafts. I started like by myself soloing, like the draft games. I was doing okay. Like the first one was then
Either
we
way,
won
Randuin's
3
will
or
be good
4,
this game.
and then we lost one. Her, and I think it was kind of done at that point. But I saw
Because
Falafel that
even
I
the
met
AP
through
users
Akburn,
are
who is a
likely to
lovely
build a
queen and also
Shadow
joining in the
Flame.
game now here. I saw that he
And I
was
don't know if you
playing
know this, but
some ARAM.
Randuin's does reduce the damage from Shadow Flame.
Well, okay, but yeah, no, I still have love of playing ARAMs, which is like is hard still good with Spain?
I don't think it'll be very good this game.
Yeah.
So
I
should
can do
I
like hard
take
still pat on the
Jinx
back on.
passive or Pursuit of Haste on my Q?
Ooh, both
Pursuit
of
of
those
Haste
are good.
could be really good.
Yeah,
Oh,
Pursuit
I
Haste
didn't
would
know how you
pop
do
off.
that.
Yeah.
That's like her bread and butter ability, right?
Yeah. And that gives me a lot of dashes too. I'm gonna take it.
Bit off for that.
What do we build now?
I'll give you the angler's discount.
Oh, +2 on my quest. Let's go.
All right.
I have seen this place.
This is my first time ever with Swing. Let's go. Please. What does that? Oh!
Wait, why didn't I switch to melee? What the heck? Oh, it killed him and gotten away with this. I just switched to melee, but I don't know why it didn't.
Your ally has been slain. Your ally shut down an enemy.
At least I got one out of it. I got a quest stack too.
Yeah, it's a pretty challenging match to be melee.
Oh, okay.
That was a good play, whatever ability that gives him the shield.
Forgot to change out my heal for.
I kept walking in it. How big of a team can you have in League? 5, right? Yes. I just had to double check. That's how you know you've been streaming for like more than 13 hours. Like, wait, how many people are we? But yeah, 5. But yeah, okay. Let me continue. This is the thing with the League, especially. Like, I just log in from time to time, and then I read up in chat every time I'm dead. If I am a little slow or I miss your message, feel free to send it again. Feel free to tag me in it. That also helps a lot. I don't know what I'm doing. Can I stop flying? Thank you. Okay, we're good. Never played this character before. Yeah, okay. But so yeah, I was first playing the draft one. There you have like the big map, right? So you have all the lanes, you have jungle, you have oh god. No! You have all the lanes, you have jungle, you have all the places where you gotta go. Now we're playing ARAM.
That's bullshit.
And ARAM is basically just the one lane. And then it's 5 versus 5 as well. It's mayhem. So we're doing it as well, like ARAM mayhem, that's fitting for the name.
Echo must have his.
I'm playing, by the way. Yes, you are late, but you are here, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Your turret's in splinters.
Lightning. I have no idea, but it sounds awesome. We're picking the abilities kind of random again. Ah! No, you don't. Oh. Hi. Oh. Feel that. They're fast as fuck. No, 5, right? Wait. I'm like, I can't count. No, yeah, 5. 5. So full team is 5 players. You guys are confusing me. But yeah, no, full team is 5 players. So that's 5 versus 5. You can do as well like special things where you do 1v1s or whatever. Boy, 5 is full one. What? Now we know.
Albatross is circling. There's a
This
proper
one.
mate. Here, take it. Drive them from the
And I got on a tip, like I just put in the team and chat. I got to see like what kind of builds I have to build, because that is kind of a different. Oh, and that. Oh, I'm alive.
Won't be the last body to fall. Enemy double kill.
Tide something.
Which we're good. Yeah. My wells in Wolfie. Awesome for you still being here. Thank you for lurking all the time. I appreciate you. We will do another like word breaky when I go for the second karma walk at some point. Because that's the thing with the big ass stream. Karma needs a walkie like every 6 to 8 hours at least. Yeah, I'm gonna walk to the area. So yeah. I'm not doing teleplay with screen. Thank you. Green's health. Okay. How do you use this ultimate? Like you become a demon? Do you have to do it like close by to them?
Yes. You have to keep them inside of your ult like an enemy. And your ult will indefinitely stay up if you have an enemy champion. It's in range.
Do you understand how it works now?
Oh my god.
I just see now I didn't update my title anymore. Like I did it after the walkies, but I didn't say like good afternoon or whatever because I still had it on the morning because it was like 1, I think. But it is definitely not morning anymore. It is dinner time in the Netherlands already. So it's not good morning grinding anymore. What? Pulling me in.
I don't have the damage yet.
My sad days are done. It's an angler's life for me now.
The hell? I'm just people.
I'm gonna mark Twitch.
Fucking Jesus.
Your ally has been slain.
It is there in the silence.
Your ally has been slain.
It is there in me.
Is wait, which one is better for this one?
Infernal
Eureka.
Conduit might be pretty good.
Yeah, probably
Actually,
Infernal.
yeah. Infernal.
No place.
Withdraw the blood. The blood of soldiers.
Oh my god, they trapped me! Every time I'm like, I think I know what I'm doing. I'm like,
You're out of turret.
Fight to survive.
Oh, of course he's got stupid ass Blade Wall.
I got my mark.
this is insane. Ooh. Down there. Nice. We're another room. Oh no. Wow. Oh no, they got me. If they stun me, if I do my ult, and if they're just too many enemies, I'm fucked. It is getting stronger though.
Did no damage to him whatsoever.
I'm gonna ask you guys again. I'm trying to figure out what big brain? No. I don't really think. Although I do immobilize people.
Big Brain is probably the best there, I think.
The one that mana goes double, I don't like that. Need my mana.
Trying not to kill Echo. Trying to save him for me. I got some nice things. I have Sophia Stanscope here. I have a good bit of range. I'm sorry, your shield kind of threw me for a loop there.
I'm just not allowed to have any of these kills because I didn't build a collector, I guess.
Okay.
I don't do any damage to your.
Okay, I
do
did get
mad
him.
damage.
I finally got a kill! Yay.
That was a good phase pulse. Okay, I see you, Iggy.
I got a double kill. If you ever see her, you'll know why land's the place for you.
Oh. Nice.
Oh no, fuck. Watch out for the rat back door, so spread out. There's the rat.
It is not the vision.
I feel like I should wait for this item. Stall for as long as you can. I have item in 100 gold.
Oh, fuck. I'm dead. Oh.
I can switch.
God damn, that was a rough one.
Next time I will be so lucky.
I finally figured out switch it like at half after. Yeah. Still I'm doing more damage. Okay, I'm gonna take turbo break, like a 1 minute break just to
Alright, I'm gonna grab coffee then.
okay. I'm trying to find everyone and the card without continuously running into the clown. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? God damn it! But we're still fighting. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways. It to be updated. Yeah. Yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah, no!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
So may or may not have got jump scared.
Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip for me. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I am in ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and Omega, we're onesie,
Did we lose
we're
one?
PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay, okay. Did it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay, all your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Jewy. Thank you. And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Oh no, filtered me. No makeup and glasses. We're good. We're good. Okay, that's great. And I thought you went out, so I went out again, and you went in. So that
Oh,
was.
that's fine. That's fine.
You are party leader. We are down to 4.
Wait, where does Falafel go?
He left.
Oh no! Didn't we get hit by? Yes! Okay, someone clip that. Can someone do the exclamation mark clip? I'm so proud. Morgan! Hi. Everyone ready? Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself.
You quit.
Oh, the scary doll?
Yeah, left it up.
I don't. Hi, hi. Welcome in, Milo. I was having a BRB. So that is. Oh, I see now. I'm going to bed. Thanks for the games. I'll be lurking.
Muffin?
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Like I got a first time chatter in who was like very confused what was going on because they were stuck on the BRB, and I was saying goodbye to Falafel and Jet, and yeah, I'm accepting now. We're good. Welcome, Emilio. Thank you for being here. I always ask like if you're a first time chatter, like how did you find me? Because I'm always curious, and if you want to introduce yourself, feel free. I am playing some League, so we're gonna switch here. But I had a quick
Like, you want
BRB
to play
between
locked?
games, so I could have a pee break. Very important
Oh,
because I'm hydrating a lot to stay awake a lot because we're doing
damn!
a
After
long
I
ass
said it
fucking
too, it's
stream
crazy.
today. And
Who are
yeah,
you?
but I'm back.
It's fine.
Hi,
Are you
and
sure?
welcome.
Yeah, I guess.
Are you League player, Milo?
Wait, hang on. Is there somebody better for me to play?
What does Shinara do?
I don't know. I'm just gonna wing it, I guess. I don't really know who to play.
Oh, it was that. Yeah. So that's my BRB. So there were just clippies coming. So then if you think that's me just fully ignoring you, no. I was having a quick turbo bathroom break because we're drinking like a shit ton of water and I just drank coffee and I'm like 2 or 3 energy drinks in. So gotta make sure to have like a little break in between games.
Okay, well, at least they have a Sejuani that should get giant.
I am
and then I'll just loop them into
not
their
that
team.
great at League yet. We are practicing, we are learning. I am asking the guys for tips and stuff as well. And I got a tip like to just ask basically like AI or something for like, okay, what are the items to build? Because I don't know the best builds yet.
Can't
And
tell you
that
the last
does
time I actually
make
had a decent game.
a lot of difference.
Whenever I play by myself, I just get
You've been
absolutely ass
suggested to me by
blasted
Air
in every
Force.
game.
Yui, is Yui live
It's
right
typically
now?
the opposite for me. When I play by myself, I tend to do better
Oh, that's
than
awesome.
when
Yui
I'm
is
with a group.
amazing. We still got to do a collab where we play League together as well.
My account's kind of
Oh,
screwed.
damn.
To be honest.
Gotcha.
The thing is, I
My
played League a
ex
lot
was
like
a master
12 years
player,
ago.
and
So
she
everything that I'm doing now
dumped me
is just me
for a
trying to
little
get
while.
better at it again.
And so now my
Learning all the
MMR is
champions and all the new
old
stuff
school.
and all the mechanics and
So
yeah. So I do love aim room stuff because you get to continuously get new champions to try out and new stuff.
Okay. Take that.
My God, I feel like a true gamer, but what's in my eyes. Okay, can I ask you guys? No, but do you know this hero? You know, I can get like push.
Probably
Double tap is kind of
double
crazy,
tap.
actually.
Yeah, because it gives you crit, so you'll have 25% crit.
Do what?
On Yunara, what is it? First item Runin, second item Bork,
Minions
third
have
item Infinity
spawned.
Edge?
No, Yuntol arrows is what UGGG says.
What an honor it is to make your acquaintance, child of the
Just that hits
first
me.
land.
So slow. Down here. You don't know how to play League anyway. You're just here for the vibes. Oh, Yui is an amazing guy. I get that. What does that do? That becomes bigger every time? Like, that's the thing. So I played a lot. Yeah, not a lot, but I played a little, like, back in the day.
Sorrow.
Oh, I'm even doing damage with that. That's nice. But for example, this hero, I have never played her before. We are winging it. We are doing whatever we can. We are trying our best about it. Whoop! I'm doing damage and I'm not dying continuously, so we're making progress. I'm proud. And that's the thing, the most important thing about playing League, don't take it too seriously, because at some point it can get frustrating, like if you die a lot or if the teams are just shitty. Still doing good? Oh. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing alright. We lose this next fight, I'm pretty sure, but that's fine. They've had 2 buys.
Oh, I'm dead. Okay. And we fish. Oh no, armor broken and didn't caught any fish. No, yeah, it was still fishing. It is still fishing. There is a little, say that, like a countdown, a little delay on the fishing sometimes.
Oh, I did not mean to take that, I'm sorry.
So that can be, or sometimes it just does need to wait and patiently wait for the fish. Oh, What do you play, Milo? What are your games that you like to play? Do you just like to watch it? Or do you just like you? Oh, I understand.
Oh, I die.
I
messed up away. I shouldn't have ulted when I did.
I ulted onto the MF, so that worked out decent.
I mustn't take a single breath for granted.
Thank you. Thank you. Probably a shroom in here. No? I'm surprised.
That's what I do.
Time is best met between meals.
Start with a shroom here.
That might have killed him.
There's a health pack back here. I'm gonna go back here.
Yay! Okay, well. Bonus.
I have ult in 13.
Oh no.
where are you? Got it.
Nice. Good, good. Oh, a dungeon from Cell. Sorry, again, like, I am still checking the messages every time. I'm just, like, sometimes I'm a little slow responding because then I get locked the fuck in and I'm like, I'm still very curious to see my own. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, I'm good, I'm good. I'm alive! Thank you for the follow, Milo. Thank you so much, and I like it that you found me through Yui. Yui is amazing. As I said, we still got a plan. League collab. He has been asking me, and he's such a cool guy. And he has awesome doggos. Oh my god, that range is that an ult? Wait, I'm again gonna put questions. I think. Wait, this is more crit. I can just. The other is also crit. Great Infinity Edge or critical rhythm?
Upgraded Infinity Edge for you. That would be really good.
I think.
Shut down. Killing spree. Shut down.
Okay, we're good, we're good. What was that dating pool for? Yeah, that looks like a clickbait right now. I started this stream playing Stardew Valley. Very different vibe. That's what I mean. Like, I'm a variety streamer, so we do play like different kind of games. Lately, I have just been very fucking addicted to Peak because it is very fucking addicting. I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna grab health back, and I have ult, so I'm gonna come back.
Hey. Hey, did you guys see that? I blooped out of there. Fucking.
Oh, another health pack.
Bloop bloop.
Try to follow up with Hero.
Why does he just keep standing in the bush? Ooh! Eating spree. There's some neighbors.
Oh no, I couldn't get the hard steel proc. Force Spartan Magic resist size and tenacity.
Oh yeah, but I wanted to die, but I guess I need to go to shop. Oh, again. Okay, wait. Still gonna think, but I'm getting him in. But ultimate god. No. 5 missiles that deal more damage with distance.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm gonna try Thunder Hammer. Okay, yes. So let's get back to the dating pool. I started this stream with playing Stardew Valley. what was it, 4 or 5 hours maybe? I gotta check how long we
Hello.
played. And then we switched to League, and then we never stopped playing League. Like, I started playing League when it was like 7 in the morning or something, I think. So I think we've already been going for maybe 11 hours of League. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Lord.
We're having a fucking League marathon today. It's insane. But the dating pool is for Stardew Valley, because in Stardew Valley you can date the characters, you can marry them as well at some point. I never married anyone in the game. I've only been farming and mining and everything. But I wanted to pursue a romantic version for our Stardew Valley playthrough. But I wanna let the community decide which one.
My ult's up in 10 seconds.
Oh,
I'm just waiting for Sedge to go in, and then I'm gonna ult.
I went back to
as soon as Sedge like jumps at us, I'm ulting her.
But yeah, again, thank you for the follow. And yeah, the dating pool is for Stardew Valley. So if you're interested, like, you can join the Discord. That's why the link is there with the Discord linky. There's the Discord. We have a poll there to help us choose who we're gonna date. I still want to see, like, that's just like half joking, half not joking. Did I already get this one? Yeah.
Oh, I died midair. That
Guardian.
Enemy double
Right.
kill.
Mercurial Skimmy.
Each step since leaving
They have a lot of AD.
I love your Steam account.
Enemy has been slain.
Thank you so much. I've had it forever, because that's the thing. Like, I'm called Evil Muffin because that's just been my gamer tag ever since I started gaming, basically. And then when I started streaming late last year, I was like, you know what? We're just gonna build like a whole thingy with Evil Muffin, because I already have that everywhere. It's already my name and my profile and my everything everywhere. So we're just gonna keep it like that. So I didn't change anything. I already had my Twitch account called Evil Muffin because I used to support a friend that was streaming. I was always lurking in his chat. So I already had my account and everything as well. My account is pretty old actually, but yeah, just started last year. And the Evil Muffin thing is because my best friend in high school and me, we made a Steam account together. And we were like 12 or 13 or something. And she was called like the Cupcake Angel or something like that. It was like in her emo time period as fuck, like, yeah. I think Cupcake Angel. And then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna do like the opposite of Cupcake Angel. I'm gonna be an Evil Muffin. And that's how Evil Muffin got born. No. Oh, we died. Okay, we're not doing too bad actually. More crit. What crit?
Oh, my W
What
is
else?
cool down, man. I need haste.
Put all in. What is there for crit? That's gonna work, but I'm gonna try to build some.
I am compelled to act.
Yeah. And thank you for the enthusiasm for my Steam account. I work hard on collecting the other badges and stuff, like I'm addicted to the fucking trading cards, man. We're doing okay, right?
Yeah, we're fine. I have 9200 HP on set. My punch does 2200 damage, so I can one-shot the squishies.
The thing, okay, that's it.
An enemy has been slain.
Damn it. I play story games most. What's your favorite game, Milo? Like, what's a game that you can always come back to? Like, yes. And anyone in chat listening to me rambling on, like, what is your favorite game? Or that, if it's too hard to choose a favorite, as I said, like, just a game that you're like, yes, If you're locked on a desert island, it's a game that you don't get sick of. Yeah.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
I like the W. The same thing.
Reprobate.
Nice.
If we get both towers, I actually get item here, and I'll be full build. I can make it work off of one.
Oh. Ah, okay. Now I can buy this. Maxed out in all my abilities, damn. Damn. I'm still impressed. My friend, if I would like to play League tonight, that's also the reason that I've just been playing League all day, so I stay awake. But she's just quickly building an entire PC setup for her boyfriend. Just quickly, baby. Just gotta set up an entire PC. Serious. That's awesome. I'll catch you stream later, Muffin. Thank you for being here, Milo. I appreciate you. I'm happy you found me. And if you're in Yui's next time and I see you there, I will say extra hi, extra huggies. Say hi to Yui for me. If there is a mod listening still and not a sleepwave Petchy, maybe you can give Yui, I don't know if you know Yui, Ever Yui. Of his name exactly. Maybe we can give him a little bonus shout because he is awesome. And that is what I love about this communities and stuff, that we connect with each other, we help each other grow. It's good. Oh no, I went too hard. I got 8-9. GG!
Jeez. Alright, I'm gonna smoke half a cigarette. I'll be back.
Okay. That was a good one.
I like playing Set. It's fun.
My first time ever trying her. Like it.
I will play one more and then I will get off.
Oh, we're all full. Wait, who's Special K enjoying?
I don't know. Not one of my friends.
Ooh, wait, let me. He's my friend. Ah. Oh, you're listening to our stream still. Okay, you can still hear us though. That's good. Hello. I do like that name, Special K Enjoyer. Like the cornflakes. Getting to me. Getting so slow. It's a man of letters. Okay, I was just saying, like, the sleep is getting to me, so I'm like, I'm listening to music. We're vibing. We're chilling. I've been live for 14 hours, man of letters. You only see evil Muffins? No, I'm not evil. Veggie, thank you so much. And my auto buddy died on vacation. Like he's also taking a vacation. Hashtag tagline. I'm still going strong. And Sal, you've been here the whole time. It's awesome. You checked the time and was like, dang, girl, 14 hours. Get some sleep. Yes. But okay. I'll explain. Wait, let me turn the music down because I was just having a jam moment here while we wait for the other people to join back. And now we can hear myself thinking. Now I can hear myself thinking. You guys cannot. This is going great. I'm not making a lot of sense anymore, but I'm having a great time still. The thing is, okay, yesterday, what the hell? Oh my gosh. We got a theater rate. Wait, later she'll be like, I can't take you on a walk. I'm too sleepy. Thank you for the follow, Lost Valkyrie. Thank you everyone for coming in. Oh my gosh. Wait, let me put you on the big thing. I forget that this has the music and the other one doesn't. Okay, sorry. That is so loud. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Holy shit, you awesome you. Yes, you are. I saw the news. Welcome in, everyone. Oh my, I am losing my voice. Will all the sounds play and we watch this clippy? I'm gonna drink 1 second.
There we go.
Ah. Thank you so much for the raid, Teeter. Holy shit, that's awesome. You're amazing. How was your stream? What did you play? Did you have a good stream? Did you have good games? How you doing? And also what I say every time, whenever I get a raider, if you need to raid and run, don't feel sorry. Go take care of yourself first. Go hydrate, go eat a snack, go rest, go sleep, go take a walkie, go touch grass. Do whatever you need. They're still in their own Discord, so they're not joining in our voice. Okay. Stream was good. Says thanks. How are you? Wait, I have to say, saying hi to Raider. 1 sec. Everyone ready? Then I can set up games in the meantime. Discord, please. Discord, please. What's your little tagline? Oh, that's what you meant. Ready? Okay. We'll find a match. I gotta pay attention to everything. What is it? That's a good thing. I think Slash had 420. Yeah. Not okay. I'm just gonna put it here in the chat so everyone that is playing League can add my. Oh no. Yes, accept. Yes. Okay, so I am like the party leader, so I'm also having to start up the game in the meantime. We're doing good. Okay, again, I appreciate you so much. Sorry for this bad introduction. I have been going for 14 hours already. We are functioning of your adrenaline, ADHD, 3 energy drinks, and a cup of coffee. We're doing all good. Good, thanks. How you doing? Okay, send. Oh, you sent. Oh, do you also want to play, Veggie? Valid. Okay, thanks. Thanks for the understanding. Wait, we did have like
I
a
have no business
Clippy.
playing Yasuo, but I'm gonna try it.
I'm gonna do Griffin again. It's been a long day. It definitely has. So fucking fun. There you go. Is there somewhere else who needs to rest, dehydrate, take care of themselves? Old wifey. I love you all so much for your concerns. Like, oh my gosh, it is a good one. Yes. So for everyone who doesn't know me, I am Evil Muffin, or that a lot of people call me nowadays Not So Evil Muffin, because everyone keeps asking me what's evil about me. That's the mystery. Maybe I do get evil when I slay people in League. I don't know. I am very shitty at League, by the way, so don't expect any great gameplay here. We are practicing. We are noob grinding. We are learning from the pros. Because we are playing with people that are like diamond and gold and whatever, and then we have me. And I'm that little bronze baby there in the corner. So we're learning from the best, and it's awesome. But yeah, I'm a variety streamer, play a lot of games. This stream, for
I haven't
example,
even
we
made it
started with
into the
like
loading screen
I
yet.
think 4 or 5 hours of Stardew Valley, and ended up in
Close my client, reconnect.
let's say maybe 10, 11 hours of League now already, and we're planning to go at least for more 2 or 3 hours.
Oh, I have a
Don't judge, don't judge. I will explain, okay? I am toxic in League, and the sweet is Not So Evil Muffin in chess. Yes. So the thing is, I'm actually not toxic in League. I need to learn to be more aggressive. And I have no idea, but I only have to augment every time. I'm just gonna ping them in chat because it says that I do have experts here that I love. Okay, I'm just talking to chat 1 second, but I can still hear you. I'm riffing, and I'm thinking maybe like, oh, just slap around because you stun people and stuff. But what do you guys think?
Who are you?
Around fine. Riven. She's Riven.
Yeah.
I am glad to bloom again, despite all that ails the
But this is what I mean. I'm playing with good people, which is awesome because I don't know shit. That's like as I said, if you're expecting great league gameplay, I have some really good people that I can recommend. Like we have some amazing league players in the game, like Akbar that I'm playing with here as my friends as well. We streams as well. And we have some amazing people that do play ranked and on a high level. We are just trying to understand the game at this point. We're trying to get better. I'm learning. I'm learning. I'm learning. No, I'm learning combos and builds and what not to do. Like what the difference is between everything. Because it kind of makes a big difference. Don't rush too much. Don't rush you too much. But yeah, other than that, like we play a lot of different stuff. So I play Stardew Valley, played some Warframe, played what else did we play? No, what else did we play recently? Games. 1 second, my brain goes in brain fart when I'm trying to log in and talk and watch and do everything at the same time. But that's why I've been so hyper. Like, is this too much to handle? And it's perfect for ADHD. Okay? My brain is like thriving in this chaos. It's lovely. What else do I do? What else do I play? I keep forgetting, like every time I need to introduce myself. Like, what do I do in life? Where am I? Do you know that? Oh! It's relaxing! Love you. It's relaxing. Do you have a good introduction for me? Oh. I wanted to die. Okay. Now, okay, I asked the AI the last time, like, what should we buy or what should we do? Now I'm just gonna... Ooh, we're gonna think with our very sleepy brain, so... If chat wants to think with me, you're always welcome to. I'm putting up the big one thingy again, okay. How are we? I'm hopping between streams. Nice, thank you for checking in again. And yes, that is the thing. Like, if I miss your chat, feel free to tag me in it. Amount of letters, thank you for that one. Because there is a lot going on, and I am sleepy with my 14 hours, so I never would want to dream of ignoring any one of you. But chaos brain. I'm trying to. No! That was close. Oh no, the heals. So close, but just over, and I'm so low. I can heal up a little and wait, but just don't die and don't feed in. And jump into hell. See, that's what I mean. I'm getting a little better.
Good shit, R.
I'm so proud of myself. Okay. Yes, I do. Do you need one? I can open the Discord and introduce you. I am not in my own Discord. I am in a Discord from another guy that's not even here anymore. But I got invited into this Discord because I started playing with Love Not that I
Riven, you
know
want to
through
grab that
Akborn.
HP?
This is like I know the guy that I know through the guys who play. Like I just met these people today that I'm talking with. And I will probably join the Akborn Discord after. No, you don't. I don't want to die yet, thank you. Meanies. No. Okay, that was good aim. I gotta hand it to her. That was a good one. The magic duel. Magic. Ooh, who's getting this? Ooh, Stream Elements is getting a big ass boost. Nice. Okay, did I miss any chats? Old wifey, you are such a sweetie. And again, okay, so I said I was gonna explain. Don't worry, and let the game bring it out on its own. Okay, that evil love. Okay, that's where the evil is hidden.
An ally has been slain.
I didn't know.
Okay. That was insane.
I want to also an Infinity Edge.
They would not let me take the portal.
Sense? Okay.
No. That's why I was standing there.
You
like
can
an idiot
write
for
it
like
in
4
chat
seconds.
if you want to, Miss Relaxing, because as I said, like I need to write like just like I need to write it down for myself, like what do I play? Every time people ask like what games do you play? I'm like but that's also because yeah, sometimes we play like one game in one session. Like I did play the Librarian, the Arcane Librarian game. Just the one game in one session. That was awesome. But we also, as well, like this game, like we started with Stardew, and we randomly switched to League because someone else could play League tonight. And I was staying up the whole day now. And we also had one stream, I think, where you had like, I think maybe 5 to 10 games in one stream. Oh no. Oh, that's not that bad actually.
I'm gonna grab this health back here. Wait, their front health is coming up in 6 seconds. Ow.
Good. Okay. And yes, old wifey is the sweetest, awesomest person ever. That evil love, exactly. You know, that has developed the more I played League. The giggle is transforming into an evil love. But this is what I mean. Like I've had honestly kind of a shit week. Not gonna lie. And this is so much. This is exactly. Oh no, I'm gonna die so bad. Goodbye. Oh no! I feel. Okay, again. Okay, they're getting away. But I do like that. You love my evil love. Should I practice my evil love more? Just become a new Muffin villain? You need to add custom Tengia stuff, you said well. I love yours.
How should I proceed?
Like I need them to get close because thank you. Close, but I need to shop as well, so that's the thing. So you can like in ARAM Mayhem, you can only go back when you die. You cannot heal in the meantime, and you can only buy stuff when you're dead. Like if you walk away from the shop, yeah, you're fucked. You cannot shop. Never. That was it. And you got random augments. It is literally mayhem. It is chaos. Okay. Miss Relaxing wrote me an introduction. I fucking appreciate you. You're amazing. Thank you. Okay, that means I just need to type it out. My friend is one of the... Where did you go again? Okay. And how I rather read this out loud. Oh my god. Okay. Give me a second to prepare. So I don't... you're not gonna make me cry again. In the good way. Oh, I'm stuck. Okay, if I'm stuck, then I'm just gonna kill you. Again, like, oh my gosh, I'm proud. The thing, I've got myself saying that more often because it is in my head because of Numi, I think. Man of letters, like, did you see that? And then I hear Numi, like,
Augment.
I can write a longer one later. Okay, okay. And that's also awesome.
Run off to battle like this. A luxury I once took for granted.
Okay, okay. So, my friend is one of the most amazing human beings on this planet. That is too big of an honor, but thank you. Holy fuck. It's a safe place for anything that's going on in your life. Yes. Yes, that's what I mean, and that's what I say always, and I mean it when I say it. Like, if someone needs to chat, if you just want to hurt, whatever. My community is more important to me than my game, so I will pause my game for you. And you can, oh no. Yes. Like, in League, I cannot pause my game for you, but I will die for you to read your chat. Like, they have a die for you. Oh, yes, yes, dashing is great for Muffin. I know that now. I'm learning. Yeah, it is a safe place, and that is very true. So this chat, this community, the thing, it is a safe place for everything that's going on in your life. She's a chronically ill badass who plays a lot of games, listens to her body, and doesn't have a strict schedule. And she is the sweetest person on the planet. No, you. Ah, you're amazing, and thank you. Yeah, that is an honor. I will try to live up to that honor. I forgot I can basically do these infinite now. I've been saving my abilities, but I have like no cooldown on them. But I can just... No! They saw me coming. Need more power. We're doing good. The rest of us are still alive. We're pushing. Nice, nice, nice. Thank you so much, Miss Relaxing. What other streams were you hopping in between, by the way? Also, Miss Relaxing, the Tin Man came in twice to tickle our pickle. It sounds really weird if you don't know the Tin Man, but he comes in and then he just tickles the pickle. It's just like the little hand with the pickle emote. It's just, yeah, it's just what you do when you're with the Tin Man. Yeah, I'm gonna sound like an old smoker tomorrow, but we're accepting the consequences.
Pantheon has drop kicked now.
Good, doing good. Well, not nice. Like, that's the thing. I feel like in these fucking 12 hours of League, I am getting better than I have been getting so far. Like, I'm understanding the game a lot more. See? I mean, I'm still alive. I wouldn't... Oh... Fuck. Okay, normally I would not have been alive, but yeah, I jinxed it for myself. But I'm doing better. At least. I want to write a longer one on you. We'll be right back and send it to your phone. I'm hoping between him and Cheeky Tivers and you. Okay, okay. Say hi to Tin Man for me, yeah? And also for Cheeky. I did meet Cheeky through you as well. He's also cool. Oh. Go, 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 go. I'm okay. I'm okay. I didn't panic, you panicked. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, drop kick. Love that.
Pretty high. I'm chasing him away still, but I have 0 health, so this is a problem. It's a little issue, this. By the way, man of letters, I'm misrelaxing. I don't know if you were here for the moment, but okay, I could have expected that. I tried, but I saw again. I still wanted to go to the shop. So we're doing this for a reason.
Why did he just heal like?
I'm getting like augments for the dash. I think that's yeah. I do like Griffin.
I pray its new owner remembers what I taught her.
Thank you, Veggie. Thank you. Why are there other traps here? Oh, I'm dead. Fuck. Oh, I went too far. Okay.
Nice. It's got drop kick too, so continue down.
Come on, Apple. Come on, Apple.
To
Damn
tank
it.
up a little bit.
One time I want an apple instead of a cake, and I get a cake. Ah.
Tough life when you get a cake instead of an apple. I feel your pain. I want muffin. I'm actually hungry, but I do have food in the oven. Some potato balls. Oh, it's delicious. I know. But yeah, no, what I wanted to say, like, man, let it be relaxing. Anyone who was here lurking, you didn't know, like, DK and Boom Hours. Oh, I gotta go back. DK and Boom Hours came in, and they raided with the biggest ass raid that I ever seen. Like, we've had so many raids come in. I appreciate every single one. It's awesome. Go back all the way. We defend. We're smart.
Oh my god. I can't do shit.
Keep getting stunned.
People keep getting snowballed in the back line, and the Pantheon takes it and then just jumps on me. I was full health. Vel'Koz got hit with a snowball. Pantheon takes the snowball and then just jumps on me, and now I'm third health going into the fight. It's like 3 times in a row that's happened.
Shut down. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Okay, I was doing pretty good, and now they're just crushing it. Fine.
Because we're pretty much 4v5 in these fights. They're probably gonna fast in too.
Yep.
Yep, like pussies, of course. Go to bed. I'm staying up for another game, fuck that.
What, one more?
Yeah, I'm not going out like that. I should have had a decent game there, and people can't fucking dodge. So.
Okay, I keep talking whole sentences, chat. I'm sorry. Can I come? Oh, let me check. Let me check. Is Blackburn, if you're still listening, is Special K joining for another round?
No, they
Yes,
said
Mr.
that they weren't going to. They said that they had to go take care of something, so they're gone.
Okay. Wait, so with 3 of us here in the voice now.
The invite.
Invite my friend here.
I shot the Discord link in the regular chat.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, man?
Okay, okay. Hey, Veggie.
Hello.
Okay.
There we go.
We have a full party again. This is awesome. I've never played so many full party games.
I think you're
Don't be
ready. You
fooled
could
by the
just end
level.
it.
Yeah,
Oh,
don't be fooled by the
man.
level 4 account. It's a brand new account.
Maybe that'll help us.
Nami Leona, oh yee. Ew.
I don't know. I know any of these. This, please, this. Is this Spider? Yeah. Okay, I will go Spider. Yeah.
Kind of want to go Lucian.
Okay, while we load in, I'm gonna run. I got my queen!
Yeah, we need
Kill it,
Lucian.
Mel. Okay, I'm gonna run. What?
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks for asking.
You sound like you were dying, and I'm like, oh no, don't die at stream.
If I had to
Yeah.
go out on a limb, I'd say he's going to be very good in a couple minutes.
Let's hope so.
We're kind of cooked.
Yeah.
Tanks versus none.
Twitch, Chagas, and
I'm back.
I'm glad I didn't go Leona, actually. It's been a bad Leona game.
Well, good news is, unless Chagas goes DPS, they don't really have a lot of AP, so we can build for armor. I don't know Aurora though.
Yeah, if Aurora goes like Ludens, she'll just one-shot us.
Yeah.
It'll take her whole combo to do it. She's not gonna do it with like one spell, but still, she does have one-shot potential.
Okay.
I'm gonna go magic missile for the tanks.
Oh, then I have to tell you on behalf of Akburn that she is sorry. She cannot give her queen up. She loves Mel too much. So, yeah. I needed to pass on the Mel.
This is where you say thank you, revered spirit Lao.
Okay, should I check her build?
I will wait, because I must.
Minions have spawned.
fact that nobody's shown makes me feel like they're not trying to dance. Oh wait, yeah they are.
Life does not often give us second chances.
Pull the strings. Watch them dance.
Lagging.
Okay.
Lagging,
Hello?
guys. Lagging.
Yes. Oh no. No, Eggman Queen. Oh no, yes.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain.
Oh. Trying to get me. Okay, they're succeeding. Oh. Okay, I died. Oh no, I made it. No, I didn't. This one. Yeah, I still don't know if I finished my thought, but yeah, no. Okay, so I am again the stream team from DK. I have him for a while. I knew him since I started streaming. He's a really cool dude. Awesome. And he and Boom Hours were doing a collab together. And then they raided into me with, I don't know, what was it, 120 people or something? 150? I have no idea. It was insane, like my first time above 100. Yeah, I freaked the fuck out, but in the best way. It was really good. No, you don't. Oh, get her.
Oh, we woke her up.
I'm gonna want that back.
Enemy has been slain.
All these years, many mysteries have not yet revealed themselves.
I got her! So proud of myself, but yes, that spider was nice. Nice. I like Spider. Like I have some now that I have played like a couple of times, but it already helps a lot in comparison to just playing a character for the very first time. And I'm like, I know a little bit what I'm doing at least. Oh no. You okay? Yes, I do like Spider a lot. Oh gosh. Okay, I went too far, but again, I didn't die for a long time, so I needed to buy things. I'm gonna say that every time.
Immaculate.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
So wait, next time I gotta update my title. Explodes when I die.
How does Caution fare these days, I wonder? If only I could pay it one more visit.
I know what lurks in the shadows.
Shut down.
That is a full AP.
Ah.
The spider demands sacrifice.
Oh no, wrong one. Made it out! I love being a spy.
Easy clips.
Yeah, every time they're almost getting me, I'm just slowing up. It's amazing.
An enemy has been slain.
It surrendered? That's good.
Interesting.
Yay! That's a good game. Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, that's gonna be my last one.
No
All right,
way.
GG's, y'all have a good one.
GG's.
GG's.
Someone left, that also makes
Ah, doesn't show healing. The fuck?
Hmm?
Doesn't show healing? What the fuck?
I thought I did more damage. I felt like I was doing good, but I still that was a good game. Yep. But nice. Many of us are in the Discord now. Like I was considering to join or Discord. Well, I guess we should later. Let's see.
Let's see if I have an invite. They're not coming, it seems. So you could start whenever.
I do one thing. 14 hours. Holy okay. Hi, Omnimouse. Yes. We are going strong. I still have the good morning league grinding. I'm gonna put it on the all day, every day.
Actually, you're getting sleep.
I am getting sleep. Ooh, I cannot.
Sweet.
Oh,
Pool
we got a
party.
Billy. Why do I have a book there? Late night muffin question. Like, what's it title? I haven't updated it since this morning. That's so long ago. Okay, we're good. I think this is. Why do I have a corn there? Oh, because of Stardew. Oh yeah, this started as a Stardew Valley stream, people.
So we're ready when you are, Muffin.
Yeah, I just had to update something in my for my stream title because it still said good morning.
Right.
It is now 7 p.m. It's not good morning anymore.
That's morning somewhere in the world.
Yeah, it is morning somewhere in the world. It is getting close to
It's
morning
morning
for you,
for me.
maybe, or no? Yeah. It's for you in the world.
3:20 in the
Yeah.
morning.
Madame.
Morgana or Vega? Morgana.
Keep forgetting that this is a lip balm, but it's so fucking rare.
This is a gnarly team comp, actually.
Oh, Kalista.
I don't. Oh no, I don't know anyone. What is Rumble do?
His AP. His ultimate's good, but
Is this monster? I'm gonna try this monster. Okay, I've never done this one. Okay. Miss Relaxing, are you sure? Are you sure? I need to read the whole thing out loud.
what do they got? Seraphine. Oh
Okay,
god.
wait. Let me prepare for the leak. Oh my god, we're already loaded in. Oh. Was that ready? Okay. We got this. I'm just gonna guess a build again. We're gonna pray for the best. By the way, you still see my Pikachu ears, but they're hidden behind the green screen. Okay, this one is good. I don't know if it's good for this character, but
Your enemies should be thankful I am
start with this. Yes.
Survival must be hard fought.
I give Miss Relaxing. I'm happy. So, Veggie. I made a screenshot of your big message that you sent to Miss Relaxing. Because I thought she was saying like she was hopping between streams, so she probably missed the message. And she did. So I sent a screenshot of the message, and she just now saw it, so she's thanking you in chat.
You're welcome, miss. I don't know this character. Actually, I thought it was.
I've never played this. Oh, Coral? Right? What do I do if I'm borrowed? Can I just stay underground the whole time? Live as a little mole? Yeah. Where am I going? Okay. No! Yes. I fucked up big time. Oh, I'm alive. Oh no. Not alive. Oh no. Okay, I'm alive. Okay, what is better? You can go underground with this one, like this. Oh god, I'm wrong attack again. This one speeds myself forward. Funnel.
An enemy has been slain.
Just reading. Okay. We're gonna. Is it better to stay barrowed or unbarrowed, or just switch it in between? Like.
An enemy has been slain.
Where are you banging? Brookside. Brookside. You borrow to get health, increase movement speed, and then you can jump up with stunning them. But you can shoot underground with borrow. No, it's good for poking.
Oh. Left. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I could have seen that one coming, fuck. They got everything. How do I play this character?
Was my duty, one that I upheld to my last breath. But after the war,
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
There is something to be said about.
Let's try. Hey, my love.
I apologize.
This is chaos. Damn. That.
An ally has been slain.
Damn it.
This is where you say thank you, revered spirit Lao.
Go fast. Sacrifice myself. Yep. Don't mind me if I do. Wait, no, you're spanking yourself. You can add someone if you want to. But oh my god, there's a lot of commands. I don't think that's even updated completely. Top stream is another command that you can use. Oh, it just says every command from the mix it up, but not every command is available.
Enemy double kill.
I got to remove some. That's interesting. So it does update.
Shut down.
Nope, I'd rather pick myself for spanking nice. And yes, I know for sure you need to read that. I'm probably gonna make you cry emotionally already. You're good, you're good. I will do so after the game. What? Damn! It just keeps popping out of nowhere and then boom!
Unstoppable. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Okay.
It is freeing to see such spirited youth run off to battle like this. A luxury I once took for granted. Weaklings will not last long.
Oh, I don't want to be buried. One, two, five,
Has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh, no one got a Pokemon. Yeah, there are a lot of commands. Like I think they're just automatically like all the mix it up commands, which is really interesting. Like I haven't checked it in a while. And I did an update, but I added like the arcane library like last week. And I No, 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 no. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Veggie, run. Oh. Agmar says also, like, I just can't do anything. I get blinded by Timo. I could just get, like, stuck every time, so I have to keep distance, but I have to be close as well to attack. I'm not so sure.
And without thought. If I were out there, this would be over in an instant.
I'm not. Where am I? Oh, he still got me. I almost survived his ult, but no. Wrong. Yeah.
Draven's just super tanky.
Yeah. I are doing quite a bit of damage and he just jumps in because he can just kill himself.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Doesn't matter. Let him do. I got away! That's already an achievement at this point. He looked me in his ult and I got away. Try to. Yeah, I hold him back. Yay! It's a something. Where are they going? Oh, they're here. Oh, no, not. Crazy. Okay. Nice. Okay, we got a comeback. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, I forgot I was muted here still. But we got a sort of a comeback now. Okay. We're probably gonna die again, but okay. Hey, Index. Welcome, Index Church. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Muffin Magnus.
Just park for a bit.
Don't forget to claim your daily muffins. You get daily fruits and muffins over here. We are trying really hard at ARAM, but we're not having good luck here. Well, you don't see. Oh, where am I going? No. Yeah. I'm proud already if I survive, but he has so much health. That guy that keeps locking you in the ult, like the circle and stuff, like the circle of death, I just call it. He has so much fucking health, man.
Yeah, I just tanked up.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for the denti. Oh, I'm all caps. Next, if you are listening, feel free to tell us how you found the Muffin Madness. Introduce yourself if you want to. Tell us your favorite game. If you play League, we play more than just League here. But we do play a lot of League today. Shit, on League today. Like, not a healthy amount of League today. Hey, I'm gonna have to take like a karma breaky soon because otherwise I'm not gonna survive today. Are we gonna try to push? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm alive. I'm alive. I stalled him for a little, but I think this might be it. No, yeah, no. Ron is back, but now it's 1 versus 4. No, he dead. We're gonna go for fast and yes, I'm not back yet. Okay, GG's. God damn. Okay. That was a rough one.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I am gonna go for like a quick karma walkie. Because then I can play more whenever Wookie is ready. I have no idea what you're doing, but good job. Thank you. You see, that's the vibe. That's the whole vibe we need. Like, looks intense. There's a lot going on, and yeah, that's it. Okay, let me check. Ready to read my WhatsApp message? Yes, I think so. I really can switch to either mine or like actual Discord. Yeah, no, okay. First gonna be, or maybe I will just. I'm gonna go. I'm thinking out loud now. We're at this stage where I'm just thinking out every step. Bear with me. But yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave here. I will invite you back like in another Discord if I will be back to the games again in a little veggie. Like you can continue. Oh, you're also laughing. Okay. If you want to play more later, let me know. I will go walkies and do some words again, like in a little break, and then play more League. That's just the plan for the day. Play more League. Yep. Okay. Talk to you later, Veggie. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Okay. Ready? Alright. Now you see the Pika ears again. Because I do still think it is stupid from that video that it just cuts out Pika. Okay, okay. Do I have to pause? No, I'm gonna put on like lo-fi. Lo-fi hour. Like we don't need very, very loud metal in the back while I read stuff. Okay, short reading break. 1 second. I'm slowly losing my voice from talking 15 hours in a row. Which is not very strange at this point, but yeah. Okay. Everyone ready? And scared, just relaxing. Wait, I will snooze the ad break because otherwise half the people will be gone because I don't know if I can read it in 1 minute. Did you see my eyebrows? Okay, there we go. Thank you in advance. Not I'm sorry in advance, thank you in advance, okay? Let me tell you about a friend of mine named Muffin. Her name is Evil Muffin, but she's not that evil because she's the sweetest person on the planet. I met her at TwitchCon. She's a chronically ill streamer who plays a lot of games, and she's a lovely person who is a safe space for anybody, no matter what's going on. You can talk about anything you want in her streams, and her chat is always the most important thing in her stream. She can go for very long hours, so you will almost never miss her. That's also the reason. Like, if you miss me at night, I'm 9 out of 10 times still here in the morning. I love that. But at the same time, she is trying to fix it. Yeah, she has no strict schedule because of health, which we completely support. She's always there for everybody, sometimes forgetting herself a little bit. But she sometimes forget how much impact she has on others. But I know for a fact she will always have fun here. If you want to be silly, if you want to have a real talk, or if you just want to sit and look, everything is fine. She just I'm crying. She just appreciates the support and appreciates any chat to get to keep the chat alive and just muffin with her and be sparkly delicious as she is. Like the fact that I love it. It is, how do you say that? Like it is very open, very real, very relatable. Like it is still like, okay, I do not have a strict schedule. I did try for like 2 weeks at least to keep like a little schedule, but we do what we can. We have spontaneous streams like this, and these are the best times of my life. Like this makes up for a lot of the hard days. And as I said, this has been a really rough, shitty week, and this is the most awesome stream I have done maybe ever. Maybe. Like this is such a long fucking league marathon. It's crazy. It's insane. And we have had so many raids and so many amazing people come in, like the whole community just coming together and yeah. Appreciate you guys. And I appreciate you, Miss Relaxing. Here's the fact that you also said like that after we talked at TwitchCon, I inspired you like to get back into like the advocating for like this.
Such a good girl.
Veggie, wrong time. But thank you. I'm also a good girl. Yep. Uh, but okay, that is the combination we have here, and it is awesome. I do like it a lot. Like we can have like a little dirty jokes. We can have like a little adult humor. We can have just silly giggles. It can have a lot of, I don't know. I can make silky correct. And then she did that. Like we have so many good memories here, and yeah, I wouldn't. I did like I'm not even dreaming for a year, but I wouldn't know. I don't know where I would be without you. Like that sounds cringy as fuck, but it is true. Really, much love to all. Yes.
You're such a good girl.
And yes, Egbert, you're a very good girl. If you're still up for more games later, let me know. I do gotta take like a little breaky to reset because I played so many in a row. So I'm gonna walk the bean and check on little food, and then I will be back. You texted me. DMs. Sliding in my DMs again, girl. Stand up for me, queen. No, I am still okay. I am wearing pants again. Yeah, like pants. I do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I did see your message. I was gonna scroll back up, but I thank you for tagging me and sending it again. But that does help a lot with my brain. Look at you with my brain fog. Okay, Mr. Lexing, I freaking appreciate you after the talk we had. You're constantly in my head. You've been there for me. Oh, I've been in a hard place. Then now I'm not crying with you to be fair because I would never have thinking that I will make a friend to being sick as much as I am. Oh, being sick as much as I am. I know I'm wearing pants. This is what I mean. This is the combination. Welcome to the Muffin channel. We have deep fucking talks, real talk. I love it. And then yes, I am wearing pants this stream. I promise everyone. That's the combination we can do here, and I fucking love it. Oh my gosh, you guys are so amazing. And thank you, Miss Relaxing. Like I keep like things like that, like comments or messages saved for myself, like as well in a Discord channel, or like in my phone in notes and stuff. And then on bad days, I look through them. There's a lot of you in there, and really, I appreciate you. You're an awesome friend and a fucking good person. Wearing pants on No Pants Friday. What is this? For me, it's still Thursday in my head. Does that work? Oh, but I gotta go out walking. Like I'm almost barely wearing a shirt, guys. You can't have it all. Okay? Like, either barely a shirt or no pants, not both. Still gotta be Twitch friendly here. Like, it's just not no. You're amazing and never forget that you built this. Yes, yes, it is really good. That's also why I sent a reminder for Veggie like to you. Because I wanted to say it to myself as well, because it's just a very good reminder in general. And also because I appreciate Veggie so fucking much. It's still Thursday. It's like 4 a.m. on Sunday. Oh, Saturday. How far behind are you? No, no, no. Okay, so it's almost 8 o'clock on the Friday. But I've been streaming for like forever, and I woke up on Thursday night, so my brain is just yeah. I skipped Thursday to Friday sleep because I've been continuing streaming. So in my brain, yeah, I need to give my moderators that task for doing this. It's a good one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can also add them maybe as quotes in stream elements, so then you can summon them as quotes, and that's yeah. Oh, mushy brain. Yeah, it is Friday night, but like that's what I mean. Like in my brain, it is still Thursday. I'm not 2 full days behind. That's not possible. Even though like the people that we were playing with, they're still living on just Friday morning. Silky was mostly on part of the stream like in the Thursday, yeah. It was still Thursday for her when we started, I think. Yeah, because she went to Dairy Queen. Yeah. Fish! Yes, you can fish. Are you okay with me sharing? Wait, I'm gonna share this in the Discord. Because if you made me read it out loud, then I'm also gonna share it in Discord. And I'm exploding. Oh my gosh, I need walkies. Yeah, walkies. That was great. Yep. Where am I gonna put this? My sprinkle love, yes. Okay, okay, sorry. I am never on my phone during stream because I think it's like, meh. But This is important. There you go. And the whole thing there. Wait. You never have to ask that. No more pickle tickles. Tinman will be taking a break. No, we were just getting used to all the pickle tickling. But I hope he has a good vacation. I gotta watch back the flood then because I was building a streak there. I'm very proud of that. Hmm? I don't know what I'm gonna do because I was watching at 5 p.m. Girl, I try to do my best to be there as quick as we can. Okay, I am getting a little sleepy. Now I'm gonna lie pookie, but I'm gonna take a walkie break. Yep. Yes, you need to relax and recharge. That is very true. But I need a little snacky. I need little walkies. What I'm gonna do with my life here during the day? Well, I have a lot of people that you can check out. We have a lot of awesome streamers in this community. Maybe Veggie is live. Veggie plays games as well. You're probably not gonna give yourself. Wait. I still okay. Every time I want to test because one day we're gonna. No, we need to make new clips. Yeah, that has been decided. We need to make new clips for Veggie. I'm a Maui. Hi, Nicholas. No, live at the moment. Yeah, you will be fine, Miss Relaxing. You have a lot of awesome people. Way too early. Yeah, but okay, lovely people. Pookie, Nico. I gotta go walk the dog home.
Why?
So we
Why are you
are
so
gonna do like the
bulletproof?
thing. Why is it always the same clip? They just love that fucking clip for me. I don't know why. I follow him, sent me all the streamers because I will be without 10 man for a week.
Blame dice.
Everyone, if you're an amazing streamer and you want this lovely girl to follow you, you have my permission to self-promote while I start up the words. While we take another little word breaking.
Fair enough. You'll never get my money.
Do you need anything?
Okay, anyone who is an awesome thing. I have one with the pen head. Really? Okay. Yes, it's good. I tried to fix that Nick can stream it. Otherwise, when you're done, it is not ready. He's not streaming, just playing with us. All good. How far are you? Are you literally building like a whole PC now? I'm impressed. Right. Oh no. I tired brain. I was couldn't see my face anymore. I was just a ghost. Windows update but PC don't like the update. You be like that. You give it a good whack. That's not a good not a good advice. Don't do that. But I think the link is still the same, but okay. Bloop. You made a setup really quick for me. That's amazing. I was telling Chad about it, like, yeah, I'm gonna game with Pookie and Nico later, and she's just building casually, like setting up a whole PC and everything for him. Because she do be like that. You awesome person. Pookie, are you already familiar with Miss Relaxing? Miss Relaxing is also a Dutch streamer. I also met her at TwitchCon the day after. You are going to take a break, and I'm gonna hop in between the two other people. I will be back soon. All good. If you also wanna, well, yeah, you exchange. Just you guys exchange, okay? I want panda clip. You can send the panda clip in the chat. Yeah, my permission. Where do I go? Here and then here and then. Ooh, this is loud. Okay. Okay, this works. Wait, I'm gonna restart because we're gonna watch Clippy. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, good Conan moment. Ooh, okay, there we go. Gonna watch good Conan moment. Can you guys hear this as well? Only if I do this, I think. Play. Oh no, then I gotta mute. Ah, double me. Okay, or I was checking for the new. Wait, this is shitty quality. Gotta do this good. Okay, everyone ready for veggie clip? Oh no, I'm in the way. Okay. God damn it. Wait. I'm blocking the panda. Okay, there you go. Bam. What about they killed oh that was good. Look, that's the panda, man. That's the panda head, everyone. Okay, that was a good ass going a moment. Was that your follower just slaughtering him? I think so, right? Oh no. Okay, now my ears are good. Oh! Okay, never mind. I'm giving up. She killed her own friend. Okay, I was questioning, like, is it your follower or is it like the same person? No, okay, they killed. Oh, Pino followed you. Okay, now I'm gonna set it up again. We good. Okay, we got this one. Now we're gonna start again. Does this one work automatically? Yes. Check. Yes. There are command. That was the enemy. They killed each other. Yes. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, desktop audio mute. What kind of vibe are we feeling? Are we feeling lo-fi vibes? Or more metal vibes? Maybe. What? Maybe just happy walking mix. I'm curious what there is in there. Gonna do that. Is this too loud or is this good? I think this is good, right? Heal, health, noise. Um. Yay! Ooh, there you go. This is a big ass board. Okay, I'm gonna continue on my phone. You know the deal. I'm gonna walk the beam. You have some music. You have a little pause overlay, and I will be Muffin in chat. So I won't be gone. I will be still here, but I'm gonna be on charge. I am gonna be on my phone. So see you there, lovelies. Oh, before I go, catch that Pokemon. Poke.
Ooh, close one.
luxury housing. Ty for joining us. Feel free to drop a in chat and get cozy. If you'd like to see more of this muffin, don't forget to follow.
Clear! Loser! Loser! Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Clear!
touch.
Don't touch.
I'm back, baby. Oh, I hear myself the mic. Second. Why is my blood? Everything's going to falling out. There's you already see. Hating. Okay, wait. Let me go to my keyboard. Acha. Okay, I'm here. Go. Oh, hi, I'm back. Oh my god. I am not gonna lie, I'm feeling sleepy. Bye bye. Taking a headphone break once. Everything. But dolphin gets me. Aw. The dolphin, you can like like if the timer is almost done, you can do like the W's. But it is also fun to yeah, give people a chance. Because yeah, otherwise it is sometimes it can be sometimes a little demotivating for people. Hunting. Wait, do we just have hunt? No, we didn't yet. Oh, it's okay. But night, wait, night. Wolfie said night. Was Wolfie locked in still? Oh no, we had night. Oh, that was ninth. Good one. Okay. We need just one more. But we need 5 letters.
Clear!
That's what we needed. Clear? Yes. Hello, Muffy. Thank you. I'm back, baby. I haven't seen you yet, so hello. Hi. I've been streaming already for 16 and a half hours, maybe. Oh my. This is one for the records, people. Raid wise, people wise, also mode wise, I don't know. Everything. I am gonna take this time to eat. Karma is eating as well. Pookie. Oops. There you go. You gotta watch here to keep my streaks going as well. Oh my embassy. Wishy. Okay. Messy. Nasty. No, that's nothing. Fish. I also want a fish. Fishy. No, okay. Fake one is the F, B, and the Y. Maybe. Oh, games. Essay. Oh. Yes, I did something. Leader? Oh, no, it's leaderboard. There you go. You see the top players. Silky is still for Happy Patchy. You are coming on. Yep. You're doing good. Okay, what streak saved? I already checked in there. Gotta save my man ladder streak.
Might still be.
Man, the letters is just laughing at me.
Appreciate it.
You're still
you.
alive. Oh my god, you're
Fun.
great. Can you apply my? Yes, of course.
Silly Muffin.
Of course. Okay. I love just surprising people.
Okay, that's all camp. So in the
Milo,
new camp,
yes.
Wait,
Oh, you give me your email. Oh, that's all good. I want to play games. Dat is the best dream, Nico. Nick. Als jij klaar bent, moet je maar zeggen. Ah, hi, ik ben er weer.
I know, that's, yeah, we gotta go into the mine.
Constantly staring into space.
So basically, yeah, we have this quest for this guy. But the problem is, I don't want to go into the abandoned mine yet.
Okay.
Because
We already have. Oh
we
wait, the F
haven't
is
learned
fake.
how to...
I'm not awake.
How to...
Oh, double Ace? We have double Ace.
Body parts of
Double A.
mine crawlers.
I bet.
Yeah.
Oh gosh,
Hey,
oh gosh, oh
what's
gosh.
up? How
Okay,
you
help me.
feeling today?
I can type anything that you need me to type. I don't know what.
Welcome in.
Everything all right with you? I'm warning you. Show some respect.
Loser!
Show the protector of the prophets.
Dates. Yeah,
out
but
of
I
your
think that was
ass.
already there.
Yeah, the
The higher
two-handed
boards
one.
get hard, but this is So record of the
yourself
day,
useful.
people.
Dumbass.
Okay, Dolphin, I'm
Got to
gonna leave it up
hospital
to
call
you. Do
this
you want to
morning
do
to see how my concussion
one
was.
final one?
And...
No touchies, no touchies. Is that Seb that I see? Yes, that is a Seb. Hi, Seb. Let's
What did you
go.
tell
Okay,
him?
final one. And I will eat in peace. Okay, Pookie, is the
I play some
PC
Far
done
Cry.
everything?
I
Oh, you're running
appreciate the
feature
lyrics,
studio.
sir.
Okay, mag
Have
vast
fun in Far Cry.
All good.
Shut up.
Google. 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 Yes, I see the
Hey,
DM, the
son of a
Pookie.
gun, what can we do?
I am very tired at this point. I am not functioning no more, people. But we're still here. We're having fun, and I am gonna play a little League because then I can eat. I do frosted burgers as well, but I'm gonna see how much hungry I am. Now I'm doing dinnerlies where I'm just. How do you say that?
I'd love to learn how
yes.
to get the minecrawler parts, because you can sell them later or use them for crafting. Okay. It's all good. It's all good, man.
Yeah? Okay. I am gonna set it up.
Only a
Wait,
minor
eulogy?
skid,
No, that's
okay?
with a U, no? What else do we have?
Hey, that's
Eulogy?
I almost took my own breath
Okele,
away.
Loche, Logi. Logo.
Hey,
Oh, okay.
Blaze, how we doing,
Let's
sir?
go.
Welcome in.
I was about to like, okay, I can think. No. Let's go, go.
So who can we talk to, man?
Oh? Yes.
Oh yeah, we
I
could
need to
learn
get
how
that. Oh,
to
then it's opening in a
craft.
completely different
So we
pop-up,
have
yeah?
the smith.
It's like this. Where are you?
See if Lester no? Lester doesn't even want to talk to us.
The Pookie. Do I have your favorite? No. Favorite you. Is the Pookie and where's Nick?
I can't work with that armor.
Oh.
Equip a Templar armor.
This is going so quick. There you go. I help.
Hey.
Okay, let me mute again. I can't think while I'm also watching a stream. Can't do Legos. Oh my gosh. I want more Legos. I need to make a Lego wish list. Kirk! Hi, Kirk! This is probably gonna be your final message game. Okay, you do understand you have to carry my butt through this, right? Have you both up? Nice, old wifey. Nice. I was like, I need to say hi. I need to say my street. Okay, no Nicolas. Sorry, I forgot your complete name. Not there's your complete name. Like, how do you write it? That's up. Okay, this is what happened. I just talked Dutch out on my walkies because I ran into my neighbor. And now I'm brain farting to the max. That's every time. So okay, that's gonna be great when we're streaming. Like you're gonna be the first ever Dutch streamer that I'm gonna stream with, Pookie. Do you realize that? So maybe everything is gonna go to shit. Just a fair warning to chat because yeah. Oh, but Nick is already live. Wait. Yeah, I might not learn Dutch. I get it, Bert. Do want to make. I'll have yours. Wait, but you're both already live? Bitty bitties. Oh, sure. Okay, Bert, but yeah, we have games together, but we haven't streamed together yet. One day when I will play Escape from Tarkov. One day in the future. You can learn me. You can teach me? My god, this is what I meant. I only spoke Dutch for like 15 minutes and my brain is just blah, blah. Nom, nom, nom.
Clear!
Oh, nice work, everyone. Reggie, did you get some sleep by the way in the meantime or no? Or are you just also awake forever? Are you also living the muffin life? No, you did. You did, Buzz. No? I'll Smith is awesome. Yeah. Yeah. I do like the music vibes. Yum, 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 yum. Good one. Yep, 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 yep. Thank you guys as well for just enjoying. Wait, racer? Oh gosh. Siren? That was on a drive? Driver? 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 No. Drivers! Okay, so the P is fake. There's no PP. And the E is hidden. No PP to do. Okay, my brain is just on people. Oh, it does. Oh, stream together thing going. Oh, you're both in here? No, I start sharing chat. But now I'm still in the word break, so no, and sharing chat. I'm sorry. You don't want this. I will start sharing chat. Yeah, no, I ended it right away. Like I will start sharing chat when we are done with words, okay? Otherwise, rip your chat. Right? Because as a you don't want this. Your chat will get flooded with random words. You're like, what the fuck am I watching? But it's amazing. It's an experience. But I thought, oh, you still have it on starting soon. Okay, all good. The red panda is so.
Not too shabby.
Good job. Fantastic. Nice. Herman Bean, you don't have to go, but you can come back, but no? Okay. Nom, nom, nom. Whoa. Flower? Okay. Fake is the E, hidden is the A. Mural? Floral? That's a word? Oh, floral. That's not a good word. We don't have two L's. A foul. Paper. I'm still eating. I'm creating girl. Okay, can I finish my food for a little bit? Yeah. Nom nom.
Clear!
Okay, but Pookie. I don't know if you can hear me. I think so. Okay, I'm gonna say it in your chat. Oh, you're already chatting. Oh, you can chat, but then you have to chat with me playing words if you want to. We still have to chat at each other on League as well and stuff, so we can already set that up. And I have you guys muted here, so you're in my Discord. Yep. Yeah, they said they were from the last match. And it was an enemy. Oh wait, now I'm replying to your text. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, we're good. We're good. Glider. Do we have glide? Oh, I'm locked. The glide can be glide. Sorry, Veggie. This is what I mean. Like this is getting like there should be like a warning notice now on the top of the stream. Like this streamer has been awake for 23 hours. No, 22, I think. I'm just reading this as well, like the words I'll be guessing, like because my brain is so sleepy, I'm like reading it. I was like, girl, that was just a guess. Is it going great? We're good. Okay. We're already setting something up in the background because as you can see, we are finally at the point. Oh my god, who wasn't blocked by awesome what? Sorry. But we're finally at the point where I was staying awake for. Game with the Pookie. And then if I have food in my belly, and Karma has walked Ursha? Broker? No. Wait, maybe? Indoors? Doctors. Doctor? Okay. Okay. So, take is the QMM hidden T. Wait, let me DM you.
Clear!
Wait, Pookie, Nico. I don't know if we're already league friends. Otherwise, we have to add each other. Nom 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 nom. Okay. We are doing so fucking good. I love that there are so many people like lurking the whole day. We have so many people being here for I think the whole stream. And that is like just as impressive as me being here the whole stream. I know you don't have to do anything, you can lurk or whatever, but it's still just keeping me up on your PC or your phone or whatever for the whole day for almost 17 hours. You're impressive as well. Mm-hmm. Mm. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-uh. I think there are other letters in there. Oh gosh, are we gonna make it? Uh. Oh no, people. I'm trying. Okay, everyone ready? We have like 5 seconds to save everything. I don't think we're ready. Did good. But yeah, no, that was mean. That was really mean. Basically, all the how do you call that? Double codes with the other letters were fake. My gosh. Rick, I know, right? What? We beat the daily record again. Our previous record was. Can't believe we got out of that. I know, but like all the other things were fake. So we tried so many things. I was for sure. I don't know. Like yeah, we tried a lot with R and H, but still. Yeah, yeah. Still level 34. Pretty good, pretty good. I am still gonna like finish this, but we are gonna switch back to League. Maybe I'm gonna end with a little bit more words later. What? Yeah. Got a double. Oh yeah, yeah. That was mean. Yep, yep. Thanks for the words. Thank you. Thank you for being so amazing at the words always. Thank you for everyone who participated in the words. And again, thank you everyone for being here the whole time because yes, this is an awesome stream. Love you all. Wait. I just wait my audio again. Oh no. I love your words, but no, sorry. Bad words. Maybe later. Yes, okay. Okay, wait. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Tired.
Tired, yeah, I understand that. This
So
girl did not sleep.
well, I said like this morning I was considering like it would be the most effective to stay up, and yeah, then I challenged myself, and then I thought I wasn't gonna make it.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Oh, oh gosh.
How long have I been
You're
going
still
now?
awake.
It's been a while since I did like this long of a stream. Yeah, 16, over 16 and a half hours now.
Let's go. How late
Yeah.
did you start it today?
I
I
can
don't know.
wait like 4:30. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so, because you were awake when my alarm went off.
Yeah, when I was when I was at my work, I saw that you were online. And I was like, eh? Why is she so early in the morning live?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, so I said, like, I woke up at 11 p.m. and then I was like,
Yeah.
you know what? We're just gonna stream. But then I started to like
Yeah, right.
shower, get ready and stuff, and then well, I had plans to like start streaming or not streaming, but like start gaming with Silky Poo anyway. But it started as just like a chill Stardew stream.
Mm-hmm.
Chill Stardew stream. I think now we have been playing League for 12 hours at least. Probably yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
This is the most League I've played in my life. It feels like that.
Hello. Welcome.
Did I
And
get
thank
my
you for
man
the
on better stream?
check-in.
Maybe. Oh, I got a check-in too.
Should I say we are already in a party?
Oh. Wait, are we already? Did we play together? Did we not?
We played together.
Oh, we should have each other. Wait, Veggie. Okay, I figured it out. And yes, you're welcome, Kirk. Wait, now I can start sharing chat, by the way, because I started sharing it, but yes, otherwise your chat will get flooded. And then people will come in your chat and be like, what the fuck are all these words? Just, why are all these people so crazy? Like I shared chat once while I was playing words and the person just ended the collaboration. You're like, no, fuck you.
Oh.
There you go. Hello, how are you? I thought I would come in for a second. It's relaxing.
Thank you. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How are you? How is everybody?
I didn't even
Yeah,
ask.
we
I'm
doing a
sorry.
triple stream now.
I'm doing
You
good. I'm alive.
I'm alive. I'm
I'm
alive.
Good
alive.
to hear that you guys are also doing good. Like I was like, okay, I'm just dead, and I just moved on to the next thing. I didn't even ask how you were doing. I'm sorry. I might be rude as fuck now. Yeah, due to
Don't worry
just
about it.
tired brain. Oh, primary slot preference selections.
Are
Oh
we?
wait, we're the
What?
same.
What do you want to
We
play?
all have bottom. That's nice.
We can also. I can just do. Oh, I'll play mid and jungle. Doesn't really matter for me.
Oh wait, that's the same as you.
Yes.
Yeah, hold
I'm
on.
hoping between my streams and I'm very busy, but I'm trying to support everybody. I know that one. I also, when I work, every time at work, I set somebody's stream on. And when I come home, I set streams on. But
Yep.
I know that. We all want to support everybody.
Yeah.
Everyone is gonna hate me.
I only stream once in a blue moon, so don't expect too much from me.
Oh, wait.
The only reason I stream it right now is well, I wanted to stream,
Oh, we're
and
doing Swift
Bookie,
play.
Bookie are setting it up for me.
Yeah, I
No,
thought for you a little bit short games. Because you are
Oh,
tired.
I was all ready for draft, right? I was like, wait, why do I have to click two people? Like, I have been doing ARAMs basically,
Oh
I
wait,
think
we
for
can
8 hours,
play
but
now.
what? Why not? Oh no, I am the party leader apparently. Why? No.
Oh.
No.
No.
We
No,
can
no, I
also.
saw we all have to go already. Oh,
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 that's
oh,
why.
okay, wait. I get muffin time.
Thanks to Shmoyoho for Song of
I
Fire
hope
and
things
Aspen
get
Music. You
better.
should check them out. Also,
And
you can
otherwise,
buy
I am
the
gonna
song
force
on
you to talk to
iTunes.
them.
Side note, I'm going to be at
Or you're
MCM
just gonna
Comic-Con
call
in
them and I'm
London this
gonna
month,
talk to
so
them
come
for
on
you.
by and say hi to this guy. The guy is me, to be clear, so
Okay, I'm gonna
manage
take
your
my lost
expectations.
energy drink because otherwise I'm gonna. Veggie joined.
Oh.
That's my newest mod as well. But then I gotta switch roles. Wait, Veggie, do you wanna be in the voice? Oh sure, ARAM. And we know it's cute for a Swift play. And I invite him to the voice as well because yeah. So I'm ready. Okay, because we're basically all the same.
The hell is this mode?
Wait, we have bottom. Oh no, okay. I'm different. But Pookie and no, wait.
Must select a priority mode, which is jungle or bottom. And then what's the other one? Top lane?
You can. Do you
go
want
for
to do
top.
jungle or do you want to do something else or?
I'm shit at jungle and top. Pantheon.
I'm shit at. I'm prick. There were the people that don't know what she's talking about. I'm in a care facility right now for the vacation and not really good at asking for help. I'm very overstimulated. Our amazing Muffin just keeping me company accountable. As company keeping me accountable because otherwise I won't do anything. My solution to the problem is just trying to fix myself.
Really
Yes, but you still gotta deal with other people. So still like okay, let's see how it goes tomorrow. Yeah. And then if tomorrow is not a better day, then I am gonna hold you accountable. And as I said, otherwise you're just gonna call me and I'm gonna talk to them for you.
If I knew who their top lane was, I could go Teemo top lane and just be toxic.
I'm gonna make everyone mad and just be Morgana, no matter what. Just Morgana all the way.
It's okay. Do what you're comfortable with. What did I get? I went top lane. Okay, cool.
What am I? Okay. We're good? I think we're good. Oh, we're partnered up again, Okay, let's go. We're gonna beat their butt, yeah?
The trials I endured were seared into my soul. They drive me forward, even after my wounds have healed.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Bits. I cannot change it now.
Minions have spawned.
Sorry, I don't hear much. Wait, I have to fix it really quick.
Oh, good. Yeah, Lee can be really fucking low when you start it up.
I did not fall from grace. I leapt.
Sorry.
But Pookie, we're gonna kick their butts, yeah? Deal?
Yeah. We're gonna kick everybody's butt. Everybody's butt.
There we go. My stuff is also working now.
They're in the bush.
Damn.
I forgot with Swift Play you already have like your 3 abilities. I'm so confused.
Oh shit.
I've never played Swift Play.
Oh no.
This is new.
Oh no. Okay.
You get more gold and you just
Top lane's not here, so I don't know where top
Yeah, we
lane
have 3 people here. I don't know why, but yeah, we have 3
like
people.
us.
Yeah,
Swift Play.
we're popular. No. No, you don't. I gotta sneeze. Okay.
Are you good?
I'm exploding. We're good. I got to sneeze at the same time that we were getting a text. I was like, oh my gosh.
Teemo no flash mid. Our jungler's not on Discord.
Why are they so pussy at us? Why?
I don't know, we're popular over here.
Oh, I'm almost dead. I'm almost dead.
Do I need to
I
go
have to
hold them
go back.
off? Yes, okay, go. I'm just gonna play it really careful. Do we still have 3? Yes. Why? 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 Oh yeah, okay. If you still don't have anyone in top, Veggie, they're just here. We're too popular.
Just here.
They're just chilling with us. You're beating top completely. Like, what the hell? Did they not show up? No. You're still not there?
No.
Okay, yeah, we're too popular, yep. Oh gosh. No. I survived. Are you proud? I did become a little better since the last time we played, by the way, Pookie.
Yeah,
That's
but I still
not
don't wanna
crazy
go
with 12
stream.
hours
You
in
did
one
it
day, yeah?
really good.
Yeah? Okay, yay.
Oh, that one is coming here.
Yep. Oh no. Oh.
I also
God,
no!
fuck.
Muffin!
They are ganking us. No. No, I'm dead. I forgot that I wanted to have my flash. Yep. My god, we're popular here. The jungler also came to say hi. We have seen 4 champions already, just in bot. In the first 3 minutes. Like, what the hell?
They love
Welcome to
be here,
Swift
I
Play.
guess. Oh shit, somebody's in the bush.
Okay, I need to go. Hopefully see you later. Bye, Miss Relaxing. Have a good night, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here, and you're always welcome.
Distract them.
Hi, I'm back. Oh, out. Why are they being so fucking mean?
Oh shit. Oh no.
Oh! Okay. They are still pushing us with like
Shit.
just a couple of people.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, I can breathe.
Okay. Why is it so busy? Go away! Leave it alone!
Leave us alone.
No, I'm gonna push as well! My gosh, we're slowly. Oh no, oh no! Okay, we're good. Everything. Oh, I've slain an enemy. How? Why?
I'm on my way.
Oh, Muffin,
I'm on my way. I am so dead. I'm going back. Bye. I'm going back. Bye, bitch.
I have to go back too. But
No, go back too. Go back too.
Okay.
Sorry, it was like a gale. Otherwise, I was just gonna die. Okay.
Stop.
We're okay. Julie?
I'm gonna take them now.
Need to change words to leak. Oh, that is a very good one. I thought I did, but I did not.
Hecarim's coming bottom.
Thank you.
Yeah, use hair, it's from me.
See, I thought I was forgetting something. Okay, wait, protect my butt 1 second. It says that I'm still doing words.
Why is she not helping?
Okay. Is it updated now? No.
Enemy double kill.
Getting mad at OBS.
Someone here?
Yeah, Hecarim was there.
Was there?
Yes.
There?
Yeah,
Thank
he
you,
was
awesome
there.
Wolfie.
He walked
Yep,
away.
updated. It's still just quiet at top, is it not, Reggie? Why? No. I could, but what? They disappeared. What is that here? We do have to watch out for here. Okay, you have a Z here. Okay, nice.
Yeah, just play it safe.
They are bad. And we didn't even start yet.
They are very annoying.
Okay, we're just gonna cuddle in the bush. Oh no, no, that bush, this bush. This is a way better bush than bush. Now we can just kill them. Well, they think they will ambush us.
Let's go.
She thought she had me, but okay, we are pushing them back, and if they continue to push like this, then it's just free food, which I'm also not complaining about. I'm going. Forward my butt. Okay, no, never mind. I'm not going. I'm running. Okay, we're going. No, I'm super low. Okay, they are scared now. Wait, is that our friend? Yes. Hello, friend.
Has been slain.
With every step, I forge my own fate.
Did you hear?
I'm gonna wait in the
You will
bush.
never know. Yes, push attacks. And she thinks she can get you, and then we ambush her even more. Oh no! Okay. We're good, we're good.
ARAM is coming. Bob.
Oh, no, 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 not again, not again. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. Ah, fuck.
I'm running.
Okay, thank you for the notice. Like, we saw him at the moment. It was like, fuck. It was a good call out. Just, it was just traumatizing.
Oh, we just keep going, and then every time that jungle guy.
Yeah, he's just like, nah, fuck you, dude. Gone.
Yeah, he's like, you two, we have to take you two.
Like, still, why is the whole team focusing on bot? Go away, people. Don't you see that top is already pushed back like a whole turret? Like, you don't care about Veggie at all? That's rude. Go say hi to Veggie.
Oh no, they got our turret!
Yep. Well, we lasted longer than I thought. No? Back. Yeah, we're good. My gosh. They are aggressive.
I'm on my way.
Come on. Okay, sorry. It has been stuck in my head now for weeks every time someone says I'm on my way.
I'm here.
No! No, that's not you! That's not you!
No, Jesus Christ! No, let me
Yeah, the jungler! That was not you, I thought it was you! I was like, yeah, you're savior! No! No! My god, I hate her butts.
We are so screwed by that guy.
And now he just likes it. He's like, I'm gonna kill you because I can.
Started in here.
Hey, everyone is pushing mid now. We can. Back it. Okay.
Oh no, what? Jinx is here.
Where? My god, I'm blind. A gift! Thank you, Jinx. Goodbye, Jinx. Nice. That's the thing. If they're just one, and we can deal with them easy. If they're continuous 3 or 4, yeah, I know.
We gotta push them. We're gonna take them out. Now
Nobody's doing dragon or stuff?
Let me put the flower there.
Not all light is a gift.
Oh! Found an
What's
enemy.
happening? What's happening?
No, but they were scared. They missed their attack and ran. It's working, Pookie. We're just gotta intimidate them more. If they think they can scare us, we gotta be scarier. Just poke them a little and then wait and then poke them a little. I think we can do that. See? This is fun.
I don't know what's happening.
No, we were doing good. We were doing good. We almost got the second one too. We can go back real quick. Because she's pushed all the way back now. And it's just the one. She doesn't have Timo in the other one. Both Jinx and Timo are dead.
Mercedes or McLaren? I have to choose between them. Then it will be...
My sister cauterized her wound in holy fire.
McLaren.
Mine remains.
It's a difficult choice, but...
Took a lot of thinking.
Yes. Are they there already?
No.
Muffin, I just feel like you. I forget the chat.
That's the thing. In League, it is pretty fucking hard. Like, you get so locked in the gameplay.
Oh yeah, I got a chat. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's doing the same thing from the bushes.
Oh wait, I'm streaming. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've reached that point a lot of times today. That's also sort of a good sign, right? Oh. Like, not if you completely forget about it, then it's not a good sign. But
Oh, I didn't know you were gonna go in.
That's alright.
I also would have not walked towards the blue.
feel like we're gonna get ambushed again. Yep, we're gonna get ambushed again. Goodbye.
No.
Run! I'm sorry, it is them between us. Revenge! Revenge! We got revenge. Go. Done.
I gotta throw with everything. I did not know what I'm all.
Kill. Got him!
Killing everyone.
This is our jungle revenge! He killed us 3 times in a row! Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. We needed that boost. See, this is what they get for attacking our turn. Fuck him.
No, I'm not a Muffin. No. Nick is on the other side.
French?
I think. Yeah, I was mid lane.
Oh yeah, but it's not working because Lumia is off. I did not turn Lumia on. Sorry.
Professional streamer, by the way.
Lumi what?
Lumia.
What's Lumia?
There's where I got all my alerts. But I
Oh. Yeah, I have the thing, like, when I start streaming, I have to start OBS, 10GS overlay thing, mix it up, the Pokemon timer, and then every time, there's always one thing that I forget. Every time. And I started with mix it up every time I didn't start mix it up, and then everyone started claiming muffins, but then you just don't get a muffin. You just get a flavorless, empty muffin. It's very sad.
So, we got some healing again. Oh, this one as well also working.
Should help the jungler. Their jungler is there, by the way.
No! Okay.
Oh no.
Panic in advance, Spooky! Panic in advance! Okay, wait, we're gonna attack. Let's go.
We have to attack what?
Oh, we're gonna kill him. Oh, they already killed. No, they got the dragon. Okay, go back.
They have Elder, that's kind of pity with
Yeah.
team up.
Yeah, pushing through here.
I'm coming back. I'm just gonna do some shopping. Boom.
Oh shit.
Watch out for here, they're trying to sneak past you.
Oh.
We can just push.
Alright, push.
What? No, why not?
No, one had
No push?
and they were already away.
I wanted to kill them out. I was freshly healed and ready for battle. But it was fair. Now I just scared them off, that's also good. Otherwise they might have taken one of us.
Yeah, but he still got him. He still not got it.
I chose my shackles.
Stupid gamble, I will swear a word at you. What? What?
Yeah, sometimes the bot is so...
Yeah, I have no HP.
Do you require assistance?
I should have not gone back in.
I think that's a yes. Or no? Or yes?
Yeah.
Home. A place that never leaves you.
Pookie mid.
Okay, get out of there, bud.
Oh, sorry.
Go back.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no, I left you. I left you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to save. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to save mid.
Oh no!
Well, you did destroy the turret, but at the cost of your life. But
That
good
man
job.
is very quick.
Yeah, he's a nasty slime.
Yeah.
He gets more attack damage from his movement speed as well. So the faster he runs, the more damage he does.
Okay, the thing is, I am getting awake again with League. I think legit with League I can do easy 24-hour stream. That is dangerous, you know. This is not knowledge that I should have known.
Especially with League.
Yeah, I'm just getting logged in and I'm like ready again. I'm like, yes, let's go. We're just gonna continue all night. This is scary. It's like just one more. Yeah. Nope.
Oh, fuck off.
Nope. Aw, we don't get him. Almost. Oh, look out, look out, look out. It's an ambush. We got this, we got this. We're with 3 of us. Yep, we got it. We avenged you.
Mortality is truly divine.
Thank you, Fatty.
They're getting both
Oh god, we're both here, Pookie. Go back. No, wait. wait, I'm going back. We got this. They're just distracting us and it's working. But we... Okay, we're sort of...
We're gonna be surprised.
Yeah, I have practiced with Morgana. I am gonna kill everyone. Gonna boop, 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 boop. And you're gonna support the shit everyone and then we're just gonna race it all.
No, they aren't gonna go to mid again.
Yep, they're now... Yep. Okay, we gotta... Out if you're going mid by yourself. Are they all there? Are we okay?
No, I only saw Timo so far.
Okay, but then are they gonna like jump us?
Nico and Timo are mid.
There were like 4. Are they gonna do the Baron or something? No, they're all there. They're just a little behind. Okay. Watch out. The whole team is there, I think.
Flash. 6 no ult.
We have to push from there. I gonna keep pushing.
Yep.
Darkness is everywhere.
Ow.
Yeah, this is why I went sweeper to get rid of the fucking mushroom.
Oh shit.
That's
Where did they go?
They based. And 6 is down, is in bot lane.
And they're here. No, I got ambushed. People, come back. Thank you. They lock him. And he did. Thank you. You okay, Pookie?
25 seconds.
I'm coming.
An enemy has been slain.
They're also gonna go to mid again.
My wings are heavy.
Could be on an Elder.
But not as heavy.
Since it's a hacker rim.
Yep. Oh, oh. Gotta rush. Oh, because it's swift play. Oh my.
Yep.
Oh my.
Teamer had it mushroomed up.
An ally has been slain.
Fuck me.
That was a good one, Pookie. Good combo.
I did a dum dum.
Dum dum. What?
I altered right into a wall.
Aw.
Team has destroyed a turret.
It happened.
We gotta push it.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Do we want the dragon or are we gonna push? We have 3 minutes until sudden death, I don't know. Okay, we're just gonna... Are you guys gonna be the dragon race? Cookie, run! I'm dead.
No, you're not dead. I'm saving you.
Thank you. I'm saving you.
Throw
Go!
everything that I can.
I missed!
I
No!
throw everything I can.
Oh my god, no! Run! Run! Run!
I throw everything that I can.
You're doing good,
Go away.
but yeah.
I'm dead.
Have slain an enemy.
Yeah.
You stalled them long enough. Oh, okay then. Let's go.
that was yeah, a surprise. I don't know why. They were like, nah, fuck this shit, we're out. I thought it was sudden death, no? I only have 2. Okay, I'm gonna save so I can give the rest of you the next one.
So.
Oh, the Jinx left the game.
Oh,
Um,
why is it still waiting for challenges?
Are we gonna do another Swift play? Or
I could do like a draft play.
for me, it
I
doesn't
cannot
matter.
do that. They said somebody's not level 10.
Oh.
Me.
Oh. You have the brand new account. That is true.
Do you want to try an ARAM, Pookie?
Yeah, I'm happy with ARAMs.
I have never played that. What's that?
It's all random, all mid, and then there's also I'm not sure if there's still the mayhem version of it.
Yes,
where
yes.
Yeah, there's mayhem. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's you get a random champion. It's one lane. You just get a random champion, and you can get augments to improve your champion, pretty much.
Okay.
I'm gonna quickly get a drink.
That's good.
Okay, I'm also gonna be right back. I played in back in the game. Ready after. Yep. Oh.
Nick is not being. He's very loud. Hello. Hello.
Hi. Sorry, I am currently snacking. I had some dude message me saying, "You played really well last match. You should play with me. Send me a Discord message." And I looked up their name. Never appeared in any of my match histories.
Oh.
I'm like, how would you know if you no? So it's like a scammer bot trying to get you to sign into Discord.
But it's still weird.
Yeah. That's how they scam you with Discord hacks and stuff like now. They're like,
That's
add me
true.
to Discord, add me to Discord. Yeah. If somebody says add me to Discord and you don't know them, never do it.
Yeah, I add them and then I say hello and then I block them again. I'm like, who are you? I'm too curious. That's the issue.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Are we all ready?
Yes, oh, I am. I'm also sitting on the floor now, by the way.
What? Why?
My
Because
back.
it's a mini table.
Yeah. So I was sitting on a
He's harmless.
a poof.
Yeah. How do you call it? Poof. What the hell do you
Yeah,
try?
but yeah, what do you
Poof.
call it in English? Poof.
Hang on, a poof. Is it
But
a... Wait, it is literally called a poof?
I don't, I'm not
A
sure.
poof is a
My
poof.
back. My back.
Yeah.
In Australia, a puff is somebody who is a gay person.
What? Okay, no, it's like a. Oh my god, how do you call shit sock? It's not a shit sock. It's like it's like a beanbag but different.
Ready?
Yeah. I want to make a smoky, but I can make a smoky after this one.
A beanbag.
Yeah.
That's what you mean.
Okay.
But a poof literally
But,
translated to a poof.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Sorry, continue.
Oh, give me Brent.
Oh God.
Oh, why is the game so loud? Damn.
Okay, but it is poof, not with double O in English, but it's O-U, because poof with double O, that is like a hurtful word for a gay person.
Yes, it is.
Sophie! You didn't get your muffin yet? Oh my. Oh, I can also do Riven again, but I kind of want to try Jink. Riven was fun. I feel like I am getting better because I've been queuing with people that are just like diamond all the time. And I'm like very overwhelmed.
It looks like I just missed y'all, huh?
Great! Do you want to join the next one?
Do you have 5 people already here?
No. You would make 5 the 5th. 5 the 5th.
I'll show you what I can do.
No, we don't have. I was trying to think of something, but
Fiora, huh?
You're not like the people we play with.
Muffin and I are bad at the game. That's the difference.
No. Great. It might be the sleep deprivation talking, but I have been playing League for a fucking 12 hours at least. Probably more. And I call myself at least average. At least average. Yep. And you were good at the game because you were carrying us. Yes. Okay, so this is like it is also the short. Okay, but she never played any ARAM. Okay, so the thing with the swift play, you also get the 3 abilities at the start, and then it's just like the 1 lane, so it's just all of us versus all of them. There's no lanes, no tactics. It just yeah, that's why. And the ARAM Mayhem, then you get I think every 3 levels or something, you get a card, which is an augment, and they do random stuff. And at the beginning, when I started playing it, I just picked random ones that sounded funny. You can discover it. It does matter like for what builds or stuff, but I don't know if you know what kind of builds you want to use already, or are you also just doing recommended? It is a really fun way to discover new champions that you normally don't play. And everyone is playing random ones, so you can be lucky that people know their character or are good at them, but sometimes it's, the teams are really interesting. Oh, and one thing that we have to remind them as well for the snowball. I never had the snowball, I forgot that for ages, but it is nice to have the snowball. I'll check that for the next one. Gotcha. Run! Good job! Okay, and you cannot heal at the start. So there's no extra health. You can only shop when you're dead. And you cannot go back to heal, but there are like health packs thingy sort of that spawn. Like, yes, I will show you. Come. Oh, where are you going, hon? Come back. Come back here. No, Pookie, follow me. Okay, look. There is a little plus sign here. You see the map as well? This is the heals. But then, like, yeah. But that's like all the heals that they have. So there's like, I think, 4?
Yeah, there's 4, 2 on each side.
So it's more like a kind of a game of endurance as well. But you do have to get back. Ooh. Haha, nice one. Thank you, Veggie. How am I still alive? Wait. Heal. That's the thing. Like, I have been playing ARAM. But, ooh, I don't know if that matters for like the matchups. But with the people that are ranked high, and I feel like we were like ranked maybe with higher people as well. I don't know.
What is it that you require?
I know. Didn't even check what. Eh.
I am gonna die. I'm in danger.
A warrior must be
I'm in danger.
An ally has been slain.
Well, that's also the thing. Sometimes you want to die. That sounds really weird, Pookie. But like, if you have enough money, like as I said, there's no shopping except when you're like that and at the start. So sometimes you just, yeah, you kind of want to die. But then every time you die, you just say like, I just needed to shop, and then everything is good. It feels not so bad. Come back here. Oh my god, they just dodged that. Oh. They just dodged my ult. What a bitch. Okay, I went in too far. I was mad. I'm gonna be a tank. I don't want to be a tank. Okay, yeah. That one. I can trap them on all the bush. Wait, yeah, Pookie, you are taking portal, right? To go back.
A lot is happening.
I didn't. Gonna die now, but I got 2 with me. Oh no, everyone dead. Oh no, they're very low though. The beginning is not that bad because we get back. Oh!
Oh, I was dead.
Yeah, that was a tower, but still. He's hiding in the bushes and I know it, yes he is. Bitch, get out of the bushes. Get out of there. Goodbye, you dead. Nice one. It. Oh, I missed again. Okay, but I got an ultimate thingy, that's why I'm trying. Oh my god. He's out for me. Run! Red! Reggie, red! Just stay back here. Oh, good job. But you took some of it, too. Yeah, they didn't touch your tower.
It is. It's a really fun game mode.
It is chaotic. It's sometimes a little lot at the game, but yeah, it is. It's really quick. Oh no. The hell? Okay, I'm gonna stay back more and then shoot them all. Yep. New tactic, shoot them all.
I don't know. If you other people
Some lessons cannot be passed from teacher to
On my way back.
They must be experienced.
Like the biggie is after every time out of. Oh wait, did I mute myself accidentally?
You probably did, yeah.
Yeah, okay, hello. How you doing? I was talking back the whole time. Like that's the thing. Yeah, then I mute myself like in Discord. Which can be nice, but I now hit my Discord, so then I don't see that I hit my Discord, which is yeah. Oh, what the fuck?
Okay, let me open the window. It's on its way.
No, shit! You didn't see that. I don't know what happened there. That was I just went to space. Oh, thank you for the heals. No, 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 no. He just bloops me and I'm dead. Oh my gosh, okay. I was doing better. Ah! Falafel, god damn it. Falafel. Wait, didn't you go to sleep, Falafel? Are you already back up or you can't sleep? Yeah. Oh, amazing human beings. I'm gonna take a break from this app. Wait. I'm gonna mute now, but okay. So I'm gonna take a break from this app because I've been in this app almost the entire day. Again, if it helped you through a shitty day, I'm happy it did. That was too late. No, another rocket! Another rocket through the window. Okay, but that was aimed for the person, so that was meant to go somewhere.
I'm scared.
Ah! No! Go! Run! I made it out. I'm really happy. I made it out.
No, Cookie! Yeah. No! Not much. I'm gonna skip it everything. I'm gonna press every button that I have.
Just button smash. Oh no.
I don't have my
Right, but you couldn't sleep? I'm sorry. You're welcome to chill here. What? Oh, I have the window open now.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Has been slain.
We got you. Nah! Oh my gosh, okay. Don't look at my rockets, okay? Just don't look at them. Not today.
I didn't know that.
What? Yes, finally good rocket. Very nice. Okay. Nope. Good, we're good. Oh, no, it's that one! Run, run! Oh, that. I cannot deal. I can deal with almost the whole team, but I cannot deal with him.
It's smaller. Unstoppable.
Bye, Boomer. That's a really strong element.
Okay, okay, but we're coming back.
Some lessons cannot be passed from teacher to student. They must be experienced.
I don't even
Like
know
it.
which one of you is you who. I know who is
I'm Jing. No, 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 fuck you. Okay. I got revenge, but yeah, that's what keeps happening to me every time. He locks me in and I'm dead. You're getting sandwiched. Oh no. Bye bye.
Oh no.
Anyone? Okay. Wait. I was halfway in your message. Let me check. Okay, so you're gonna take a break from this app because you're running on the app the entire day. Yep. Again, I said like, okay, if it helps you, I am happy you had a place to be, and I'm happy it helped you through the day. Stay amazing, keep believing in yourself because you're awesome. And if today was not a good day, then tomorrow is a new one. I freaking appreciate you guys. Had the best time ever, even though I'm going through a horrible situation. But I freaking adore you guys. Please take care of yourself. Don't stay up too late. I won't. I promise. And I do got a drink. Thank you, Gray. Thank you, Gray.
Then what's happening?
A lot of
I got a
stuff is
care
happening
package.
in this mode.
Finally, some peace and quiet.
Damn.
Okay. Was a turbo stretchy, but it's still good stretchy.
Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill.
Why did I miss that one?
We never played this one before.
Slain an enemy.
Was one? That's two. Okay, you got me, but I got him too. Fuck him!
Fucking. Oh my god, this.
Oh. No.
An ally has been slain. An enemy
I'll
has
write a
been
poem
slain.
about this that just happened.
You're still alive.
But
Tell them.
I just write
Oh,
about
I'm
something
crying
that
due
gives
to
me
my
I'm thinking about
Yeah,
or
that's okay.
I'm
Thank
feeling.
you.
And just because I'm not feeling the greatest right now,
There you go, there you go. Okay.
it
I
makes it
lost.
so that
Okay,
my
now I'm not muted. Okay, I
poems
lost
is
my Discord, so
always
I
a little
forgot
bit
when I was
negative,
muted
but
and
I
when I was not
also
muted. Now I
always
see it
try
again.
to stay.
Let's go.
An enemy has been slain.
Look out! No! No! He's coming! No! 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 He hates me! I hate him too. Like, why does he have personal beef with me?
An enemy has been slain.
Thank you for giving. Malphite. Fuck Malphite. What? Why does Malphite like target my butt?
I've better. Is it going better or worse?
Very armor heavy, so you can really.
Oh, but he's like the whole team is there, and he's like, haha! I see a jinx. He just jumps my butt, and I'm dead every time. I'm accidentally feeding him almost. Oh, yeah, okay. Malphite targets me because I'm the ADC. Okay. Okay.
He's coming again.
Oh.
Yeah, he gets my butt. As a Malphite player, I would do the same thing. No!
Double kill.
Boom. We need to wait. Oh, yeah. Now we can rush. Okay, we're going. We're going. Oh. I banned someone.
Yeah, I did this host. I did that as well. It was in my chat.
Yeah. Do you have, okay, you gotta set up some automat stuff that they have never ever a chance anymore to put anything with stream boost or something in your chat. Then they automatically get just wiped.
But
GG.
was it because of your health smoke that you sleep bad?
Did good last night, but it's a little. Oh, but someone left again.
Oh.
How did you like your first mayhem?
What did you say?
How did you like your first mayhem?
Yeah, it was weird. I did not know what to do.
It was
Really
weird.
fun.
I know. Okay, but that was my experience as well. Like, I don't know what's happening, but I dig it.
Yeah, if you don't know what's happening, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's just like, what the fuck is going on? But now I see it's really fun. Not because
Oh.
the round neighbor was so great to put on the washing machine at 2 a.m. Damn.
Do you hear that so loud?
Now, sometimes when it's centrifuge, then it's very loud.
There, centrifuge.
Centrifuge. Yeah, how do you say that in English? Centrifuge.
I don't know. When it's drying?
No.
I don't know. when
Shaking.
it's
Well, yeah, the
shaking and
washing machine
tumbling
is
and rumbling, it's like.
shaking. Yeah, we
Okay,
call
now.
it centrifuging.
No, but I never call it centrifuging on.
Centrifuge.
Is that a Dutch word? Wait. Centrifusion?
Someone
Centrifuge.
else wanted to play Muffin?
I'll sit this one out.
Hooray!
Me.
We need you.
Do you need me?
Yes. You wanna join or no? It's centrifusion. English. What? Centrifugation. Does that make sense? Centrifugate. I can't. Centrifugation.
Just go with vibrating.
Yes, when your clothes are vibrating in the dryer. Mm-hmm.
The vibrator.
Centrifuge. Centrifuge? Centrifugeren. That's so Dutch. So, Gray, do you want to join or can you not join? I don't want to pressure you.
Centrifusion.
Oh, you're almost there. Okay, then I can make a smokey. That's good. Do you guys mind waiting for like a few?
I suppose.
Or you can officially meet each other. So Pookie, this is Veggie. Veggie, this is Pookie. Nico, this is
Oh,
Veggie.
hello. Sorry, I was muted for a second.
I get that a lot.
But
uh,
hello.
Gray, this is everyone. Everyone, this is Gray.
No. I'm me.
I'm me. Great, that's the best introduction. What?
I am also
Somewhat skilled? I had already followed you before. Somewhat skilled, Twitch me twitching? Yeah, wait, somewhat skilled, I know you. Welcome back, I guess? What's going on? Somewhat skilled was here, then he just accidentally unfollowed me.
Disappointing as well.
I have noticed it.
Twitch will make you unfollow people.
Why?
because Twitch be twitching.
Yeah. But welcome back, somewhat skilled. But that is, yeah. It's Twitch. Yeah. No, but that's what I mean. Like, I know your name. I know you were already here. I haven't seen you around in a while, but that also explains probably why you haven't seen me around in a while. Because you were like, that Muffin is just never live anymore. Fuck her.
Limited amount of people you can follow.
What?
I think it's about 100 people you can follow before it starts unfollowing other people.
Okay.
I am following more than 100 people.
Yeah, it'll start unfollowing random people.
Have a lovely night.
Oh my god.
Bye, cheese.
Yes, I'm from Muffin Stream. Remember the pegging? Yes! Yes, the pegging! Okay. Sorry.
Pegging? Yo, we're talking about pegging now? What the hell?
Just remember the pegging and then you know. I know exactly. Okay, no one. No! Somewhat skilled. Explain yourself. Okay, so I get pegged every time. I get go into the English Muffin stream. That is my Muffin companion, yeah. He has Muffin Land as a Discord and everything, and Muffin, we don't need context. No, you do. You do. Yes. No, but he has like redeems where you can pack. No, you were summoned. Okay, English Muffin, explain yourself. I fucked myself over now by yes, somewhat skilled packs me every time, and now everyone is confused, and I don't know how to explain it anymore. You go. You take responsibility for your packing.
Details about Muffin's pegging.
No, I get pegged.
That's what I'm saying. You're pegging. You got pegged.
I got an apple and I shall have a pear. No, okay, English Muffin. You take responsibility, yes, for all the packing that happens over at your muffin place. And they call me the evil muffin. No one's getting pegged here. Anyone? Yes.
50 grades of shade or something?
Yes. No. It's like I can spank you here, right? This is taking it. Yeah, sorry. This is taking a turn now.
This went very yeah. All of a sudden.
No, it is completely. So look, I can do this, yeah. It would be rude not to. So yeah, context, context. But yeah, so you have the same kind of redeem. And then whenever you enter like already like English muffin chat, like the first time I came there, I was like, what the hell? And they were like, I dig it.
I'll be back really quick.
Okay, okay, okay. Because yep, it is really funny. So you get in and then there's like a Minecraft sheep thingy playing with the nice Minecraft lever sounds and stuff. Very fitting. You can also give huggies. It's also there's also cute stuff. I also give huggies.
So, whose chat did you go into to get pegged?
Okay, this one. This is a literal muffin. If you don't know the English muffin yet, go check him out. I will play you a clip so you can see him.
The English muffins.
He's a literal VTuber muffin. He's like yeah, I call it a VTuber.
The English muffins.
You couldn't even live ping this prick.
Immediately got pegged.
Look at this shit.
Yes, basically. But that happens to everyone, okay? That's just a ritual. But okay, somewhat skilled. Yeah, I thought you were already following as well because you have been here as well before.
Run all the way
But
in,
I don't
run
know.
through the doors, does not fucking ping it, does not
Yeah,
say a
yeah, it's
word.
just your introduction to the muffins.
Oh my god!
Yep.
It's like,
Oh no.
I am new here. Welcome to the.
Well, that is literally like how I came in. First time I was like, "Hi, I heard that you were also a muffin," and it was like Muffin's getting packs, and I was like, "I'm a muffin."
Join us, guys. What, in the pegging or?
You're not gonna sleepy? Wait, no. Yes, no. Depends. Gray?
That's what you mean. We're talking about pegging, lawful. Do you want to join in the pegging or do you want to join in the Discord?
At least she uses loop for you. That's true. She does it with love for me.
Yeah, nothing's worse than going and dry.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay. I can do this. This might help to behave, and then we're gonna. I don't know if I'm just scaring my fellow co-streamers now. Am I giving you a trauma Pookie or no?
Oh no 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 no.
Okay, you're good. Nice. Just checking. Nick, kijk Discord. Wat?
Ja, hij luistert niet.
Jezus.
Ooh, barracuda.
Barracuda? Well, that almost didn't sound like you. Mm-mm. That didn't sound like you. Does that make sense?
Oh, that didn't sound like me.
The barracuda.
Barracuda.
Yes, that. Welcome back.
Thank you.
But okay, I now explained the context so we can move on from the packing. All agreed?
No, Muffin. There's no moving on from the pegging.
Oh no. The packing always finds you. Lovely and wonderful people. I'm gonna take my
Tot
rest.
smoky, have a lovely night, and I hope you gonna be well very soon.
Gray. Gray left us. Left us.
Bye, Smoky. Gray left us.
You can touch my hair, undress me everywhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna check. Have a good rest and sweet dreams. Yes. Oh. Um. Hello, I need a fifth. Appreciate you.
What are we waiting for, by the way?
Mm, I'm checking because I thought Gray wanted to join, but I think maybe he's already moved on to other games. If he's not, then I am gonna put Falafel in.
Someone help me.
Falafel, do you also want to join the voice? I'm gonna invite him. Yep. There is room, so no problem. Yeah, because we were waiting for Gray, but Gray left, so. And I think he is in Roblox, so maybe he did switch games. He was almost done with something, I thought, but maybe it lasted longer than I thought. I don't know. Maybe in the mood. Which Discord? I sent you directly because I am in my Discord, but I'm in the streaming thing. So you are brand new in the Discord, so you don't have any roles yet. So you probably cannot see the voice. But maybe I think you should be yeah, you should be able to join the voice with the direct link I sent you. And otherwise, we're just gonna move to the open floor gaming one. But so much good and cute for the follow again. Appreciate you. And I know you already followed, so yeah. But I have noticed as well with Twitch that the number go up and down sometime, but that explains it. Yeah, I think it is really weird that people. And English Muffin, how are you? Are you having a good day? Did you guys have a good Friday? It's still Friday, not? Wait, do we have a falafel in here? No. Wait, I'm sending you DM. Uh, hey, I'm gonna move us all to. Wait. Falafel, can you see the open for all one? Yeah. If you can join just any voice, then I can drag you in. Can you see any voice channel? Then I will drag your butt in there. Yes. You are there. Falafel flavored muffin. Good one. Hello, Falafel.
Hello?
How's everyone doing?
Doing all right.
All
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Stop the share thing. Fish, fish, fish. Okay. Everyone is in? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, okay. I am still making
We're all
smokies,
ready?
but we are all waiting. So if you want to
Yes.
search already, we can search.
Yeah, I can press find match. So if everybody is okay with it, then I
Yes.
gonna press it.
Press the button.
Press the button.
Press
Let's
it.
go.
Press the button.
Oh, you press the button.
Oh, accept.
That was quick.
Oh, I don't know those two. Oh fuck.
Never played either.
I don't know who this is, but
Gonna switch to who's this?
Nami.
I mean, it's cool. Okay, if you don't want the one that you got, there are other options above that you could also pick if you do know some of them.
So not. I'm just gonna take her. I don't know. Oh, I did not know that you can take the other ones at above. I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
know
yeah.
that.
So that's the thing. Like you can pick from other people. So after the first luck, the other options open. So if you have someone that
Yes.
someone else wants, then you can trade as well. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
let's go. Glad I added that.
My name's Ignacarius Gigantorino Rexley Spex Offerentis, but my human friend named me Smolder.
Sneaking around really works up your appetite, Phil. I hear your trash.
Minions have spawned.
Well, how are you doing that?
My character. Yeah, control 3 is your dance.
Awesome. Okay, I am in the push. I am.
Second rule of being a sentinel.
That Rammus is big.
Yeah.
Here's something that won't wash off.
Woo! Throwing stuff. We're good. We're good. Sorry. Fuck. Okay. I'm sorry. I almost threw my entire thingy on my desk. I was not good.
Who are you playing? Oh, the robot one?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is flying. This is flame sneaks. Achoo! Like flame sneaks. Oh, good one.
No.
You can do damage. Like you can lock in people and stuff, but you cannot really do damage to teammates. No, I don't think. No, no, no.
There's a health code attack.
Yes. Almost dead.
Making my cursor a lot bigger because I cannot see where it is every time.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Mine is too.
Ah! Okay. That was good. Kept chasing me. Yeah, I'm the one that does that, but yeah. Ooh. Frank.
They hurt. Bunch of bullies.
Down.
God damn it.
Yeah, okay, I'm dead.
Has been destroyed. Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Hey. Nice.
Nicely done.
Fire mom. I loved it.
Enemy double kill.
Oh, that was odd.
Yeah, that's what the skin is based on. It's a fun. It is based on Bowser.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. King Ramus. Yeah.
Okay, okay, I'm just gonna put this instead again, like. Don't blink? No, I do wanna blink.
I dreamed that I was
I get
chasing
myself
bugs
super
in Lord County
fast.
Hell, but then the bugs were a city and, well, I
I'm gonna go for crit damage.
Stuck.
Hey, Pookie!
I don't know what to do with my balls.
You can throw them on. You can throw them on people when you give them a shield. I think it's your E. And then your ultimate will do a shockwave and
never
pull them
lets me
together.
prove them wrong.
You can throw your balls certain range. And then your W is like a damage. Yeah.
Nice. They all got flamed. Did you see the do push-ups? And then.
Look at me, I'm people.
use like the set on the big one. You want to hit the ball, and then press your ult when it's in the middle of everything.
A Bowser. Here's Bowser. Oh, Pookie. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Try my best. One hit. But I mean, to die. It did not work. Could have lured them away.
I'll take the portal.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Hello, lovely Emil. Oh, you're playing Battlefield with Mills. I don't have people open, like barely. I saved them. Oh, I saved the pro away. Okay. Wasting my health. What? I should wait with that for the last moment. I saved my mana block.
An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Aced. Shut down.
I saw you falling.
An enemy has been slain.
Camera sounds so fun. Can we go now?
I'm not doing that great this round, my gosh. Hey, I have to go, but have a great rest of your stream. Did you get your third luxury housing? And thank you for lurking. Have a great night. Have a great sleepies. And Willie, shoot them all. Shoot them all. Fish. Again, thank you, Luxury, for rating when I was doing words again. I always appreciate you, Luck. Oh, I always took the portal again.
An enemy has been slain.
Ah, you got me stuck in here. Yes. I did it! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, no. Thank you. No, 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 no. Yes. Oh! Okay, I forgot I got a thing where I can use my Super Scourge Breath, like basically every second. I was just not doing that. Do we have health somewhere?
10 seconds.
Give you some help.
This one's on
Oh, yes. I'm okay. For a little bit. Oh, never mind. It's up to you guys. You got this. I believe in you. Wait, what's up building this one? Gotcha. Audition. Okay, we're doing good. Still, we're holding out. Bowser is stuck in with the turrets. Oh, save Pookie! You got it. You got behind the tower. Yes, good job. You live. That was overkill, but that was so much overkill.
They're stealing.
Ooh.
I hate him.
Bowser is mean.
Yeah.
He's chilling in our base now.
Has been destroyed.
Oh, I'm dead. Fuck. Oh, look, I'm tiny. Okay. I'm becoming tiny smolder.
I also got tiny.
Nice. Tiny teen.
Oh.
Enemy double kill.
That's too good.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm awesome. Wait. Nope. Okay.
Run, Muffin!
I'm dead. Okay, but I did take Bowser with me.
Nice.
Oh, push! Get him! Ah! I'm sorry, I am slow at reading chat because now I was checking there. Okay, wait. I have to check Mills' thingy as well. Have a very good night. Wait, you're also going to bed, Wolfie? Yes, night. Or were you saying? No, I think you're going to bed. Maybe. Or you were saying night to Luxury, but otherwise have a good night.
I got you for that.
And thank you, Willie. How's the battlefield going? Is it going good? Oh! How does he just... What?
Wish that bought a damage. Oh no, rip.
Oh. Bowser attack.
Shut down.
Where's Mario when you need him?
For real.
Oh no, I'm all alone.
Yeah. I'm spawning in 4 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Leave me alone, Bowser!
Oh no. Ah, I messed up on him. We're good. We're good. Oh my god, that was close.
Respawning soon.
They're coming. No.
Like a double life
Your
steal is about them.
inhibitor has respawned.
It's just standing there. Now he bit me in the butt, but that's it. What? No, not again. Why does he do so much damage? Maybe we do anti-armor.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I'm trying to outrun this rabbit.
You got this! No. Yes, yes. Got this. We're making a comeback. We could have been dead already. Battlefield 6 is on, got a good few games in. What? Poking him. Oh, I'm dead. I'm squishy.
I can like the damage I get from Ram is more than I do and heal.
No.
You got
Are
this,
there...
Come on.
Oh no, Pookie, poor Pookie, no! That was just mean! That was just mean! Oh. You are badass for just still going like, I'm gonna fight. I don't care if the whole team is here, I'm going for it. They were just being meanies, happy about. They were waiting for you to come back to just get that one last kill in. We can do a swift play too if you want to, rather than the. Hmm?
Said I was only just beaten by Ryzen damage.
Yeah, I was not doing that. I got beat up the whole time. Like it was just
As soon as that Ramus got on me, I'm like, well, that's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Ramus knew what he was doing. He was a scary boy.
It brought back horrible memories for Muffin being bent over the couch and pegged again.
What?
I am back, but I'm gonna walk the dog, so I'll be leaving.
Okay.
I have to walk also because it's my dog.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is very fair.
He's standing next to me, so.
Well,
Yeah.
I made it. I made it to stay up
uh,
to play with you guys. Are you coming back after the doggo walk or no?
Yeah, we're coming back. So you're just playing a game. I'm gonna leave the party so you guys can play the game.
Okie dokie. I am gonna set myself a timer for it.
Yeah.
Timer.
Doe ik dat?
Sorry?
Doe ik dat? Normaal sluit ik die game altijd af. Hoe ga ik de party uit?
Ik kom eraan.
Yeah, what he said.
That means I'm on my way. Okay.
I don't know how to leave the party.
Okay, the thing is, like, I was just full on listening and I was just not processing that they did not understand anything because I'm double translating. So I was like, yes, I know. Wait, what?
Sometimes I forget it also.
It's fine.
So we will be right back.
Oh,
I think
good.
Dr. Lurk. And I will mute myself so you don't hear me in your call. So, see you later.
See you later. Have a good walkies. Give the doggo some extra snuggles. Yep, yep, yep,
Yeah,
yep.
I give him a treat thanks to you.
Okay. Gonna check. Is there a game now? Random map feature?
Yeah, he's in a game of mayhem. He'll probably be done by the time they get back.
Okay. Is it 3 plus then?
Looks like it.
Good. Or I'm gonna jinx again. Yeah. Milo! Hello. We got a new person here that found us today. Milo. I do like the fact that you just keep coming back. I accepted your thingy in the Discord, so you can check in the roles and rules thing. For you as well, for Loveful, if you check in the rules and rules. You can assign your own roles. That should work. It should work, but as I also need to do some maintenance and clean some stuff up in the Discord at some point. Or then you get roles that gives you more access to stuff.
Gently Ajax, Twisted Foot, Oh, we have a Scion.
Not a very good one, though.
Yeah, I was just trying to think, should I go tanky or not? But yeah. Like a burst then.
Right, we got the best Zion.
I am so bad with this character.
Oh gosh, but that's the thing. Like, yeah, you still. I think you have most, at least like the most recent experience. Yes, in League. Yeah.
Just be glad you're not on an Oceanic servers. Because even if you're playing ARAM and you're bad at a character, they just everybody will just absolutely destroy you. Call your names and say you're so shit at that character, and it's like, it's not like I picked him.
Wait, on what server?
On Oceanic servers, Australian servers.
Really?
It's like that on all servers.
Yes,
Just once you get to high enough MMR. When you're
Yeah,
at low
I had it
MMR,
on.
then
I used to play on US and Oceanic, US with other people, and they were like, "Oh, US is so toxic," and I'm like, ended up getting kind of high, and yeah, it wasn't anywhere near as toxic as Australian.
I just met nice people. Like I met people like teaching me the game. I met people usually, yeah, okay. And as I said, like earlier in chat as well, if people making a problem of stuff, I'm just gonna, how do you say it, like mute chat, like hide chat, and just, it's their issue, fuck it.
yeah, when I play solo, I have to mute chat.
Most toxic online gamers 3 years in a row. Australia won. Like, well, it's not really something you should be proud of winning.
It's not, yeah. Gonna recommend. Feel like I'm still not getting my watch. Oh, you're one stream away. What the? Is it a thing? I had only one other stream open, I think. Maybe not. I'm not getting my watch streak at some other streamer that I'm watching. I don't understand. So I've been in his stream like the whole time, like tapped.
You can only have 2 pages open for watch streaks to work.
Yeah, but that's the thing. So I thought I only had him open and like my own thing for most of the time, and now I open some others to check in. But I still don't have my watch.
Also, if you mute the video itself, you don't get your watch streak. So if you want to mute the tab.
Yeah, I have Chrome muted. Like the tabs
Yeah,
muted.
that's usually what I do. I'll turn
Maybe
the
I did
volume up
have
to
like another
50%
Twitch
and then
open
mute it.
somewhere.
Maybe on your phone or another device sometimes, yeah. I said, like,
Would
Twitch
it
is so
count if I have myself open on my phone and my PC because I had myself open to go over
Yes.
walkies? But does that count as two separate ones, even if it's the same stream?
Yes. It's based on page.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
if it's the same account, it would count as two separate ones.
Yeah,
I have a
it's 2
different account for my phone, so I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
The
It's
different
2 pages.
I should actually follow you on my phone account, come to think of it. And since we're stuck at 92%, let me go get my phone and do that now.
Thank you. I'm still at 90, so you got more time. Wait, we're stuck.
Did you pick
Oh no!
Oh, of course, as soon as I'm as far away from my computer as I can possibly be.
That's why I was like, oh no! The minute you stood up and I'm like, fine, I'm gonna fix this. Yep, nope. Okay, you got some time.
Can someone explain what is Omnivamp? Because that's new.
Omnivamp is like lifesteal that applies to your abilities as well as your basic attacks.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
What did you collect them? Did the music stop again?
If I were out there, this would be over.
Yes, it did. Oh, that was still the happy walking mix again. Fair enough. We are not happy walking already for quite a while.
Minions have spawned.
We were just gonna.
Even after all these years, many mysteries
Okay, after this one.
have not yet revealed.
Sorry.
Your offering is accepted.
Like it did go better. Like I'm trying now to do like again like more recommended stuff and whatever. But I was doing just checking with AI as well, like what kind of builds would be the best. That did work better than I thought. Ooh. I'm fucked. Okay, I'm still fucked, but thank you guys. He's dead? No. Oh, he got away. Okay, but he is very low. By the way, it's Milo, not Milo. I'm sorry. I was pronouncing it Dutch, Milo. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry I'm still slow responding. I am getting a little more tired. Which is really, yeah, it is fair with this many hours. But Milo, thank you for correcting me because yeah, I saw some stuff like in the demonstration as well, like where it was like I have said people's name wrong like for years without knowing. Oh no, oh no.
My favorite part about that phone is it just keeps getting deeper and deeper.
Refresh.
Even after all these years, many mysteries have not yet revealed themselves.
Okay, I might have fucked up, but I'm resetting now. Okay, we're good. Oh no. I got to buy heals? Oh no. What are these things? Around our turret, what is that?
Those are Rek'Sai tunnels.
So close. Okay, got him, but I died. I'm gonna make myself fast as fuck, bro.
Even after all these years, many mysteries have not yet revealed themselves to me.
Nice.
Good job.
Oh. No.
Double kill. An ally has been slain.
No. Oh. How did it jump all the way up me in one go?
I am glad to see the spirit blossoms bloom again, despite all
Has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Nice. Got it. No. They got me, but we got them, but we got me.
Shut down. Shut down.
How does Koshin fare these days, I wonder? If only I could pay it one more visit.
An ally has been
I got
slain.
out, but they get me so hard every time.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain.
Ah.
Enemy double kill.
Why not? Oh god. Good.
Shut
I'm getting strong. He killed me. I'm getting strong, but he killed me. Okay, I still keep my distance. I got immediately punished for that one. No, don't make it worse. I had a little bravery moment. Okay, it was yeah. Demon music. There you go. Okay. Yay. Oh. Oh, that was just mean. I was literally on the fucking edge of the area where his attack hits, basically. If I had stepped one more step, one more, then I would have been safe.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Aced.
I am glad to see the spirit blossoms bloom again, despite all that ails the first lands. Perhaps there is still
What? No, 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 no. Oh, no.
Double kill.
Why is he just chilling there?
An enemy has been slain.
Thank you.
He probably wants to go back to base to get items.
even after all these years. Many mysteries have not yet revealed themselves to me.
Okay, they're mean. I'm mad now. They're mean. My fish, fish, fish. Fish, fish, fish.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Has been slain. Has been slain.
Good job. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh. Are we all dead? No. Yes.
Yeah.
Just back and forth. Can I end it? No. I have a tower. I still have to wait. someone back already? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Like the rest of the team, like, and he's like, no, I'm gonna end it by.
He's scared.
I'm done. Yeah. And we were pushing back, so maybe he thought like, okay.
I couldn't honor everyone. Someone didn't get an honor.
Yeah, I did terrible.
Just don't look at it. We had fun. We did push back. That helped. Yep. What?
Wow.
What?
Olaf.
I don't know. I have Jin or Lysandra. Oh, I did like Slime Man in the end. Oh! Accept them. What a roller coaster. Chuck. Hell yeah.
People are like, they're like, oh, do you get the character I want? I'm like, sorry, just play it for fun. I miss my main account.
Am I gonna do Jinx again? I'm gonna no. I wanna get better with Jin. What? Papa Monopoly? Papa Monopoly. A good name.
Thank you.
Oh, that's you! What a good name. But it is. I do like Lawful Falafel as well. Silky approved because I said I'm gonna play with the falafel and she was like, nice. He's also a food. Like, yes.
A falafel flavored muffin?
Yeah. Would that be good? I do like falafel, but I have no idea falafel muffin. If you make like a breakfast muffin, falafel doesn't have to be dry. It can be, but it doesn't have to be.
Well, every falafel I've tried here is always freaking dry.
Oh.
Just 'cause it's falafel flavored doesn't mean the muffin is dry though.
Very
If it is,
moist
you can put butter
falafel.
on it, so it's okay.
I don't think that would be good. No, I don't think it would be good if you think of it as like a sweet muffin. But you also have
Yeah, I
like
don't-
breakfast muffins, right? Like egg muffins and like vegetable
I
muffins
don't
and
think it'd
stuff.
be very good, but I would try.
If you do it like as a savory muffin, then maybe yeah. Sweet no, I don't know.
That is a singular find. But I have more if you need them.
Peekaboo. And peekaboo. What is this? Why are we all on fire? Jeez. Jeez. Oh, are we going? Chase them back, please. Good first push. Nice. Oh. Ah, okay, okay. I was too down low. Try this one. I need other music. Yeah, wait.
Your ally has slain an enemy. Your turret's been destroyed. You're out a turret. Your ally has been slain. Your ally's bloody. Ally's lost his innards. Enemy double kill.
They just locked me in with everyone. That was okay. I went too hard and too far. That is my issue. Why? Welcome back. Did you have good walkie?
Yeah.
I have noticed I have become very sleepy and my games have gone from I'm doing pretty good to don't look at it. Just yeah. I am going to sleep soon.
Yeah, the matchmaking change are going a lot too. Naturally, it'd be harder. The matchmaking got harder when I did a lot.
Oh, that's true.
Because I had a high matchmaking.
You're just too good. Ooh, Grimmy! It's a Grimmy poo. Grim. In the middle of my this is also the issue. Like my sleepy ADHD mode is in, so I'm just in the middle of fighting like oh Grim and just give me a shout out. And that's not a good idea when you're fighting.
Okay. Well, I mean if you're gonna kill me, at least come in and do it. Don't be a bitch.
Did you just say if you're gonna kill me, at least fucking do
Damn,
it, you bitch?
really pushed like that?
Yes,
you got
did.
shit on that bad, bro. You probably should stop playing the game. This dude jumped through the door, cracked me without my gun being out.
Oh, I did it. Okay.
Feeding the fishes.
Yeah.
Your ally has been slain. Your ally shut down an enemy. Your ally has been slain.
All good, all good.
Your ally has slain.
Yeah, as I said, like I am gonna sleep like within at least within the next hour for sure. But I was waiting if you guys still wanted to go. If you just want to do it, that's also all good. That's all fine. It is a little chaotic.
You're tired of that.
Yeah, I am. Like that's the thing. Like, yes, and have fun tomorrow at the. Was it a trucker thing? A car thing? Perfect. Have fun. Enjoy. Good night, and thank you for playing together. Alright, to get away. Russ. 19 hours, yes. Checking in work, looking to work. Thank you, Creamy. Yep. Yep, and I'm not in a tryhard mood anymore. I'm in the I'm just here to have fun. Okay, so okay. For us, like I haven't been playing League like the full 19 hours. I started with Stardew, but I have been playing League for at least 12. I think now at least 14. I get it more now. I think I'm doing better. Yay! Okay. Doing good, we're doing good. Like it does help that I've been playing with you guys and you guys are just like I was also playing like with Akbar and your other friends and stuff. Then we got placed in the high lobby because now I'm just used to people being way better. Like it is, yeah, it is hardcore training basically. Oh shit! Run! Oh fuck! You got too far.
Haste. They'll pay in flesh.
Oh, of course you got tap dancer too. Impossible to hit.
Your turret's in splinters.
Frugality is not a virtue,
Yeah.
I assure you.
Inhibitor lost.
They are really bunched up. Yeah. This one doesn't count. I'm just like, no, nope, 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 I'm out.
Let's go, team. Right there. There we go.
Thank you, Chris. Like I did make a nice attack round, but yeah, they are really a bunch of tryhards, and I'm also like a little slower. Now I did learn with Game of Akbar's crew as well. Like I can always blame it on the ping, but I do feel that's not really fair. Oh, nice. Good job. I'm away.
Oh my
Oh! Okay, now we're dead. Oh?
Your allies decorating the seabed. Your ally has been slain.
You're definitely
They're rushing us like crazy. You don't have towers, yeah. Look, they're going straight for it. Yeah, okay. GG. Brutal, yeah, because she like. Yeah, this was a no, but we had some good moments. We're gonna forget that ever happened.
Yeah.
Mm. Are you both doing asleep?
What's that?
How are you both doing asleep?
I'm running on like no sleep, but it's okay. I just haven't been able to sleep lately.
Yeah.
What's sleep?
Yeah.
You don't know sleep today.
That's the thing you pretend to do at night, right?
Yeah, when you lay down and you close your eyes and then time magically teleports in the morning. For some people, apparently.
I think that's a rumor.
Is that what that is?
It's fake
Oh
news.
yeah. Fake
I've
news
heard about that.
doesn't exist now.
I don't really believe it.
And always following my very unhealthy. Say that. Don't do it. But you
Follow my
can.
footsteps.
Just
Don't sleep.
yes, just don't sleep. For like, I don't know, now I've been awake for more than 24 hours. But that is not my record, so that's the thing. People are getting worried and I love them. I love everyone who's getting worried. When I started streaming, I regularly, like every 2 to 3 weeks, I had at least, yeah, also like 4 or 5 days where I was just awake for like 40 or 50 hours. It was just because of like really bad insomnia and playing flare-ups and stuff. Like the worst I ever did was like almost 60 hours, and then I just started Googling like, okay, at what time you're gonna die if you don't sleep. I was legit getting worried. Like,
Nah, you'll
I'm not
pass
doing
out
good
first.
anymore. Hmm?
You'll just pass out first.
No, but that's the thing. I don't really pass out.
I've done.
I
Back when
block.
I used to play WoW religiously. There was times where I'd be like doing 73-hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
And at
goal
some
is to
point you
stay
start
up
to
to like
hallucinate and
90
stuff.
hours.
90?
Yeah, I don't recommend it.
Nah. You start going. It's like once you start getting past like on your third day, you start hallucinating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the day you
But
start to worry a little.
I used to stream until like I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. And I had a stream that like I had to restart the stream 2 times.
That is why you know the 44 hours.
Yeah, at 44 hours, you can't go anymore.
Holy
You
shit.
gotta restart your stream.
Okay, how long was your total stream?
Total was like 92 hours, I think. Something like that. I'm not
In one
entirely
go?
sure.
Without
Well, in
sleep?
one go, it's just 40 hours because it forces you to stop.
Now, okay, but you didn't sleep like in between.
But yeah, I didn't sleep in between streams. I would just stop the stream and start it right back up. And the only reason I knew that the stream stopped is because Kat would tell me.
What did you do for 90 hours?
I just played Project Zomboid.
Minions have spawned.
Ooh. What?
Wait, why do they have vision to be in the bush? That's not how bushes work, right?
Oh.
Your ally has been slain.
Nope. They maybe just they went in, maybe it wasn't lucky guess, but
No, because they wouldn't be able to auto attack
Your ally has slain an enemy.
we don't have word. Oh, here. That doesn't make sense.
I don't know. It's just riot.
Yeah, some process emotes are so cool. He has emotes from his webtoon manga thing as well. It's too late. Yay! Okay. Like I'm always happy if I die that I at least take someone with me. Then it's okay. That's how it works now.
Sorry, what was that?
Like if you take someone with you while you die, then it's okay.
Generally, it works like that. The more the merrier, right?
Yes. No, itchy nose. Oh.
Your ally has been slain. Destroy your star.
Stop getting minion blocked, please.
Uh-oh. Okay. What I slowed him down. Oh, get him! Get him! You got it! But they're dead. Okay, this is gonna be the game, people. Okay. The better game. just the game. Yeah, that's just enough. I'll dip my tippy toes in.
Alright, that's done.
Thought I was gonna save his butt and then... I like to turn my music all the way down. I'm just not busy. Yeah. Okay. Are you still playing League as well, Crossing? Like I know you're in general, but are you still like playing the team fight tactics thing?
Get this flower, you'll get health back.
I can lure them in, ult is ready, but... Oh no, she ran away. Okay. But I needed to go shop. Always, I need to go shop. On this one? Because I always have almost have 4K. Okay.
I brew my potions with salt water for that extra zing.
What is it? What is Wasabi doing? Right there. By himself.
Your ally has been slain.
Oh god. Oh nice.
Wait, why did it cancel my auto?
Friends. Ally triple kill.
Okay, I should have seen it coming. Okay.
Shut down. Ace.
My lenses are giving up slowly.
Hey,
Dad!
It's Muffin time.
Hi, Dad. Did I miss my touring today? Oh no, I've been keep missing streams because I've been streaming for way too long today. But hi, how's you doing? My bot is on holiday, so if there is a mod active in the chat. Oh, Willy, are you still awake? Good, then I'm gonna make him. Oh, with all that netting. Yeah, I'm. Yeah, no. I cannot reply anywhere. I'm locked in the game, and everything that I'm gonna say is gonna make it 10 times worse. So, thank you. How are you enjoying League? Okay, so that we've been streaming for 19 hours. I've been streaming for 19 hours now. And I think about 15 of that is League. I might have League problem. I can't lie. I'm addicted now. But it is fun. I took like 2 big breaks as well to walk with the dog. Are you okay? I don't know actually. No, but I am gonna stop at some point. I am doing this as well to fix basically my sleeping schedule because I kept sleeping during the day and then staying awake at night. And that's not what you're supposed to do. So now we're just staying awake all night and all day. So I've been up for more than 24 hours now. So I can fix it. And I thought the best way to fix it is to just stay awake. And to just stay awake, the best way to stay awake is to stream. Because then I get energy from stream, and otherwise I might just take a nap and then fall asleep. Because yesterday I was like, oh my god, I'm exhausted, I'm gonna take a nap. Because I was up in like very early in the morning yesterday, like 9. That's early for me, okay. Early mountain time. Yeah, I was up at 9. But then I had a very fucking busy morning and way too productive. Which is good, but it was a lot. I just walked in a road, that's what I mean. I'm getting too tired to game at this point. Yep. I'm not doing too bad, but yeah, we can do better. Better than this. Anyway. But yeah, no, so yesterday I was very early, had a really productive morning, and then I went to like take a nap at 3. I couldn't sleep, but I fell asleep at like 5. And I had set an alarm, but I was so exhausted that I just slept through that alarm. And I woke up at 11 p.m. But then I messed up my schedule like completely. And I was supposed to game with my friend like to play Stardew, so I was like, you know what, I might have a TikTok, we're gonna do a big Stardew stream. But then I was like, yes, I am now still up in the morning, and if I now go to sleep in the morning again, then I will sleep like all day. Then I'm gonna reset, if you know what I mean. That you can reset it like little by little every time. But yeah, I thought, you know what, we're just gonna do a hardcore fucking reset. I said like to everyone in stream as well, like we're not setting a time goal. I'm not saying we're doing a 24-hour stream. I'm gonna sleep when I'm tired and that's it. But I don't know when I'm gonna tired. I'm not. Bleh. I don't know when I'm getting tired enough to sleep. But yeah, and then my friend asked if I wanted to play more League games, so we did a little stream together as well in the meantime, which was fun. But yeah, I should get. I am feeling tired. But then I did do a good reset because now it is near midnight. So I've been up for more than 24 as I said. I'm good. Good. Yeah, oh, what is that emote? How are you doing, Dad? Are you done streaming already? Because then I do gotta catch up on your FUD because I think I had this. I gotta check if I'm still the oldest kid. All done? Oh shit. Shit. That's what I mean. I think I have to watch back the shit for the FUDs after. And that's all. Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye, I die. Ooh. Ooh. Try to throw comment them. Gotta get ready for my we got 34 hours start tomorrow. 34 hours in a row work. And then people are judging me for like streaming for 19 hours. That is less energy, I think, than 34 hours working in one go. Is it in one go?
This up and I'll be diving in no time.
Hey, do you have sleeping breaks in between there? Also, that you also played League, right? When are we gonna play? Okay, you do. You lay down of the uniform. Oh, okay. I literally read that as 34 hours an hour. Not the case. Okay, okay. That wouldn't be healthy as well because then you don't have any focus left if you work through. What are you in the cannon? Can you sit in the enemy cannon? You can! No? What? Oh, I died. The very end. I got super bear. The bear's gonna win this for us.
Bear's gonna end the game.
Yeah. GG, bear. Nah.
Oh, who do I want to give my stuff to?
Got a bubba?
No, I don't have a bubba.
Dabba 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 dabba. By the way, Dad, I got the most viewers ever this stream. That is also like this is such an insane stream. Not gonna lie. It's yeah. I got a shit out of rating. Everyone came in because yeah, that's the thing when you're going 90 or 20 hours, everyone can catch you no matter what time you're living because I'm going for 20 hours. It's been really fun. I've seen so many people come in. But we got like at one point we got a raid over 100 people go in, so that's really insane. It's been a day. One more.
One more? Sounds good.
Yeah, just one more. This is going to be the best 7 games of your life.
Best 7 game ever. Oh, but if we're gonna do it just one more, like the other day I was playing with Gray, and I said just one more for like 6 games, so that.
I was close when I said 7 then.
Oh, fish. Oh, I don't know either. Wait, wanna be the flower girl? Yes, flower girl, roast chicken.
Oh, Shiva.
I think maybe like I do always like to round it off. We'll go until 20. Yeah, 20 hours. I was like, that's not. Yeah, okay.
40 minutes.
My brain farted. I was like, I'm not going for 20 hours. No, I am. And then I want to check like if man There's his way back to favor. Really good mark animal. Oh no, I don't want them. Okay. I'm kind of weird augments. Oh. Okay, I have played Syra a couple times now, but not that many. They do know her a little bit. Why do you all keep laughing? Why do you laugh like that?
It's a very fitting laugh for you, Muffin.
Yeah, it's a nice evil laugh. Yeah, I have developed an evil laugh now during League apparently. That's where the evil is coming out from the evil Muffin. Oh, my flowers go. What? Where did she teleport to? How did she do that?
That wasn't supposed to kill her. I was gonna do a trick and get 2 kills.
I'm too strong. First blood property. Did you get the other guy?
Okay, 20 seconds.
Oh, no. Oh no, Fluffy.
Oh, I made it. I gotta wait another 20 seconds to do my trick. Because I used my move for that heal.
Sorry. What? Hey, the little plant baby did it. Need to die at some point. Yeah, in-game. Well, in real life at some point. Yes. I could still fail it. I don't want to be immortal. No. Would you? Yeah?
Nice, I got Nico's all back too.
I want to go back. Okay. Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, what should I do? I have Night Stalker? No. Maybe not. The brother is hit unhittable. Okay, should I get this one? Or this one?
Warlock juice box.
An enemy has been slain.
Oop, oop.
Enemy killing spree.
Oh, I had my ult back up.
Shut
Oh, I
down.
could have ulted. Oh, man.
Shut down.
Oh man.
Oh, man.
I'm sleeping. No. Okay.
Welcome, Forty, from Tier 3 Tin Man.
Okay.
Thanks for
Wait.
joining
What?
us. Feel free to drop a
Wait.
chat and
Wait.
get cozy. If you'd like
Wait.
to see more of this muffin, don't forget to follow.
The Tin Man, but Miss Relaxing said you already ended and went off to holiday. Wait. Hi. Welcome in, everyone. Holy shit, everyone is tickling the pickle now. We were so sad because, yeah, Veggie got used to tickling the pickle. And we were like, oh, no tickling you for a week. The Tin Man. Oh, not you? No. Tin Man. Tin Man comes in to tickle the pickle. No. You're not tickling any pickle. Okay, this is going. Hi. Hi, Tin Man. Hi, everyone. Hi. Thank you so much for coming in. Holy shit. I am still going from like the second time and the first time you said hello today. This is an insane stream. I haven't done these long streams in a while. How was your stream? I am gonna die very soon so I can just read chat. Yep. Because holy fuck, this is awesome. Thank you so much for choosing me to raid into today. I appreciate you a lot. Oh no, I did. Okay, that gives me time to see. Okay, nice. We have a clipping play. That's working because my bot that also gives shoutouts is on holiday as well. Ads, be right back. Oh no, ads right on the raid. I'm sorry. Welcome in Alice. Welcome in DJ. Welcome in the Tin Man, of course. Welcome in Ellie Joanna. Welcome in Lady Powerplay. Wait, I'm gonna mute here because this is annoying for you guys. I'm sorry. Welcome Ellie Joanna. Welcome Lady Powerplay. Oh, thank you, Willie. Oh, can you? Yes. Willie, you did a good big ass shouty. Thank you. You're amazing.
Because they're fucking busy.
Woo! Now I gotta scroll back and chat while running from my life and making kills. We're doing good. Okay, scroll back chat. There we go. Stream was great, but I need to go grab some food. I'll leave you up and check back in a little bit. Oh, good. I always say, like, if you need to raid and run, you've already had a whole stream behind you as well. Make sure you got some food. Make sure you got some drinks, snacks, everything. And go take care of yourself. That is the most important. I didn't mean to sing that like that. We're stressing out. But yeah, I apologize to all raiders as well if I'm really forgetful and everything. I have been streaming for like 19.5 hours now. I am maybe falling asleep a tiny bit, but I am doing this as well to sleep. Yes. Yes, technically that's correct. I'm doing this to fix my sleep schedule.
I messed up. Mistake were made.
Is he gonna be a ghost chest?
Oh, that was a happy little act.
Doing good? Yeah. I'm just attacking him from this bush. It's awesome. My new superpower. I'm staying in this bush for the rest of the game. Why are they not trying to find me? This is my bush now. Oh no, they found me! Okay, I couldn't. How did they insta-kill me? Okay, that went down south.
Yeah, that's Zoe thing for sure.
Yeah, that was Zoe.
What?
Huh? Okay, let me check. I can I fully read like bigger messages and everything when I'm dead every time. But yes, Tin Man, go grab yourself some food. And everyone from the Tin Clan, thank you so much for coming in. I am Evil Muffin. Sorry as well. I am a little distracted, as I said. Back to Battlefield. All good, Willy. Willy is my mod. I've been introduced to the Tin Man through Miss Relaxing, who has gone to bed now, hopefully, yes. But she was in here as well before, and she wrote me a really big, awesome introduction. I can put like a little bit in the chat, maybe. Oh wait, Willy, are you still here? Oh, I don't want to shoot. Okay. If you want to check the Discord, there is an awesome message there from Miss Relaxing. Because I got so many raids in today and I got so sleepy that I forgot everything. I forget who I am, I forget what I play, I forget what I do. I'm just like, hi, I'm Muffin. And I forgot to mute here as well, so I'm just rambling in your ears. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, but yeah. What you need. So I'm gonna sprinkle some love. Like you don't have to copy paste the whole thing, but because that's big. But you can choose. You could choose like a little fragment or something from the thing that Miss Relaxing wrote for me, because she wrote like a really pretty introduction on her behalf of who I am. Because I was like, honey, I can't think anymore. If you want to do something for me, you can write me. Like, who the fuck am I? What do I do? Like, and she had to laugh. She was like, yes, I'm gonna write you the best message you ever had. So you can say it every time. But I feel awkward saying it because it's like I'm the most amazing human or something. I'm not gonna say that about myself, but I appreciate her so fucking much. But yeah, for everyone that doesn't know me, I am Evil Muffin, also called not so Evil Muffin by a lot of people because I'm actually kind of nice. Pretty nice. We have yeah, like very important, like yeah, the safe place in the community is like one of the most important things for me. I value my community and my chat over anything, so like I will gladly die in league to chat up with you guys. Or like wait to start new runs and just see if I missed anyone. You want it in here? What you need? Yeah, maybe for the raiders. Because I said I'm half gaming, half selling things, and I have an idea that I'm making like half sense. I do stream like a lot of games. I don't stream normally like 20 hours of League, I promise. I'm not great. No judgment for whoever does, but normally I have like, yeah, more variety streamers, so I do like 68 hour streams mostly, I think. And we've been playing mostly like some Chameleon lately, some Repo, well, some League, Stardew Valley. Other games that I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, the Arcane Library thing that we got in the Steam sale, which was awesome. Am I taking revenge? Yeah, okay, I'm dying. Okay. But yeah. Oh, you posted the whole thing! That you can, oh no, that is adorable! Like it's a big message so you can make a selection, but oh my gosh, you're amazing. Okay. But yes, okay. That is a big ass message. And I appreciate everyone coming in. If you'd like to stay a while, see if I don't fall asleep. I appreciate it too. I guess, yep. I think I'm gonna set the goal for like at least maximum half an hour and then we go with nights. That is a good one, I think. Oh. Okay. I rambled my how do I say that? In Dutch it's like I talked my ears off, but that is not an expression in English. No. Never mind. Just never mind. I don't know how to translate it anymore. No! Okay. I'm awake. Oh my gosh, you're being mean. Please. Damn. Oh, so aggressive. I have an army. Ooh, I killed Zoe. I killed with all my plants on a distance. Okay, now we attack. We fight back. Very nice. We get out of this. Pickle. Not gonna take over. Gonna leave the pickle on. I wanna know where the tickle my pickle comes from. Okay. Yeah. That is the same guy. So that was also the Tin Man coming to check in. He was here at the start of my stream when I was playing Stardew, I think. And he was there when we started playing League. And now we own it by raiding into here. It is awesome. I feel very honored. The Tin Man is an awesome streamer. He's really big and he's amazing. He does like just chatting stuff and Legos and cooking. He is really cool. I'm happy that, like, I knew him, I think, already, like, from Maddie's community, but Miss Relaxing introduced me to him a lot more. And I'm happy she did. Oh, my plant. I'm just putting my plants everywhere and it's slowing them down a lot. Yep.
Just 4 of us and 5 of them. We should just play safe till we have 5. Oh, okay. I guess it's 4v4 now.
Yay, the plants! The plants! Oh no, they're jumping in, okay.
An ally has been slain.
Fuck. I got sucked in. Oh no. Yes, I'm dead. Yeah, no. I got sucked in there. I don't know what happened. What is that? Is that their ult? No.
That's one of their augments.
What augment is that?
Called Shark Bait.
I'm sure.
I swear my ult doesn't last as long as it did. I mean, we still got the kill.
Me. Yeah.
Oh, nap time.
So much more.
You keep saying that I will get sleepy. In real life, no, I'm like even more. But yep. Oh no.
I gotta make a play. Man, that's okay. I had to do that 4K. No. Okay, I died now. I stalked them for a long time. Are you almost back or no? I should have stayed back though because I took them with me home.
It's automatic response. Like go back base, but I cannot even. Yeah, I cannot even heal there or nothing. But yeah. So today is just a league day. It is. It is. Today is just league every day, all day now. Yeah. Again, I did start, but I think it was at least 4 hours of starting. That was already like just in stream. I could have done just that as a stream. That would have been awesome as well. Then we started. Oh god, I went to the portal. Yes. No.
Wait until my seeds take root.
Yeah, come out and fight like a champ.
Oh yeah, I have Warlock goosebumps. I was wondering why I was healing so much. I keep running out of mana.
Oh. Okay. Oh. What? Thank you. I went back. I went back. Why did I do that? Run! Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, we almost have to do. Oh no! Okay, no, run.
I hate this augment that cost me double mana just for a little bit of extra damage, but everything else.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Is it you? Is it you?
Wait, but my doggo can meow. Like, she is a cat inside, but she didn't learn to meow yet. I'm sorry. She has to sleep in the living room, but I can get her for a cookie. Okay, what time is it now? How long does one draft take? Or are we all too sleepy for draft?
Well, that one was about 20 minutes, so.
Oh, wait, but no, you cannot do that. So then we have like a quick
Take
one.
15 to 20 minutes, but drafts normally take like half an hour to 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, then we can only do swift play, right? Yeah. Yeah, because Freddy's still.
Concentration for swift play?
Hmm?
So do you have the concentration for swift play?
No. No. I considered everything and a no. I processed. I wait pros and cons for a minute. Like the fact that it took me so long, that was already like enough of an answer. I was like, I need to think about this too long. I'm done.
Where's the perfect emote for it? Here we go. Hang on. Where is it?
Yes, I am. Okay. Milo is dying. Yeah. I had like a little brain buffering moment. Indeed. Well. Yep. Uh, thank you for the understanding. Wait, okay, I'm gonna grab Karma Bean.
I think we're all there.
Yeah, we're all like very sleepy at this point. We're just having fun. It's good. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna grab the Karma Bean. I'm gonna pee. Very important. And I'm ready for one more. Okay, now if you're gonna slurp like that, I'm really gonna pee. Bye.
Alright, chat.
Like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Don't come here, don't come here. Okay, wait, sorry, I do gotta get this for later because that was so...
Keep riding.
But we're still fighting. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways. And I thought you went out, so I went out again and you went in. So that was...
That's fine. That's fine.
Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording.
Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip from him. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I have an ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and no makeup, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much.
I guess I might as well go make some juice. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah. Did it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay! All your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Yui. Thank you. And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. No makeup and glasses. We're good. We're good. Okay, that's great. I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but I did duels. Karma is on her way. What is still right and
was
hurt
too big of
herself
a
and
dork
confused.
indeed, yeah.
Oh yes, the screen where I got confused as hell.
Okay. People,
Yep. Yeah, this is a
I
screen
love
where
you.
Milo came in at the start and he was like, "Where am I? What am I doing here?
It works.
What are you doing? Why are you not talking to me?" Because it was
Oh
just
my
me
god.
continuously
Okay.
playing the clip.
So Conundrum was saying that he
I
was
think he
doing
felt
more
really ignored and
improvements,
then he was
right?
like, wait.
And I know he was working on transcribing.
Okay, I am back. Oh, oh, I closed this.
Some juice.
Juice? What kind of juice?
I don't know, he didn't specify.
Welcome back. It was peach juice, or is peach juice. Soon to be
Nice.
peach juice.
I collected a bee. Karma bee. She is ready for a cookie, but I don't think she can say meow. We're gonna attempt. Oh no. Oop. She is pitch black. Works of it. Can still not really see. I'll just put a spotlight on.
Like my cat. She's mostly black and dark brown. So at night
I'm putting a spotlight.
by running underneath my feet.
She has her own spotlight now. Oh, she looks so fancy. Holy shit.
Hi, doggo.
Hi, baby. You like being in the spotlight? You like me? You do? Where are you cooking?
She's like, Mom, I was trying to sleep. You're fucking
Yeah, Mom, this is fucking bright. What the hell? She will take this for like, I don't know, 5 minutes and then she's like, and she's gonna get a cookie. Baby Karma, can you do meow? She's just staring at me like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'm a dugger. Okay, go. My budgie book. What's up? And that one. And that one. No, no, no. Do you want to do one more trick?
Do a flip.
Go up. Flip. What kind of
Barrel
flip?
roll.
Wait. Okay, go up. Flip, yeah.
Do a
Turn.
cartwheel.
Turn the other way. No, the other way. Otherwise, you're gonna get dizzy. You got up. Good job, girl. There's the rest. That was Karma the circus dog. Oh, there you go.
I'm calling her a clown.
Oh, Karma the circus dog. Not a clown. Like she's doing little trick. That makes. I don't know if that's still like a Dutch expression. That's something. Let me put.
She's doing
Mhm.
tricks for treats.
Tricks for treats. Yeah. But she also just likes doing tricks. Like she always wants to give a ball before dinner because I taught her that as a puppy. Then okay, you give a ball, you sit, and then yeah, you get your dinner. But now it's just stuck in there. So if you give her her dinner and then you don't let her give her you a ball, she'll just look at you like I cannot go eat now. Like you're missing a step. Like,
That was like with my ex, except it was balls after dinner.
That's right. What a timing for old wifey as well to wake up and say goodnight. Okay, yes. Damn. Night, night, old wifey. You didn't hear anything. Oh, accept. Thank you for being here. Like, I think almost the whole stream. Like, a long part of the stream. You're amazing, old wifey. There's in the way. There you go. Oh, I can do Riven again. Oh my gosh. And I have done Riven a lot of times, but
Fuck yeah.
yeah.
We have a lot of AP. Oh no, somebody else from Catholic. Good.
No, we're good.
Yeah. Time to piss people off with mushrooms.
I hope you get like infinite recursion.
What's that there?
Infinite recursion is the one where you get 60 ability haste, and then every kill or assist gives you another.
Okay, you guys.
The game goes on, you just start mushrooms out.
He said, "Oh no!" Like I have a very big cooldown on it, but yeah, we were streaming for a very long time. So this is the third time. We have a giant Muffin time. Hi DK. This is the full 3-minute one. I have to upgrade. I have to make it more play. Quick reminder to self. Make this more points. How are you doing, DK? Cutie! There's too much sounds happening. Okay, I will catch up. Back, sorry. La 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 la. La 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 la. That timing was just unfortunate. Okay, but I'm back, and I am okay with Riven, so I will try my best. There you go. Is it now okay? Is the team happy now? Okay. Now everything is good again. Oh, Silky! Wait, Silky, good morning? Yeah, I think I'm still going, Silk. This is the same stream that we started together with Stardew. Can you imagine? Yes, Silky's still fishing. Are you still reading, Silk? I never went to bed. Silky. Silky. What? Wait, I just spent time in the living room. Wait, but what time is it? Wait. Oh, we already lost the tower. Okay. I got why the team was like, okay, fuck this shit. Watching YouTube videos for a bit? Okay, okay. What time is it for you? Tilkable. Silky making sure she's still the top of the leaderboard at first. Probably just. Yeah, do you get that? Oh, I missed that Willy thing. Shit. Willy, are you still here? If you are still here, thank you so much for your help. Thank you for modding. Thank you for being here. Get your ass to bed tomorrow, but it's Saturday. Have a great stream. I will pass out soon. I'll pass the fuck out within like half an hour. Yep. And thanks for running out tomorrow, and I love you all. Thank you. All the love for Willy people. Gotta give him up. Silky. Oh, Willy's still here. Yes. You heard it. Have a good night, Willy. Silky Poo, do you want to give a shout out for Willy?
Or why does this Kaylin keep taking my kills?
Yes! Okay. Every time they think they can get me. Okay, now they're gonna get me. Maybe I should. I have over 3k now. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. No, I messed up. Yeah, you got it, Silk. You got it. Yay. Oh, Brenda was saying welcome, Silk. Oh, Brenda.
Has been slain. Shut down. Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, I messed up. Yep. Anyway, from
So long I've wandered.
This one here is up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, that was really weird though. Oh, but we got multiple big rages today. This is such a fucking random. Like I did not plan for to play League at all in the first place, and I did not plan for this long of a stream. This is good spontaneous decision. I'm not sure. You're doing okay, right? Like, okay, yeah, we were behind, but that's because I was
2 kills ahead, actually. So I don't know what the problem is.
That's true. They're just mad because I was AFK for. That's their problem. No. Wow, that was weird. Oh, what's this? Yes. In the research. I gotta go. Yes. Oh, Pokemon.
Battle like this, a luxury I once took for granted. Close the gate behind you.
What concept
Oh, I messed up.
Shut down.
Ah, I deserved that.
I almost got him, but not really. Beauty Squad, feel free to join the Discord. Just submit your application.
When I come back alive, I can kill them all, I'm sure.
Burdens of the past.
Kill them all. Ooh, I went in way too far.
Shut down.
It was fun though. I like Griffin. Like it's a little scary at the beginning, but at some point you get so strong and it's Chasing is fun.
Dang, what's that bard range? Does he have like
After all these years, many mysteries.
Oh, he's got Mercy Strike on bard. I didn't know that was an augment for him. Cool.
Everything is better.
Oh, nice. Okay, I didn't plan. I'm messing up my combos.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Some lessons cannot be passed from teacher to student. They must be
And so.
Calibrating.
Oh, he bumped my butt while she's there. Not replace shit. I got stuck and then they bumped my butt like it was a double attack. Yep. Loki also just never slept, so everyone who was in this stream just never slept. I feel like I'm a bad influence.
An enemy has been slain.
Defending Kosher is my duty, one that I upheld to my last.
Oh, thank you for the lurky silk.
Are you still listening to this old man's rambling?
No. No, no. You don't get me again. That is way too loud.
Triple kill. An enemy has been slain.
There you go. There you go.
So long I've wandered. This time the talk is over.
Can't even out of the tower, man. Our own minions are minions blocked.
You got her, but she got me too, but we got her too. Now I can buy this one, and then I can... Oh, good. Yep. Oh, approve those applications for Discord before going to bed. Things are done and sorted. Thank you. Wait, how many did we get? Did we get Beauty? Very excited. For joining in, that's awesome. Oh, thank you, Beauty. For one of them, thank you, thank you.
If I were out there, this would be over.
See? Yes, man, she's done it all. Good. Awesome. Yeah, have some good sleepies. Nope. Nope. Am I jumping in too soon? Getting impatient. That's just getting me killed now. I was doing good at the beginning and then I got cocky. Now I just died 3 or 4 times in a row, so yeah, I should... We are still doing it. Yeah.
No more shooting, Mr. Turret.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
I am glad to see the spirit blossoms bloom again.
Me and Tangier, that was actually the cave. Motherfucker.
Ah, fuck. Knew that was coming. Always the second-hand jump scares when I shout out, really. What? I ran into their ult. Oh my god. I tried to get away from one and tried to protect Veggie, but Veggie still died, and I ran into the ult of the other. Yeah, mistakes were made. I'll wait for it. I'm gonna wait. Wait for me.
Lilia's got Void Inlet.
After all these years, many mysteries have not yet revealed themselves to me.
Unstoppable. An enemy has been slain.
I really need to die. I've got 9 grand almost.
Oh shit. You're rich. Oh, you can always do what I do and just run in. Oh, we're still. Oh, no, no, no. Run! Oh, I'm dead. Oh, it's not over. It's not over. We were stalling, and then we all died. Just so we can have like a grand finale. We gotta end it better. You said it was gonna be like the best game ever, right?
This is the best game
I know. So yeah, we gotta end with a grand finale. You spending 9K and just waltzing over them, because if you still had all your money, yeah, now you're upgraded. We are back already. Full team. Fuck yeah. Ah! Now let them come to me, that's better.
Double kill. Double kill. An ally has been slain.
Are you gonna end it now or no?
But also no rush. I don't think there's any chance of them winning. We just have too many traps that we can put down that they have to push through and everything.
Learn from
Really hoping someone takes the portal. I've surrounded it with traps.
Okay, this is kind of sad. As soon as they come close, I'm like, look that. I like this. I like Griffin. Like, I just don't have to push and then I'm good. Yes, they took the portal. Oh, they went back.
Yeah, they already disabled all my traps, unfortunately, but that's okay.
Oh no, Peggy, no! I'm also being burned. Yeah?
An enemy has been slain.
So long I've wandered.
I'm much hungry here. Sorry.
Choose your own path.
An ally has been slain.
What? What did I just witness?
That ult? Or
No, she just spammed it like 8 times in like a second.
oh, I thought that was her ult. Yeah, that's why I got stuck in first time. Like, it's just chit 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 chit, and you're yeah, you're fucked. I am gonna die. I'm gonna die right now, so I don't have chance again. There you go. He's actually gonna die real quick. There you go. There you go.
That is nuts.
There he is. Take a seat. You have fucking muffin. Gloomy weather? Get together with League, eh?
What conflict awaits?
Discord names are different. Do you know who Gloomy Weather is for level?
Wait, what?
In Discord, Gloomy Weather. He's also, I think, one of the people that we played with. Because there's also Charles Mustachio server.
Learn from
I
your
don't
mistakes.
think so. That name doesn't sound familiar.
Ooh. There. Ooh.
Enemy double kill.
I like ribbon. I like ribbon. The traps are awesome. You got me! Oh, they got me. Okay, then maybe...
I have 67% magic penetration.
What did I got that detects magic traps?
I've seen the spirits behave this way.
I have too much money, but I cannot spend it on anything anymore.
Buy stat anvils. They're on the left side of the shop. They're those
Definitely maybe next time. I already ran. Ooh, okay, now I will do it.
An enemy has been slain.
Thingy's on the left?
Oh, I messed up. Yeah, they're on the left.
Enemy killing spree.
Damn, I knew I messed up. So yeah, they're called stat bonuses. They're green on the left side there.
Oh my god, I'm gonna be so... Okay, I'm gonna be super strong now. I did not know this was a thing. I'm gonna be infinitely strong.
I assumed you guys knew about them.
No.
That town's dead.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Are they gonna... Oh my god, no. They're gonna catch up now? Okay, okay. No time to shop. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, then we just gotta kill them first. Rush. Done. Wah! Good job.
How do they have vision of me in the bush? I'm so sick of this, right? I'm constantly visible in the bush.
I get gonna be lucky guesses every time. Why do I have cakes on my head? What is that? Oh! Oh! Okay, now... Holy shit. Okay, I never knew, and I always oh, I'm gonna die. I always wondered what those were, but it all makes sense. Okay, I ran back because I'm gonna die. Yay! Good job. Thank you, because I was like standing there like, I don't know what I'm doing now. What? I didn't know you could do that either? Draco! And thank you for the lurk knives! See, that's what I mean. That is a good thing about streaming for like 20 hours. You basically talk to everyone in your community. This is awesome. I think I said like basically everyone. Yeah. This was a fun game.
Ooh, I leveled up my mastery. That was a very fun game. I enjoyed that immensely.
That was the best game of the games, I think. Yep, yep. It does deserve the title. What do you guys think?
Agreed.
Did you like it, Reggie?
Sorry?
Did you like the game?
Did I like the what?
The game. Sorry, my mic is cutting out again.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Just sending me a friend request. I don't know. Also giving a shout to Nice. There you go. My shout out bot is taking the holiday, people. Ah, I'm so tempted to just keep playing, but no, no, no.
What are you gonna do? One more?
This next game could be the best 7 games of your life.
Oh my god!
No, I didn't. I actually played on
How the fuck
the
did I
1
get
for
a
a good while.
You guys are like little devils on my shoulder now. Like we can do more. We don't need sleep. We can just make it a 24-hour. Almost 1 a.m. now.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna be the devil on your shoulder.
Why?
I was thinking it was like, I don't know, like 10 or 11 p.m. or something, and I was like, you could go one more, but like almost
Okay,
1.
but still, like everything that I sleep before 4 is like a successful rhythm reset. Okay, wait, 9 minutes till 1 a.m. Okay, but yeah.
9 minutes. We could get at least half a game in that. No, I was kidding.
Okay, wait, let me consider options. Okay, wait, and I go home and out.
It's almost 9 a.m. I've been up since. What time did I get up yesterday?
You were here to start, no? Yeah.
Yeah, I've been here since you started streaming.
You don't need no sleep. You've been going since 4 a.m. yesterday? Yes, Draco. Yes. So now, okay, the thing is, like, I was thinking, like, okay, I can end it. Wait, the music is way too much. Second, get out my brain.
I mean, what's another 4 hours? I mean, they did 24-hour streams.
No, that's, yeah, that's what I mean.
No, don't do that. You did this deliberately just to get your.
Been 22 hours. Huh?
So. You were doing this to make sure you get your sleeping schedule back on track. And it's already 1 a.m. You should get back. You should get some sleep then.
Yeah.
It's not like we can't keep playing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh no! Tomorrow I will be asleep. Like the moment I will be asleep, I will sleep for like 12 hours. I will KO like crazy. I'm not gonna wake up. I'm gonna have the best sleep of my life. Because yes, I have been up for already more than 24. No, I've been up for 26 hours at least now. Yeah, and it's been a while since I did that, like staying up longer and later. It was necessary. But yeah, no, the thing is, I'm legit considering, like, okay, if I keep going now, then I want to beat my record. But that's dangerous. So it's like, like I said, like my record is 22 hours and 22 minutes. Huh?
I was saying if you keep going, I'll keep going, but you should sleep. Like that was a great game to end on, right?
That was a really good game. What did you say, Veggie?
I don't remember.
Okay, maybe you also need some sleep.
I think I've been up like 24, 20, at least 24 hours.
And that's the thing. Like, yeah. You've been here since the beginning. It's a beginning. And then you were also already up, I think.
In
The beginning. No, then we're back at the videos that we started at the beginning of the stream. We did a loop. Oh my gosh. We literally watched that video on stream from in the beginning. Because was having a brain fart again and I got stuck in a word and it was good. Good. Okay, no, yes, no, no, no. You're right. I did this to fit my sleep schedule. This is good enough.
Yeah, that was a great game, man.
This was a really good game. Otherwise, we're gonna jinx it, and then it's gonna leave like this sour taste, and then we're gonna get too tired. And
like the next 2 or 3 games are gonna be utter.
yeah. Like this. Yep.
Sure.
We have to end it on a high.
And then we ended on like such a shit night, and then you have trouble sleeping because you're so pissed off. And then
Yeah. And then we're tilted, and then we can't sleep at all. And then I will talk to you guys till tomorrow morning. Like, yeah. Okay. No. And we've explored the worst case scenarios now. And yeah, I'm confused. We're gonna read out. Not right away. Wait. Okay. Let me listen. This one. It is Mill still live?
John is live. He's doing his birthday stream.
John, today birthday? Yes, no, yes. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Veggie. Yes, let's go. Just let's go. Okay, everyone, we're gonna. Oh, I gotta mute my Discord again because now I'm dead. We're gonna raid out into John's arcade. He's an awesome friend. He has an actual like whole fucking arcade in his basement, basically with all retro arcade machines. It looks amazing. He plays a lot of Conan, plays a lot of Ark. And he is doing his birthday bash. So it's a big birthday stream. And now we're all gonna go in there with everyone. We're all gonna say happy birthday, John. So everyone ready? Wait, I don't have to make a custom rating. If the normal one, I'm gonna make a custom separate one. Because I need to replace the boob ass always.
No, we don't need to replace the boobs. We need the boobs back.
Yeah. Okay. This is fun. Yep. So we have copy pastas in chat. Thank you all for being here for 20 and a half hours. This is now our second longest stream ever. And this was one hell of a stream. This was awesome. I had so much fun. I never played so much League in my life. Records have been set. Okay, wait, I do that. To start rate, it's also important. Much love. Thank you. Okay, raid has been started. Everyone, thank you for being here. It's going turbo. Thank you. Happy birthday to John, and I will see you probably Sunday. Bye. Oh, now it's still loading. Okay. Everyone get ready. Yep. I'm gonna end. And there. Oh, Veggie! Thank you. Okay, we're going out with a bang. Fuck yeah. Thank you for the sub. That's awesome. Okay, I'm gonna put it on the stream ended and we are gonna rate. Oh my god, that scared me.
She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye, pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, come here, baby, take a little seat. Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. like a menace. She loves you well.